So we're going to specify that in our pre-storm activities.
Yeah.
So that is how we're going to move forward, already planning on that, and if, we didn't explain that. Sorry for interrupting. That's what we're trying to tell you, is we've already found a way that to create the steps and put it in our plan so that we're not, we'll
chasing it.
We'll be ahead of the game, because we didn't have those procedures in our pre-storm except for telling the contractor that they needed to, secure their cranes. We didn't have a procedure for notifying surrounding property owners. Now we do. So now we have that ability to specify that in our disaster operations plan. And if we can get the crane operator or the construction contractors to give us that information up front, then we have our list, we're prepared, we know who we need to notify, and it can be executed in a quicker fashion.
Mm-hmm. If I may, and thank you for that, Liz. Like you, Councilmember Driscoll, I learned a lot about cranes, probably more than I ever thought I would after this event. And obviously there, hindsight, we've learned a lot, and we're going to adjust. So I would absolutely agree that having the information up front, one of the things that we had to do was, one, gather the information about what wind load the cranes could withstand. And then we're out with Brajesh looking at the fall radius and the properties that were affected. And we're doing that, a day or two before the storm, with everything else going on. Obviously having that information in advance, that's something we've learned, and we will adjust that. I do absolutely agree that we can notify residents when a project is in the initial stages that, hey, you have a project within your area, it has a crane, and if the crane were to fail, you're potentially, we could tell them that in the beginning. Mm-hmm. The challenge, I think, is, and with Milton, for example, is 7 days out, we don't know the intensity, we don't know. So I would be hesitant to tell someone 7 days out, when it's a tropical storm, that you need to think about starting to evacuate, and then nothing happens. I mean, we've had several storms, and this is the first time we've ever had a crane fail. So I just want to make sure we do it in a way where it's not over notification, where people become desensitized to it, like, well, I've got that notice, it doesn't mean anything. Nor do we want to have people, moving out of their homes unnecessarily. So I don't know, we're going to talk about that more, what the balance is pre-storm or as the storm approaches. But I would absolutely agree, gathering the information up front, understanding the risk, and then notifying residents from the onset. You have a project next to you, or 200 feet away from you, that if the crane were to fall, be aware that you are potentially in the drop zone. Because unfortunately, if we have a powerful enough storm, even the higher rating, which is the 145 gust, if we got something strong enough, it's still a potential risk.
Right. I think, there are so many lessons learned from the storms in every department, right? With this one, we have residents who are in a high enough area where they're not asked to evacuate. But I had residents who live within the radius who said, if I had known, if I had more notice, I would have left. I would have gotten out of the way. So that's why I think this advance, not just ahead of a storm, but that early on notice. And let's give it some thought on how we can make sure, because many of them are rentals, how you deal with turnover, and work with the property manager or the building manager, whoever, to make sure that this is a reminder is sent out. Or maybe at the beginning of hurricane season, we send them another notification. Hey, just a reminder, you have this crane that is, within a radius of risk. So all you have to do, guys, is think about the image that none of us will ever forget of the crane busting through the Times building. And what if that had been the Princess Martha? What if that had been a residential building? We can't stop it from happening, but we can try to do better to help residents prepare, and we can push really hard for some assistance on the state level to make an even bigger difference on this. So I appreciate all that you've been doing on this. I look forward to getting that crane information and hearing more about communication plans as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilmember Harding, I want to just put an exclamation mark on the information piece of it, that it's key. Because you want people to be able to make the best decisions for themselves. And we had the same issue with the sewage plants when they went down. The main issue, and what we're doing right now is the best thing, is we're having this conversation so people understand what the risks are, what we can do, what we can't do, and what we've learned from this process, so we can be more proactive, and they can also make the best decisions. We're not going to have all the answers. We never do with a hurricane. It's always a wait and see game at the end, but we have to allow people to have the information necessary so they can make the best decisions for themselves. They may not want to deal with the sewage plant down. They may not want to deal with the risk of maybe a crane falling, and so they can make the plans ahead of time, whether or not that crane falls. You will not have the 100% answer, but I think the goal is to be more proactive, and however we can accomplish that. I would bet that everybody here agrees, whatever we can do to accomplish being proactive and getting information out is probably best for everyone involved. And I know that that's what you're working on, so I'm glad to hear that. So Councilmember Harding, you're next.
Thank you, Chair.
And Floyd, and then-
Thanks for your time. Quickly done. To the extent that we know in the investigation, the crane, did it fall inside of statute, or was it complying with statute? Do we know that yet, or was it just a failure of?
Yeah, the information we have, and we don't have that. We don't do the
Understood.
investigation.
Yeah,
but the
just didn't know it was
information,
public.
yeah, I do have. Yeah, the crane wasn't at the same wind speed as the building. They did take that reduction in the design of it because it's a temporary structure. And I believe they said it was in the high 120s is what the design wind speed was. And I think the wind speed at the airport was like 101 or something, but this is 500 feet up. There's nothing there to break the wind. The wind speed, the gust is much higher at that elevation. So, there's really two different ways that typically the tower cranes fail. This one, it kind of snapped off at the unbraced section of height where the last tieback was going into the building. And they can also fail where it basically pulls the entire tower down. And that's the concern. That's where the radius comes in for the collapse zone. So that one kind of snapped off and kind of dropped straight down to the road. And then laid over to the Times building. If it would have pulled it off, that could have been basically 600 to 700 feet away, depending on the wind direction.
Thank you. Moving to current, what's been introduced by Representative Cross? I'm not sure how far along it is yet, but does administration have an opinion on what they've introduced at the state level?
Well, right now, it's just to repeal that preemption.
That's it. So that's the end.
That's it. Basically, get rid of it, and then it would be up to each jurisdiction to develop their own, standards, which, it would be the Wild West out there where all the just different jurisdictions in Florida. I think it will probably take on a different take, by the time it, goes through the whole bill process. And hopefully they'll look at, maybe targeting the hurricane preparedness aspect of it. Miami-Dade, they have an ordinance that was repealed. I think it goes back to like 2008. It encompasses a broad scope. It's not just focused on hurricane preparedness. It's looking at, everything from, operator, training to portable cranes, with falling objects. There's a lot of things that addresses. New York City has a very extensive crane regulation.
Well, Don, that Miami-Dade ordinance was struck down in part
Correct.
by federal court. Particularly, it was preempted from on the workforce and the work site regulations on OSHA. But the court left some meat on the bone in its opinion back in 2009 and talking about, we're remaining silent as to hurricane preparedness and public safety. I use those words because that was the words of the court. And then the crane folks were successful in getting this preemption that specifically addressed that meat on the bone into the Florida statute by 2012.
And if I could, Councilmember, the mayor's chief of staff is working with Rep. Cross and we're thankful to her for the work that she's doing. Trying to maybe move a little bit towards what Don was talking about related to getting some regulations into the Florida Building Code that would be consistent and adequate across the state. So we're working with our representatives on that currently.
So our position is we'd like to change what's at the state level.
Yes.
But leave it at the state level.
Yes.
That works.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Floyd and then Chair Curtis.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, forgive me if this has been covered, and I just want to make sure I understand. I know that there's state preemption on us doing anything, but what are the regulatory measures at the state level? Are there?
There
none?
aren't any.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the state preempted local government regulation and largely chose to ignore stepping into that regulatory role.
Okay. All right. I won't editorialize about that.
Nor will I.
My suggestion was going to be like, even if they had crummy regulations, like oftentimes state regulations go unenforced. We've seen it in housing and employment and whatnot. So thought there might be some opportunity there for us. Okay, well, I'll leave that to the side. The only other thing I have is tangentially related. When the crane fell, we pushed to get it cleaned up as fast as possible by charging the developer for every day that they were obstructing the road. But the trail is right there as well, and forgive me, I don't know if it's open or not yet at that point, and
Right.
it was closed.
I can give it an update. Yeah, it's not, it's currently still closed.
Okay.
And just as a brief update, Skanska is the contractor. They have post-shored the building, and we do have the threshold engineers report and the safety letter from the structural engineers. So the building is post-shored. They're still in the process in Building B, which is the one open to the sky with the major damage, installing some guardrails and temporary walls and stuff to close off those areas. But it is relatively safe. We've had some of those discussions, and engineering is also included. And we're trying to move that needle where we can at least reopen the trail. The sidewalk and parking area would still probably remain closed until they install some overhead protection there. But yeah, the building is safe enough now where the trail could possibly be reopened.
Okay, and that leads me to, we were charging the developer for having the road closed. Was that contemplated for having the trail closed as well? So nice to see you.
Good day, Council. So yes, so all of the damages until they have it open is being charged.
Okay.
So,
Is
yes.
it at the same rate? Just
Yeah, so there's a fee per day.
Okay.
And
So
until they have everything open up, it is still being accrued.
that's been quite the fee then at this point.
Yes, I believe at this point it's in the excess of $200,000.
Okay. All right. Wasn't it like 1,500 a day for the road? And was that everything?
So there was different fees at different time because there was also the crane, but also the restoration work that was required. So there was one point that they got two sets of fees charged at the same time. So since they got one half the roadway section, that set of fees has gone away. Now it's the remaining set of fees for the actual trail itself.
Okay. Do you happen to know the number?
I can get that across. It is, I believe it is 1,500, but I'll confirm that and get it across
Okay.
to the committee
All right.
members.
Thank you very much for that. I've had some people reach out about it, and I just wanted to make sure I understood, and I thought it was a great chance for me to ask the question. So I appreciate you being here and being able to answer everyone. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be quick and efficient. Just thinking, and you may have contemplated all this already, and so I'm sorry if you have, but one easy way to make sure, because I think Councilmember Driscoll makes a good point about renters and making sure it's kind of continuously up to date. Once we do get this information, I mean, there could just be a link on the emergency preparedness website where you could access, here's the construction sites, here's the radius, here's if we have the wind load for each of those, and everybody would have access to that at all times. And so you wouldn't be doing this over desensitizing, because I don't want to do that either. I totally agree with that. And you might miss, but as we're talking about and marketing emergency preparedness, which I think we also learned throughout this last year, we can talk about that website and some of the links that are available, and I think that's probably one, certainly in the downtown corridor, should be highlighted. So I'll leave it there. I just thought that was an easy place to start. And I think we covered all the things you're doing. I think you're making all the right steps, so I appreciate there. The last thing I'll do is I'll make a motion for staff to draft a resolution asking for repeal and replacement of Florida State statute regarding cranes. I think you've heard kind of the will of the body on what that might look like, unless you want some more direction.
And I think it could probably go to city council if they draft it.
I'm happy to send it to Lair or City Council, whichever.
I don't even think it needs to go to Lair. It can come from our committee.
I'm happy to send it
It
to City
could, yeah.
Council.
Yeah, and we already have what Miami-Dade has done. There are templates, and we already have
Certainly.
heard.
So the only thing, just in light of, the bill contemplates a repeal of that, but there's also been some discussion, clearly, in the alternative, maybe the state
Yeah, maybe a second
stepping,
option is-
stepping more into its regulatory role that it currently occupies there, and some of the suggestions that Mr. Tyre had, if you would like.
on building
to-
association.
Well, and just the technical advisory committee and really getting into the Florida Building Commission and their role in updating the code.
And Mr. Tyre can help with the resolution on
I think that would be great.
regulation.
I think all inclusive there.
That was
Yeah.
the request. So if that's the direction,
Please.
then we'll be happy to do that.
I'll make that motion, Chair.
The rest of the committee feels, okay? Yeah. Any further discussion on the resolution? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I got to make motions where I can, Chair.
Thanks, everyone.
It's a good motion. It's a good motion to make. Well, thank you, everyone. I think that's it for the discussion on cranes, and, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Do you have your hand up? Sorry, Councilmember Givens.
No worries.
Y'all could,
I'll be very brief. Thank you very much. I can see everybody's ready to go. So I think our biggest issue here, I won't echo what everyone else has already said, but it's communication. So I was just wondering from legal, do we have any sort of law prohibiting us from having a city SMS service where we can send out these emergency notifications?
I don't.
We do that. We have
We do that, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
is there
we're-
a reason why we didn't utilize that to communicate the message that residents and business owners needed to evacuate?
It would be, you'd have to have a valid list of numbers. So we're talking about grocery stores, apartment buildings,
So do we think about
condos.
possibly utility bills, numbers that are associated with those?
Yeah, this was a more targeted notification. I think we'd have to bring marketing in and some of our communications experts to.
Can we
continue
take a
this
look at
conversation.
that, on what that would look like?
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, my other question was non-evacuation zones. So people who aren't, like Councilmember Driscoll brought up, the Princess Martha. Is there any regulations that we can put into place that would mandate, in the event that you are in an evacuation zone and there's a crane that is up and it has not been secured or moved, can we mandate that they be evacuated?
I don't, I highly doubt that, council member.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
okay. Any other questions from council members that I may have missed? Okay, with that, we're finished with this subject. Thank you all for the presentation. We're kind of running a little bit behind, so we have to move to the next subject, which is wastewater collection facilities. And Claude Tankersley, our Public Works Administrator, and John Palanchar. I don't know if John's here, but I see Claude. Hi, Claude.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, this was an item that I requested based on the hurricanes and our sewage facilities being taken down, so we can have a discussion of what the needs are and to make sure that we can, what is the timeline in terms of addressing these needs and hardening our wastewater facilities. Okay, and with that being said, I'll turn it over to you, Claude.
Thank you, Committee Chair Hanowitz. I appreciate it. Claude Tankersley, Public Works Administrator. I have with me Ivy Drexler. She is our Senior Water Resources Manager, specifically for wastewater.
Okay.
And I like to put these on here not for us, but for anybody who's looking at this later. They can see what we were requested to discuss, and so that's why I have that there. So I wanted to talk about risks to continuous operations at our wastewater treatment plants. And so those risks would include things such as excessive rainfall and flooding that may come from that, or flooding that comes from storm surge or hurricane winds. And so staff and I looked at the risks to our 3 different facilities and tried to rank them qualitatively from a low to a high, so we would know, what we'd be focusing on. And as you can see, really the high ones are for the northeast plant and the southwest plant for flood surge. For rainfall flooding, the plants are designed and graded and have drainage that take care of rainfall flooding pretty well. As a matter of fact, during Milton, when we got 18 to 20 inches of rain, the northwest plant, which was still operating and still occupied, really didn't have much flooding at all on that plant with that excessive amount of rain. So we don't really feel that rainfall flooding is a real risk to the plants. Hurricane winds are mitigated by the fact that all of our plants have redundant systems. So if one piece of equipment goes down or is damaged, then we have a backup piece of equipment to help with that. Again, and many of the facilities, the tanks and so forth, are designed to withstand pretty high hydraulic pressures from the water, and so therefore are pretty safe when it comes to high winds. And so for the storm surge, that's really what we're looking at. So why we're looking specifically at the northeast and southwest plants is because they are at a lower elevation. The northwest plant, as you can see from this table, is at a significantly higher elevation than the other 2. So to remind you, during Helene, we had a 7-foot actual storm surge. And during Milton, we were predicted to have a 15-foot storm surge. The average ground elevation at the northeast plant is about 5 feet, at the southwest plant at about 7 feet, and at the northwest plant at around 24 feet. The critical electrical equipment flood risk elevation at the northeast plant is currently at 7 feet. However, I have the asterisk there because 2 years ago, we started a project, a $70 million project, to raise those critical electrical components, the generators, the switchgear, and so forth, to an elevation of 11 feet. And let me explain why 11 feet. So this wastewater treatment plant is in a flood zone with a FEMA base flood elevation of 9. So when we designed the project to raise the equipment, we were going to raise it to that 9, that base flood elevation, and then added 2 additional feet on top of that for wave action and to give us a little bit of wiggle room. So that's how that 11 feet came about. And that project is currently under construction. We are exploring what we can do to bring those pieces of equipment or provide protection for those pieces of equipment up to 15. And we're doing that based off of the fact that we had this storm. And so we believe we will be able to do that, but we're still evaluating that and working with the contractor. At the southwest plant, that critical elevation is at 12 feet. As you know, the southwest plant went through a significant number of improvements back in the late 2010s, and so it was at a little bit of a better situation. The other thing that we're concerned about is the staff operations. So both of these plants are in evacuation zones A, which in both of these storms, there was a mandatory evacuation. But we couldn't evacuate the staff without not having somebody there to run the plants. And so the staff need to be able to stay there as long as possible and be as safe as possible. Right now, the staff operations building at the Northeast plant, the critical risk elevation is 7 feet. And then at the Southwest plant, it's at 8 feet. Both of those are scheduled to be raised in the next 2 or 3 years. I believe the construction will begin. And both of those projects, the design and the contemplation of raising those facilities were contemplated well before this storm. But it takes time to get those things done. So what can we do to accelerate some of this work and to make them more resilient, assuming we get another Milton with a 15-foot storm surge? And so we had several projects that are ready for design and construction right now, and they are in our CIP, our capital improvement program. And so you can see for that, at the Northwest plant, we have about $64 million of additional work that we want to do there. And at the Southwest plant, about $26 million of additional work we want to do there, for a total of $90 million. Now, what we have experienced within the last 8 years or so is periods of significant cost construction increases. Some of the ones that originally took place were due to the tariffs that were placed in effect after 2016. And so we saw some construction increases then, and then we saw some right after the pandemic. And so to be safe, and the fact that we have this in our 5-year CIP, I have added a 20% construction costs contingency there for us to consider and be prepared for. And then finally, for the Southwest plant, we have a report that was provided to us looking at climate vulnerability for the Southwest plant that had several recommendations that have not yet been implemented. That report, I believe, was finalized in July of 2024, again before these storms actually hit us. And the most expensive project from that was to build a wall around the entire Southwest plant. And the estimated cost for that wall was $55 million. I added the 20% contingency to it, 50% contingency to it, which brings it up to the $83 million. So, the maximum that we think that we will likely see over the next 5 years is about $191 million, with probably a $90 million as the minimum. So I don't like to have to bring you guys such a huge range of costs, but in this climate, we know that that's probably practical. And these are the lists of the projects that staff have identified for each of the plants that we would like to pursue to provide us that more reliability at those 2 plants that we have already in our 5-year CIP. Ivy could speak to those if you have any specific questions about any of those specific projects, but I did want to list those out here. And so that's the end of the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And before I go to committee members, you mentioned about the evacuation zone and
Yes.
about evacuating staff. Is there a way to make it remotely, like with all the, I don't know, we live in the world of AI. I mean,
Yes. Yes.
Is there a way to turn off these systems remotely?
So, yes, but I'm going to give you a more nuanced answer. Okay? There's a way to remotely operate these plants, and that technology has been around for a while. Now, we have been hesitant to implement that because of what we have seen that have happened in other facilities, such as up in Oldswire, where somebody hacked into their system remotely and adjusted their chlorine feed. So we've been very hesitant to do that with the fear that somebody could hack into it and cause problems at our plant. And so that's why we had not pursued it in the past. But there is a way to do that. I'd like to use the analogy of a television, if I may. So you buy a television, you bring it home, and you put it on your stand, and you want to turn it on, and you take your remote control out, and you're pressing the remote control, and the television doesn't come on. The reason it doesn't come on is because the television is not energized. It's not plugged in. Now, you can't plug it in with your remote control. So you have to get up and go over there and manually plug it in. It is now energized. It's now connected to a power feed, and it actually has power going to it constantly. Because if it didn't have the power going to it constantly, your remote control wouldn't work. So it has a little bit of power going to it constantly. Now you're using your television and you're remotely controlling it all the time. But if you're getting ready to have a storm and you might think you might have some flooding, you can turn off your television with using that remote control, but you can't unplug it using that remote control. So that television is still energized. And what was a challenge for us was de-energizing the plant, unplugging the plant. And we have no remote way of doing that at this time. So our staff had to physically do that, manually do that. Since this event, our staff have been talking to the manufacturers of the different switch gears and other components and finding a way, working with them of a way, if there's a way to develop a method of being able to remotely de-energize, remotely unplug it. We're hoping that we'll be able to find that solution.
Okay, that's good. And then the other thing I wanted to also kind of touch upon, so I know that there was a vulnerability assessment on the southwest plant. Is there one going to be done on the northeast plant, or has it been done, or what's the status of that?
Yes, ma'am. So if you look on
You have those-
here, it should be on there.
It's the top one.
The top
Thank
one.
you. Yes, yes.
So that's the vulnerability implementation project.
Yes.
Which is doing an analysis.
Yes, we're doing an analysis of that plant, just like we had for the
Right.
Southwest plant.
Okay.
And then anything that we can do to accelerate and get those things done, we will do those things.
Okay.
And Brajesh Preman, our engineering director, is coming forward. Perhaps he has a comment on that.
Yeah, so in the time when you walk, you actually answered it. So we do have the vulnerability assessment for the southwest, for northeast being performed. Concurrent to that, we are preparing the council items to bring to council for the professional services as well as the construction manager to start the implementation. So we'll be doing both of them concurrently. But the vulnerability assessment is already underway. And right now we're trying to get it on March 6th, but it's just finalizing the GMP at that point. That's our approximate dates that we're looking at. But again, we're going to run with these as concurrent. As the vulnerability assessments identify, we're going to start designing and implementing at the same time.
Okay. And just for context for the committee members, the value, if we would totally lose the southwest plant, what's in today's dollars, what is the value of that? And the northeast plant. The southwest, there was a value I saw of 400 and something million. I don't know if that's a correct number or not, but.
That is a best guess as
Right.
to what it would take to completely rebuild that plant from a level of destruction that we might see from like a 25-foot storm surge and 150-mile-per-hour winds.
Right.
The more likely scenario is that we would lose specific components, such as switchgear or generators or master control centers. Those are more likely in the lower million-dollar digits, but they are very expensive.
Right. Well, I guess what the report said, Cat 5 hurricane coming out with a storm surge, all out,
Yes.
total loss.
Correct.
That's what you're looking at, because it's helpful to evaluate these numbers when you're
Yes.
looking at the total cost of the facility,
Correct.
which is very high.
Yes, very high.
And then the other thing that I want committee members to understand when we're looking at numbers, because these are all big numbers, is what happens if you have a total loss? What is the impact?
So since we have 3 wastewater facilities that serve, each wastewater facility serves approximately a third of the city. So if a single wastewater facility goes out and we cannot get it back up for months or years, we will have to bring in temporary ways of providing sewage treatment. It may have to be smaller plants that are, kind of mobile plants we can bring in. We may have to find ways to redirect flows to the other facilities, but it'll take time to implement all of those different solutions.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If I may also add
Yeah.
to that, so that's the cost on, maintaining the operations for residents. But if I'm understanding your question, you're trying to get to what is the real insured value of that asset.
But that and the whole thing, yes.
Okay, I think that's something we could follow up with risk management on and try to get you there.
Right. But I wanted to understand from Claude the practical impact to residents and to our city and what happens if you lose a plant.
Right, right. That's correct. Now, there have been other communities outside of Florida, so for instance, if you remember Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy, when that hit up in the New Jersey, New York area, several of their plants went out, and what they chose to do was just allow the sewage to continue to flow to the plant and then spill out of the plant and then spill into the bays. Which put billions of gallons of wastewater into the waterways up there. We would not do that, but that's what other communities outside of the state of Florida have done.
And then in terms of, you have the plant itself, and then you have the collection systems that feed the plant, right? So this is all just related to the plant, has nothing to do with the systems.
Yes, correct.
And so is there a vulnerability of those systems that we should also be considering when we're looking at this?
The primary vulnerability to the collection system is at the lift stations, where we have electrical equipment and pumps where we're pumping the sewage from a lower elevation to a higher elevation so it can continue to the plant. We have approximately 80 lift stations in the city. Some of those are vulnerable to storm surge. We've had procedures in place for a while where we know which one of those are vulnerable to storm surge, and we know how to prepare them for the storm surge. Sometimes we will lose power to those lift stations, and so many of them actually have dedicated generators on site. For those that don't have dedicated generators on site, what we do is we have portable generators, and we'll go and deploy them and so forth. So those are the primary vulnerabilities in the collection system. So it's not quite as bad as it is at the plants.
And we've addressed lift station in
yes.
downtown.
Yes, that's correct. So for the lift station downtown, the lift station 85, thank you very much to council for approving that purchase of the aqua fence that we will deploy around that station. Just in case we get a 15-foot storm surge, it'll help protect that station.
Okay. And the other thing, because I know we've looked at it before, but we have new council members, so they understand where these plants serve, what areas. Northeast plant, could you just, an idea, southwest, northeast, and northwest, like what?
So the northeast plant is located on 62nd Avenue Northeast near Mangrove Bay Golf Course, and it serves the northeast quadrant of the city. The southwest plant is located down right next to Eckerd College, and it serves the southwest and the south and east, the central part of the city. So it serves a large part of the city. And then the northwest plant is located up off of 22nd Avenue North near Walter Fuller Park, and it services the northwest part of the city.
And the southwest plant is one that serves downtown.
Yes, ma'am.
And the northeast plant is, I think, over 30, after 38th Ave, or around 34th maybe, and above.
Right.
Are the areas. So when one plant goes down, it is a third of the city that is affected, so it's multiple council districts. In terms, to understand the elevations that you're gonna increase to 15 feet, you're saying both southwest and the northeast plant, that's the 15 feet marker that you're looking at?
Yes, so moving forward from today, it's 15 feet. We're doing our best to try to retrofit the ones that currently are at a lower elevation as best we can. But any new construction moving forward, it'll be 15 feet.
And in terms of the perimeter flood barrier that you mentioned, the project that's $83 million on the southwest plant, that is I think the recommendation from the report.
Yes.
Most cost effective and all that in terms of providing protection. Are there any issues? Because I know, these perimeter flood barriers aren't easy. You have to have the right lay of the land.
Right, correct. Correct. And so that would be a permanent barrier that would be built, a combination of a berm and a wall. And it could be quite imposing to, visually imposing to travelers in the neighborhood to see that huge wall around that plant. But that's what's being projected.
Okay. And that's what I want people to understand, what that is and what that may look like. And I would probably invite council members to actually to have a tour of some of these sites if they have not had the sites, especially that serve your area. I think it's fascinating to go to the sites and actually look at them and see what we're dealing with. So I'm sorry I had all those questions, but committee members, any questions? I guess I'm the only one that had questions. Well, with that said, I think we're doing pretty good, 11:23, considering we started late. So I think if there are no other further questions, given the fact that we've been running late, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for all the information.
Thank you.
Great.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruth, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is la Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations, and we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it will make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this. The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, you know, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, you know, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that for the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. You know, I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's, you know, something a lot of people don't get to do.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office, so we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel good.
It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos bami, empanadas, caniches, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Crown Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are one block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete, you know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something Dave and Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? Ready for breakfast?
My
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
After the pledge, before you swear everyone in, I'll pause to talk about. You say good? All right, we are in session. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Reale. I'm chairman of the Development Review Commission. I'll be presiding over the hearing today. On behalf of the board, welcome. The Development Review Commission is a voluntary group of citizens appointed by the mayor and confirmed by City Council. Can we turn that down a little bit? The commissioner is responsible for considering requests including special exceptions, site plan approvals, variances, reinstatements, redevelopments, and street vacations. Copies of today's agenda are available at the podium to my right, your left. Certain proceedings on today's agenda, actually all of the proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony to assist the commission in making its decision. If you have questions regarding the quasi-judicial procedures, there's a guide available from the clerk at the center console. All persons who plan to provide testimony today will be required to take an oath after speaking. Anyone speaking before the commission on a quasi-judicial item must fill out a blue card and will be sworn in by the clerk prior to speaking. A representative for a group or organization may be designated, but the representative will only be allowed 3 minutes. The pooling of time is not permitted. For each quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation will be made to the commission by a representative from the city administration, staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent will each have 10 minutes for their presentation. Following presentations, all persons in attendance who have filled out a blue card located on the podium will be given 3 minutes to speak. If you have filled out a card, you will be called by name and asked to approach the podium. All statements, questions, or testimony must be stated in front of a microphone located at either podium on each side of the room to ensure all audio is recorded for the record. When addressing the commission, please begin with your name and address and state whether you have been sworn. Once members of the public have had a chance to speak, cross-examination will begin. During the cross-examination phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to ask questions of any witness. Questions should be directed to me as chair. I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for response. Following cross-examination, rebuttal and closing statements will begin. During this phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to provide rebuttal and closing statements. If there's no registered opponent, any person who wishes to be registered as a registered opponent may register as a registered opponent with the DRC clerk prior to the beginning of the initial presentation of the case and may participate in the limited purposes of cross-examination and rebuttal closing. If more than one person wishes to utilize the time, the opposition must select one representative to present their case. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the commission will go into executive session. The commission may ask questions of the applicant or the public at any time during the proceedings. All motions today are made in an affirmative manner with a quorum of 5 or more commission members. It takes 4 concurring votes of the commission for any motion to pass. Once the commission has voted on your item, we ask that you continue any conversations outside. This will allow us to move forward with your fellow St. Petersburg citizens' DRC matters. Thank you for your cooperation. Please turn off all cell phones and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So before we continue down the agenda today, I want to make clear that we have a unique circumstance today. We only have 5 members today. As I noted, this is a volunteer board, and typically we don't have attendance problems, but we have a bad timing this month apparently, and so we have these 5 members. This is all we need for a quorum, so we can proceed today, but you need 4 votes. So it doesn't matter that there's less of us. It's not a majority. It's 4 votes. So if you're concerned that your item might be challenging or difficult, you may want to consider deferring to a later month so that you have more opportunity to get those positive 4 votes. This doesn't, we're not considering the evidence until you're up there, so I'm not making any opinion on what you all should do. Just understand how the math works there. Your majority isn't reduced, or your votes aren't reduced by having a smaller group here. This is not normal, so I do want to kind of go through the list here before we get started and see if anyone does wish to defer. For the first case on the agenda, it's 2454000049. Do you wish to defer? And in answering, can you please confirm at the microphone? Please identify yourself and then confirm for us, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Tenaya John, 935 Main Street, Suite C4, Safety Harbor, Florida, 34695. And I do respectfully request deferral to March.
Okay, and Council, before we go, all these, they get the right to do that, right? We don't have to take a vote?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's really no conditions set forth in this section of the code governing that outside of if there's fewer than 7. It's at the applicant's discretion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You're deferred till next month. The second case is case 2432000011. Is there a representative here for that case? Can you please come to the podium and let us know if you want to proceed or defer?
We would like to proceed today.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. All right. We'll be on your case in just a moment then.
Okay.
Mr. Trask, I think you have the next group of cases. Can you confirm you want to move forward? It's the next 5, correct?
Next 5 will move forward.
Okay. The next one I have on the agenda is number 8, which is case number 2454000122. Is there a representative for that case here?
My name is Julio Ramos. I'm acting as agent for Ms. Nancy Biddle, address 5823 Emerson Avenue South, and I wish to defer to March.
Okay. You will be deferred to the March schedule then. Thank you.
Good.
And then the last case we have on the agenda is case number 9, case 2454000126. Is there a representative for that case?
Scott Boyer with the City of St. Petersburg Development Review Services. I have spoken with the applicant this morning, and they do wish to proceed today. They're not here right now.
Okay. All right. All right. So with that, what?
I got you. We're good.
Okay. All right. Can you proceed with the swearing in of the witnesses then?
And then 9.
confirm that the evidence you're about to use will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'm so glad I did not read the first case, but the fourth.
We'll move into roll call.
Roll call, please, yes.
Joe?
Here.
Kiernan?
Here.
Bialy?
Here.
Clemens? Singleton? Blatt? Griner? Flynn?
Here.
Adelo?
Here.
We have a quorum.
If someone has reviewed the minutes, can I have a motion or a comment on a change that needs to be made?
I move to approve the last month's minutes.
Second.
Bialy?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Kiernan?
Was not here.
You can still vote.
Approved, yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Adelo?
Yes.
Minutes pass.
Do we have any non-agenda blue cards?
We do not.
Okay. All right, so we will go into the first case we're going to hear, which is case 2, case number 2432000011. Staff?
I don't know why it's.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon. Katrina Lunan Gordon, Planner 2 with Development Review Services for the record. The application before you is located at the corner of Mateo Way Northeast and Monterey Boulevard Northeast. The property is zoned NS1 for neighborhood suburban, and historically, the subject property included 2 plats facing Mateo Way Northeast. On November 4th, 2020, the DRC approved a special exception for an off-site parking lot. I am so sorry, pause. How do I turn the light on here? I'm having a hard time seeing. Thank you. Perfect. All right, so in November 4th, 2020, the DRC approved a special exception for an off-site parking lot. The special exception included a lot line adjustment with a variance to lot width and a lot refacing. The previous applicant cleared the site and provided an uncovered 14-space surface parking area unified with the Snell Isle apartment site. The parking area is south of the subject property and parallel to a 20-foot wide alleyway. The new larger subject property with the new single-family dwelling was approved for a lot refacing where the new lot now fronts Monterey Boulevard Northeast. So that's the subject property here, and here's Monterey Boulevard. And the lot is 88.8 feet wide, 141 feet in depth, and approximately 12,470 square feet in lot area. Upon adjusting the lot lines and splitting the lots, the subject property was purchased by the current applicants, the homeowners, in March 2022 from the Snell Holdings LLC. Based on the evaluation conducted during the DRC approved special exception of the southern side of Mateo Way Northeast, it was recommended and conditioned that any new single-family residence building shall maintain a street side setback of 20 feet, where the typical and required street side setback in NS1 zoning district is 12 feet. And this is off of Mateo Way, that's south. Following the timeline, a permit for a new single-family residence and detached garage was obtained by the property owners. Plans for the residence was approved with a street side yard setback of 20.1 feet, adhering to the special conditions of approval from the original special exception. Upon attempting to receive a certificate of occupancy, a CO, for the completed structure, the as-built survey was submitted for review for the city in September of 2024. Zoning found that the principal structure did not comply with the required 20-foot street side yard setback, and it's at 18.8 feet. And the detached garage did not meet the required 5.5-foot interior side setback encroachment for a side loading garage, and it's at 4.7 feet. As a result, the applicant is requesting approval to modify the special condition of approval under number 1 for the special exception case number 20-32-000014, and is seeking an after-the-fact variance to retain as is the newly built detached garage within the required interior side yard setback. And there's the garage. All right, here's the breakdown showing the variance and its magnitude. You have the special exception, that's on the top section. Now, when a variance to a setback is being sought, no additional encroachment is permitted, and that's the middle section where it's a 7.5-foot setback. The bottom section is showing perspective when compared to the allowable encroachment sections of the code. Therefore, the after-the-fact variance is to deviate from the minimum required interior side yard setback of 7.5 feet within the NS1 zoning district. Staff reviewed the after-the-fact variance in context of the following criteria. Upon staff's evaluation of the bird's eye view of the properties along the alleyway within the block, developed with 1 to 2 residential units, and zoned similarly NS1, there are no detached garage structures facing the alley encroaching into the required setbacks for accessory structures. There are some examples. However, what is peculiar to the site is that the garage abuts an approved surface parking lot for vehicles. The subject property adjoins a use other than a single-family home, and the parking lot runs parallel to a 20-foot wide alleyway, providing reasonable distance from the detached garage to the multifamily building to the south. The request is considered self-imposed, though not the intent of the homeowners, and in relying on the licensed general contractors. The building was approved with a compliant interior side yard setback where 5.5 is allowed, but you see the 4.7. Literal enforcement of this chapter would require the applicant to meet the applicable setback and comply with the previously approved permit. Strict application of the code would allow for reasonable use of the land without the granting of the after-the-fact variance, and would not deprive the applicant of rights and other properties of similar lot size and orientation possesses. The newly installed 6-foot tall fence provides visual screening of the detached garage from Monterey Boulevard Northeast. The existing 6-foot solid wall and landscaping installed, including shade trees and continuous hedges along the perimeter of the parking area, also provides a visual screening from the alleyway. And additionally, the parking area and 20-foot alleyway provides the effective separation. The granting of the after-the-fact setback variance would not be in harmony and the general purpose and intent of the code. The granting of the variance does not appear to be injurious to the neighbor's properties or detrimental to public welfare, and the reason set forth in the application does not justify granting the after-the-fact variance. No comments from the neighborhood associations were received by staff. I did receive 2 inquiries via email asking for further information, no feedback provided thereafter. Regarding the variance, based on the analysis provided, the reasons outlined in the report do not justify the granting of this after-the-fact variance. Should the proposal be approved, it will be subject to the special conditions of approval outlined in the published staff report. In regards to the special exception, it is to read, on the north lot on an 18-foot street side, building setbacks shall be required. Open porches, pools, and patios shall be exempted from this requirement. So the future dwelling on this lot shall be required to provide an entry or decorative porch on the Mateo Way northeast facade, which conveys the design intent of a dwelling entrance. The conditions are attached to the lot will otherwise be authorized by the POD. Should the proposal be approved, it will be subject to the special conditions of approval outlined in the published staff report. Here are the location of the signatures of support via the neighborhood worksheet provided by the applicant. And the applicant, homeowners are here in the audience, and staff is here for any questions. Thank you.
Questions for staff? I have one. I know it's redundant, but to make very, very clear, the code would require 12 and a half, and the special exception is 20, and we're requesting to go to the 18?
Correct. And it was only a condition in the original special exception.
And then for the second issue, it's after the fact variance adjacent to the parking lot, but not on the, I guess it's not really north, but not the adjacent to the neighboring property that has a single family residence. It meets the setback of
On the east side.
on the east side. There we go.
Yes, okay.
All right. You did a much better job. I had a hard time following the staff report, but I'm there now. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. If there's no more questions, applicant, please state your name and address and confirm that you've been sworn. If you're both going to speak, please both do that.
Hey, Julia Brooks, my address is 227 Mateo Way, Northeast, St. Pete.
Rick Brooks, 227 Mateo Way, Northeast.
And confirm you've been sworn, you've taken the oath.
I've been sworn.
I've been sworn in as well.
Mhm.
Okay, I'd like to congratulate Katrina. That
So
was
when you guys switch off talking, I do need you to go to the microphone to take your turns.
fine. Thank you. I thought my voice carried better than that. Katrina, congratulations. That was a beautiful presentation.
Yeah.
Very well prepared. Anyways, we signed a contract with the GC on October of 2022. And lots of difficulties throughout the process. We actually let him go in April of 23, just because of poor workmanship and wasn't meeting construction standards. So we let him go. But throughout his process, he assured us, and it's addressed in the summary, that he texted me that, hey, we passed the footer inspection and the setbacks are fine. And I have a screenshot if you want to see it, but it's already addressed in the summary. So throughout this, you know, we trusted the GC, we trusted the in-progress inspections that were taking place all along the process of building this home. And now here we are at the end, when we apply for a CO, we find out, we're 14.4 inches over the setback line on the main property. The garage, we're a complete concrete block off. That's the problem there. Anyways, we've been through a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, a year and a half of a lawsuit, and we hired an attorney. When we terminated him, the attorney said, no, you could terminate him. The whole house he put crooked. I found out because one wall was not parallel to the detached garage. We had to have that wall knocked down. Then we didn't know anything about the setback at that time. He deducted some of the price on the house, the cost. So we ended up terminating him, not from that, just from other things as well. And so here we are a year and a half later. He puts a lien on our home after we paid all the draws exactly. A year and a half later, we still didn't even know why he put a lien on our house. He has not come up, and he has other lawsuits as well. It has put us in bad financial situation. We have repaired so many things.
So this was supposed to be our forever home. And we paid cash throughout this whole process because we didn't want a mortgage, we want to retire and just live comfortably, and our only bill would be taxes. That's not the case anymore. Since he put a lien on the property, we're done. We're done.
So many repairs we've had to fix. The trusses didn't fit right because all the walls are wrong. So every time, my husband and I every time we hired a contractor to come in to do the trusses or framing, we constantly had to be hearing, this is wrong, that's wrong. It has been nonstop with everything we have done with the house. We are drained. If If we have to knock down something, we can't do it. We had to wait to submit this because financially we couldn't even pay the money to do this. And just recently, our steps, he did the steps wrong. And Joshua, the inspector, disapproved them. So we had to wait a while to be able to hire someone to cut the steps for us, which we just got approved this morning.
Yeah,
So-
our final building inspection was this morning, and it's approved. Now our only speed bump now is this meeting with you. Can I ask, has anybody from the commission been by the house? Right, thank you for that effort. Thank you.
Well, we can't really do anything like landscaping, pest control. I mean, we are, because of the whole attorneys and everything, trying to fight this guy, it's been a nightmare for us. It did the reverse than what we wanted to do. And every day we're just trying to
keep going. Yeah.
keep going. So we're begging you to let this go because we couldn't fix it. We can't financially fix it.
There's one more thing. You gave us the option whether we wanted to put this off until March, but we can't do that because what's hanging in the balance now is our portability expires mid-March, and that's $500,000.
Or the credit or whatever from our other house, the taxes. So, and at this point, we can't get home insurance. We can't live there. I mean, we can't do anything. We don't have baseboards. Our house is not completed inside because of everything because of this builder has done.
Yeah, ideally, if we could get a CO and get this lien removed, we could go out and get a home equity loan and finish this house.
But we can't.
But we can't. Do you have any questions for us?
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Flint?
Unfortunately, this is a somewhat common thing that's happening around here, and probably nationwide. So I'm sorry to hear about this, but I do have some questions. You had terminated the initial contractor. When you terminated that contractor, at what point in construction were you? Was it just footers?
The concrete.
He did the stem wall, the pouring of the pad, and first floor concrete block.
Okay.
That's it. But to be clear, we hired him to bring us to about a 60% finish, and then allow my wife and I to finish off the
Drywall, to
the drywall stage, and allow us to do the final finishes and paint colors, and that was the full intent.
So when you terminated the initial contractor, the setbacks were violated already at that time because the walls were there. It's the
Yes.
That is correct.
Front corner that sits at an angle. That portion is what's encroaching, so that enclosed area was already there.
Well, at that point, we did not know that the setbacks were off.
But that would be a true statement.
That's a true statement.
Now, is the home sitting that same distance further away from the back property line, the main structure, where you have the parking, the off-site parking for the apartments that's adjacent to your home? Is your home sitting like 1.2 feet further away from that fence at this point?
I presume it is.
Okay.
The building itself, yes.
In other words, did the building get built an additional 1.2 feet wider?
No.
Or is it just shifted an additional 1.2 feet further away from the fence?
It's the footprint is shifted towards Mateo.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further.
Thank you for your question.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a registered opponent?
No, we did not.
Do we have any blue cards?
Nope.
No blue cards. Staff, do you have any cross-examination?
Staff waves?
Do you all have any questions for staff?
No, sir.
They're indicating no. Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waves.
Do you all have any closing remarks? Okay. indicating no, so we'll go into executive session.
He looks like he's, did you want to get up and make a comment?
You're free to make comment.
Thank you. When we built this house, you know, we wanted to complement the area. You know, Snell Island is very eclectic in styles and characters of housing. So when we built this house, we feel that we complemented the neighborhood with the style of the house that we built. And to have to shave off 14.4 inches off that front corner, it's going to impact roof trusses, the second story window, the balcony, 2 windows on the first floor, and aesthetically, I don't know what that would look like. Obviously, it would require an architect, an engineer for the trusses, and the same impact on the garage. We would have to rebuild the footers to move the wall to within the setback line, and we talked to our neighbors, and you know they don't recognize that there's something wrong here, and you know we feel that we're not negatively impacting our neighbors in any way. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Just stay there for just a moment. I do have a question. So when you talked to, it was mentioned how your contract left it open for you all to do work at a certain point. Is that when you let the contractor go, or did another contractor come in and cover the gap and then you took over?
Yes, we hired other subcontractors to finish and correct the work that our initial contractor did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? All right, we'll go into executive session. I have thoughts, but I'll reserve.
You have a lot of flaws all the way around because they brought in a second contractor. First of all, you know, you hire a surveyor to come out and set your corners of the home, make sure you're meeting setbacks. Apparently that wasn't done or was incorrect, whether it's the surveyor was wrong, contractor was wrong, and didn't order it, whatever. Second major error is you hire a contractor that doesn't come in and immediately start questioning everything that's wrong with the house. You don't go stepping into somebody's project without verifying that it was right. And a simple tie-in survey with the surveyor to verify that when it was just the first floor concrete block, that contractor should have hired somebody at that point. We may not have gotten anywhere near the level with interior framing, second floor framing, of, you know, truss systems and then roofing systems, everything. We wouldn't have gotten anywhere near this far if that contractor had done their job properly in ordering a tie-in survey. So there's a lot of errors here. And several of us, I think, were around a few years ago when the apartment complex came here to break off this property.
Yep,
I believe Mr. Stowe was here also. So this was originally where they had a couple covered parking garages. Some were open, some were closed. So it's an unusual setting, so we remember it. They saved that piece of land for parking for that apartment, and no further at this time.
I drive by this all the time. I remember that case very well, Commissioner Flint. And one of the things that strikes me about this neighborhood, this particular part of that neighborhood, there's duplexes everywhere. It's a hodgepodge of a lot of things, frankly. I sympathize with these folks. Unfortunately, this isn't the venue for a lot of the grievances and, boy, well-founded grievances with their builders. That's not our job. But, and I think Katrina's got it right. I mean, by the book, this is what you have to say. But I have a hard time turning these folks down. They did not. We have a lot of cases coming before, especially we all know when I see after the fact whoa, what happened here? I've heard nothing in this record that these folks had anything to do with this. They didn't cause it. There's just nothing to indicate they played a role in it like we oftentimes see. So I think Katrina got it right, but I think the equities of this and the effect on the neighborhood, I have a hard time saying no personally, unless I'm convinced otherwise.
And I would just say that I think we did the right thing when we put the 20-foot setback in a few years ago. I think that was the correct thing to do, to have the front yard setback although it's a side yard, I understand. But as I'm eyeballing it on Google Earth, it is really difficult to see that it doesn't match some of the other homes along there. And for those of you who drove it, I mean, did all of a sudden it stand out and go, wow, that's definitely 2 feet? No. So I think I'm frustrated because it was a big lot. They could have gotten it easily right, but it's not their fault. And I don't think it's injurious to the neighborhood. I don't think it's going to set any kind of a precedent. God, I hope not. I hope nobody else has to go through what you've gone through. So I agree with Commissioner Kiernan. I can support this.
I think it helps that the issue it butts up against a parking lot.
For the garage.
Yeah, and so there is no injury to a neighbor. And also, with the front setback issue, I think, it's just the corner. So it is less imposing than the entire facade being at 18 foot. It's really just a small triangular area that it's at 18 feet. So while unfortunate and while we, don't like, I guess, we don't like kind of approving of work that was not done well. I think the conditions of the case are such that, it would make sense to vote for it.
So, it's not always necessary for each of us to take our turn. And I feel obligated in this case to add on, even though I'm going to say a lot of the same things. We see these types of cases way too often. I wish there was something we could do about it. I wish that people were seeing this, right? But, frankly, we're not, getting the ratings of the Super Bowl on public TV. But this is a really big problem, and it puts all of the enforcement on the property owners. And I struggle with that, and I have voted against these in the past. In this case, one of the requests is totally within our control, right? It's a compatibility issue with the special exception. I don't have any issue with that. The magnitude is not an issue. The after-the-fact variance, I do think there's a special condition of the site that would allow there to be a smaller setback, given that it's adjacent to a parking lot that's tied to the property next door. So I feel good today, and then I can get to, and I'm looking to you all now, the criteria we have to go under, our hearts break with these stories. We hear them a lot, and these are the worst cases we get. Some of the more frustrating cases we get are probably docs, but these are the worst cases we get. And we have voted against them in the past and have had to send people back to figure out a new plan. But this site does afford us flexibility to find the criteria, and I can support. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I would move approval of a modification of a previously approved special exception and related site plan to amend a special conditional approval from case 20-324014 and approval of an after-the-fact variance to the minimum required interior side yard setback for an existing detached garage subject to the special conditions.
Can I ask a question before we take a vote real quick? Corey, I don't do I don't do residential construction. I do commercial. Generally, we're required to do a tie-in survey at the time the footer is there to make sure we've got it in the right spot. Does the city of St. Petersburg require a tie-in for slabs on residential? Because other issues that come before this board all would be solved at that point if we knew before that slab is poured that it is in the right spot, that we don't go vertical after that. Do you know if St. Pete requires that tie-in survey?
That would come from the building department, so I can't answer that. I know zoning only looks at the as-built.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because I think that a lot of times when municipalities are looking on what they should change in their code, they look at what variances are required. And while this is not the kind of variance we want to see, this is still a variance that comes up a lot, and that might be a remedy.
You're right, that'd keep the horses in the barn, so to speak.
People would be frustrated that they have to get another inspection, but
we're not seeing any real issues once it's gone vertical if it's in the right spot. They're not doing anything major at that point. It's all right at ground level with a tie-in survey. Anyway.
Are we splitting it in 2 votes?
Yeah.
No.
I don't think we need to.
We don't? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
I'm not getting that.
We have a second?
That feeling from.
We do if that is your second one.
I second the motion.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Padua?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you.
Good luck, folks.
Thank you.
That doesn't usually happen.
All right, moving to the next case. Case 24, item number 3, case 2431000009. Staff.
Thank you.
It's still loading.
There we go. Corey Malishka, zoning official with the City of St. Pete's Development Review Services Division. The case before you is a property that is located on First Avenue South and 17th Street South. It's located on the northeast corner and is currently developed with a single-story commercial building and service parking lot. On July 12, 2023, the Development Review Commission did approve a site plan to construct an 8-story building with 97 dwelling units. The applicant was also approved for floor area ratio bonuses. Here you can just see the existing conditions of the site. Again, the property is currently developed with a single-story office building surface lot. The west side, there is the 1-story building. The north side, there is the 7-story hotel use. To the east, there is a 2-story multifamily development. And to the south, there's currently a vacant lot associated with Tropicana Field. This is the proposed site plan. The proposed building will be 13 stories. The base of the building will be set back 30 feet from the eastern property line. Above the base, there will be a 9-story tower. The tower will be set back 20 feet along the north side of the building and approximately 45.25 feet above grade. The ground floor of the building will consist of a lobby, club room, back-of-house facilities, and 12 service parking spaces and 12 bike racks. The lobby area will be shared by both the residents of the apartments as well as the hotel guests. Floors 2 through 5 will have a total of 54 hotel rooms. The 6th floor will have 6 hotel rooms and 6 dwelling units. Floors 7 through 12 will have a total of 54 dwelling units. And then the 13th floor will have an indoor and outdoor amenity space that does include co-working space, fitness area, and pool. These amenities will be shared between the guests. A residential unit that is less than 750 square feet does not require any parking, and a hotel use requires 1 space for every 4 units. Based on the number of residential units and hotel rooms, 15 vehicular parking spaces are required. The applicant's providing a total of 12, as well as 18 bike spaces, which we're allowed to do substitutions up to 20% of the required auto for bicycle spaces. As well, there was a reduction since the BRT is located right here along First Avenue South. They do receive a 10% reduction in the parking for that as well. The property, like I said, is within an 1/8 mile of that high-frequency rail. And lastly, like I said, the bike parking can substitute. This is the proposed elevations. You can see the west and east. As described by the applicant's architect, the modern style of the high-rise building is delineated by shifting balconies and folding planes that infuse a playful energy into downtown St. Petersburg. A bold architectural composition of alternating glass patterns, aqua accents, and gradients at the gray ascent upward to highlight the iconic canopy and signage that will activate First Avenue South. And here you have the south and north elevations. Again, the applicant is requesting bonuses to the code, and one of those is a height bonus. The height proposed will be 150 feet above grade. The maximum building height for the subject property is 200 feet. For properties with a building height between 125 and 150 feet requires approval by staff with public notice. The project requires approval already for the FAR bonuses to avoid multiple approvals. The bonus to building height as well as to the floor area ratio bonuses are being handled as one application. Staff has reviewed the proposed building height and finds that it complies with the review criteria as outlined in section 16.70.040.1.1 subsection D. The airport height limit at this location is 308 feet above mean sea level, and city code requires a decorative crown for any project that does receive additional building height. Some perspectives of the project. Again, the project is located within the DC2 zoning district. The base floor area ratio is 3.0. The applicant is requesting a bonus of 4.0 for a total FAR of 7. The first bonus the applicant will be choosing from is the the transfer of development rights from a historic landmark. The applicant will be required to purchase 5,004 square feet of historic transfer of development rights. The second bonus is to provide funding to the Housing and Capital Improvements Housing Trust Fund. Based on the construction cost, the applicant will be required to contribute $220,000 to that fund. And lastly, the applicant will be choosing from an array of FAR bonuses that include historic TDRs, lead, additional contribution to the Housing Trust Fund, as well as open space, and that'll be a total of 2.5 FAR. Additional perspectives. For the standards of review, there are 16 criteria for the commission to take into consideration. A multifamily and hotel development in the DC2 zoning district are both permitted uses. The relevant review criteria, staff has defined that this proposed project complies with all. And the responsibility of the DRC to evaluate each criteria and weigh these criteria in making their decision. Staff did receive one email requesting copies of the application and plans, but no follow-up questions or objections were provided. And staff does recommend approval of the floor area ratio bonuses, the building height bonus, and the site plan subject to the special conditions of approval. Thank you.
Questions for staff?
I have one question. Well, I'm going to start with one question. How's it? I think the way the conditions are written, it's perfectly okay, and we'll get what we want, but I just want to make sure. So condition number 8 talks about bicycle parking being in accordance with a certain section. And then we know that there's a transportation memo that specifically talks about the additional bicycle spaces. I just don't want 8 to, overrule 14, or, am I being just overcautious on the fact that it's going to be more than what the section calls for?
So the general condition that we place in here is, so basically mine is almost like the standard.
Right.
Put in all the cases that you have to at least provide the minimum. And then we get into, there's dimensions, location requirements that fall under what I'm calling out under number 8. And then under, let me double check on transportations, he's probably referring to, again, the location on those.
He specifically mentioned that there would be additional parking, bicycle spaces in order to reduce the number of parking spaces.
Yeah, and I think that's fine to call that out separately. I mean, that's part of his review from our transportation planner.
And it does, condition number 14 does say you must comply with, so.
Yes.
I just don't, they're somewhat in conflict.
I mean, if you want to do a clarification.
No, I think we're good. I think, unless anybody else has the same concern. Also, a note in condition number 16, apparently this got continued, so it has a valid date of December 4, 2027, when it would normally have February 5th, 2028.
Correct, we'd have to change that.
Okay. Is that something we have to do?
Correct. Yeah, we would just amend that condition to reflect today's date.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? Good.
On the, going back to the Met House, our favorite building in downtown, Corey, when the Met House was constructed, there was no requirement at all for parking on it. But since then, there are now 2 parking spaces in, I believe, the right-of-way that are now reserved purely for valet service for that. The Met House is operated as a 100% hotel at this point. On this project here, I see there is some street parking along the north side of First Avenue South. Is there anything that would prevent this facility from taking control of that space and utilizing public parking for a private use?
So how this would work is that the valet requires approval from the transportation department. So all the valet services you see on Beach Drive, they go through a city approval. So the city does not have to approve valet. A lot of these are designated loading areas, and some of them have turned into valet. The loading areas are open to anyone. There's not a guaranteed, valet. Usually they're like 15 or 20-minute loading area. I know some of them show valet signs, which I believe would probably not, I would have to verify with their transportation department, but they probably don't have valet permits.
Well, like at the Mint House along the west side of the property.
Yeah, on 11th Street.
That appears to be city signage limiting it only to them, and then they've got their valet signs there.
Typically, I mean, they can't limit to a private user unless it was vacated. They would need a valet permit to do that. Now, they could have loading signs, 15-minute only, 20-minute only, and you see those throughout the city. Like in front of the Snell Arcade, for instance, that whole strip is loading for 20 minutes, 15 minutes. So you do see a lot of business owners hang out there for a while, but
because we're nearly increasing, about 33% over the prior use that was proposed for this site. And my concern is, if we have public parking now, I'd like for that public parking to remain public parking. This is kind of something that should be taken into account when you're designing a building. How do you provide for your deliveries? How do you provide for access to your dumpster, which their dumpsters are underneath the building. They have to be rolled out to be picked up every day. Because that's another thing I'm seeing in the immediate areas. The dumpsters are no longer on their property. They're pushed half a block away on some other property.
And a lot of that's going to be code enforcement, because when we do review this, we require the dumpsters to be on private property. We have had some issues where they get pushed out by their building and maintenance folks, and then sanitation doesn't necessarily know. And then we just have to get codes out there to tell them they got to put the dumpsters back inside the building. And so again, the same thing as if they're putting valet up and don't have a valet permit, they're in violation, could be cited by codes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Okay, applicant?
Good afternoon, Craig Taraski for the applicant. Address 360 Central, Suite 500, St. Pete. I have been sworn. So as Corey said, this is a request for site plan approval with height and FIR bonuses. This is a modification to the 2023 approval from this commission. This particular application did already go before CRA and was found consistent, I think back in November. Here's just a tax map showing the location of the property. It's 16th and 1st South, or DC2 zoning district. You can see to the east we have a townhome development. To the south, that's surface parking for the Trop. To the north is the True Hotel by Hilton. I'll show some other pictures showing the surroundings. This is a survey of the existing structure, 2-story. I think it was last a cafe and maybe a law office. So this is the south frontage looking from the south into the property. You see the 2-story building. This is the north frontage at the alley. To the right is the True by Hilton. It's the frontage, the west frontage along 17th Street South. So that will be essentially the front. This is looking south along 17th. That's, what is that, Madera? That's a 20-story, approximately 380 unit multifamily. That's at 17th and 2nd South. This is looking west from the subject property. You can see the expressway. Looking west down Central. Again, the expressway and the multifamily, that would be to the northwest of the site. This is looking north up 17th. You can see the True by Hilton and then the multifamily across Central. What is that, 1701 Central. This is the backside looking east down the alley. This is the back of the True Hotel garage. Again, same. So this is the 2023 approval for 8 stories and 97 units. Those were what we're calling the micro units. There was no parking. 6.5 FAR, that was a bonus of 3.5. It's a 2023 approval of the site plan approval. As you can see, We had the building face up against the townhome development on the east side. The current application is 13 stories, 120 units. That's 60 hotel and 60 apartments. Those apartments are less than 700 square feet, so there is no parking requirement for those. We're requesting a 7.0 FAR, that's a bonus of 4.0. And this is just a side-by-side comparison of the two. Generally the same style, the same aesthetics, slightly different color pattern, slightly different architectural treatments, but generally what is consistent with our downtown and not drastically different than what was proposed. Just some perspectives that you've already seen. Elevations. On the site plan, I think it's worth noting that the building is now separated from the townhomes to the east. We have the entrance off the alley. We've got the parking at the ground level. So you do have some loading, unloading areas, and you have some dedicated parking for this project where there was none before. Corey went through some of the criteria. I'm not going to belabor all of them, but the use, multifamily and hotel, certainly consistent with the DC zoning district. We're not requesting any variances to any of the land development regulations. We have ingress and egress to the alley, which is preferred in the DC with these block configurations. We have off-street parking. We're proposing the bicycle parking. Corey went into some of that detail, and Commissioner Stowe, I believe, went into that a little bit. There's some special conditions on the location of that, and the applicant has agreed to comply with all proposed special conditions. Your traffic staff did not require a specific traffic report for this project, as is the usual for the DC projects. For drainage, signage, all will meet code. Orientation and location of the buildings is typical for the DC. The facade, the main facade, is going to be on 17th. Compatibility with historic and archaeological. We don't have any historic or archaeological resources within the 200 feet. With setbacks, the screens and buffers, we're meeting everything required in the code, and we exceeded on the east side with some additional separation from the townhomes. If you have any specific questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I just respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
So the transportation memo had, I don't think they were required. It sounded to me more like two recommendations. And one was a 10-foot wide sidewalk along 17th.
The site plan reflects that, yep.
Your client is okay with that. And then probably asking you to do less is not really a big stretch, but they did not like the cross First Avenue South pedestrian crossing. So
yeah, the applicants engineer will work with staff to address whatever concerns they have on that crossing.
Okay. Yeah. I think they actually, if you couldn't line something there.
Yeah, they wanted they wanted to avoid like a tripping hazard or something through there. Yeah. Okay.
Other questions for the applicant?
What are the minimum lease terms on the residences? Motels are one thing, we understand. On the residences that are 750 square feet and less, which does not require the parking, what are the minimum lengths of lease that have to be signed by an occupant of those residences?
1 year.
1 year minimum. Okay. Is that something that they would be willing to agree to in this approval? And reason, several years ago when this popped up, the discussion was parking spaces cost about $35,000 per space to build a parking space in a building such as this. And we are trying to make it more affordable for people that live here, work here, to be able to live in apartments and encourage more construction of these smaller units. But what we're seeing is Airbnb, VRBO, whatever, these are no longer apartments meeting the intent of the 750 square foot limit. They've just become hotels.
And I'm concerned that, we're looking at what will potentially be just additional hotel rooms. And I voted against the initial version of this a couple years ago because I see a parking issue and other issues. So if their minimum lease length and occupancy is 1 year for the 750 square foot residence and smaller, I'm good with that. Is that something that we would be able to put in, and whether or not it's even something that could be monitored? Because that was the only reason we approved that 750 square foot no parking, was to get more affordable housing for people that live here. And it kind of seems like we're turning a blind eye to the purpose of that 750 square feet and less was for the people that live here.
Can you speak to that, Mr. Diemer?
As far as enforceability for that, from a code's perspective, that would be almost impossible. Not completely, but almost impossible. When you have, there's a difference between a transient accommodation use, and that starts at 30 days, and under is transient accommodation use, and higher than that is when you get to accommodations, apartments, more residential permanency. But again, for us, from a code enforcement point of view, it's very hard for us to be able to determine that from an outside perspective. I mean, that would basically be complaint based.
And I knew your answer was going to be that same question I had the other time. But I just like to point out that we have a problem in our code with this. And I'll leave it at that at this point.
So, well, we're not in executive session. I'll talk about that later. Any other questions for the applicant?
Well, there was a question posed. Is that question still being posed, whether the applicant would agree to set a special condition on the length of a lease on multifamily residential? Is that?
Good catch, thank you. Since it's not really even enforceable, why go through the gyrations of it?
I'm not saying it's not enforceable, I'm saying it's more difficult to enforce.
I'd like an answer to the question. I mean, so I'm curious.
Yeah.
For asking, what would your client's answer be to that?
I can't answer for.
They would agree to it. I find it problematic legally, but
Me too.
it's really speaks to a bigger question about the parking requirements in the DC and whether, that's, our parking requirements are always revolving, or they're evolving, and we tried it, and is it working or not? And I don't know that Evan and his group have actually done a specific survey to see if these reduced parking counts are working or not, if there are some overburdened areas around these projects or not. I'd be curious too to see, is it a perceived problem or is it an actual problem? Like, I don't know.
And I just am concerned we're kicking the can down the road. Just like the Mint House, they ended up, it was supposed to be for residential, long-term, for local citizens, and they ended up doing a deal with another property up the street for some parking, and they have valet to go to it. As members of this board, we have what the code says, we have what the application says, but we also have to apply real life, what really is going on out there. And I feel I have to speak up to that because I don't think our 750 is working for what it was intended to. And to add additional floor area ratio on something that we think is potentially an issue in real life, that's what this board is for. Whether or not that additional density there could potentially be handled without negatively affecting, because
I mean, you do have,
during the prior case in 2023, the hotel came out against it. The hotel immediately to the north side said, look, we have
built appropriate parking on our property, and they're coming in here with next to nothing on this one. So,
Oh, we do have some now, which is, I'd say, a net positive.
I mean, it kind of feeds into the whole transit theory too. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think, I know it can play out correctly. Will it? I don't know.
yeah.
I mean, right now we have two projects, 100% no parking, one 25 units located on 4th Avenue South and 6th Street, or 5th Street. And then the second one is on 7th Street and 3rd Avenue South. That's a 12-unit building. And we haven't heard any issues, or at least they haven't come to me. And I mean, I haven't heard Evan and Transportation say anything either. And those were saying, but they're being rented, as far as we know, as dwelling units. Again, we haven't had any complaints that I'm aware of that they're Airbnbs. You know, and again, it comes down to enforcement, as Heather said, where it's hard to enforce because you have to go on and look at their website and see how many times are they doing it multiple times, and you're allowed to do it like 3 times a year, less than 30 days. And then after that, you can't. It has to be for at least 30. So even if you did place a condition, it's still hard to enforce it, I think, without doing tons of research.
Are we in executive session?
We're not.
No.
Not even close.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, sir.
I mean, you were asking questions, and so, any more questions for the applicant? All right, thank you. Is there a registered opponent?
No,
Are there any blue cards?
not this case, no.
There are no blue cards, okay. Staff, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Cross-exam now.
And do you have any questions for staff?
No, waive.
Do you have any
No closing.
remarks? Any closing remarks?
Oh, just one somewhat unrelated. Mr. Flint, I'm here with Ben Gelston of Canopy, and he had an answer to your earlier question about the foundation survey. The city does not require foundation survey for residential. That's all.
Great, thank you.
But Canopy does that. Okay, then we'll go into executive session. Commissioner Vatalo, it seemed like you were.
Well, I had additional thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think the reduction in parking, you know, the intent for that is future looking, right? For when we continue urbanization, when public transport becomes more available, and we want people to be using those more for a lot of reasons, right? So even though it seems restrictive right now, like it may not be working right now, there's an entire Tropicana field that's going to be developed, and as part of that, there are public transportation options that will be growing, and as we become more urban and more dense, we would like to rely a little more on public transportation. So I think it's good to have options, right? If having a parking spot is something that somebody really wants, maybe that's not the unit for them, you know. And I think that's an important part of the conversation as well.
I think that I share a little bit of both of your views. Like, for example, I'll ask a question of Corey, actually. We're reducing the parking in lieu of bicycles, but that's for a hotel, correct? The code just allows the exchange?
Yes, it
Right.
allows it 20% for all uses.
Right. So, you know, I think it's much more likely that those bicycle spaces get used by residents. I'm glad they have them for residents, but I don't know that that's going to do any good for the hotel. That's a concern I have. But on the other hand, you know, this is DC2, this is east of 275, and I was thinking of, I'm not trying to make a joke, but I was thinking of Moneyball, where, you know, they're going back and forth and trying to decide, are we going to do this plan or not, right? And the code has this no parking requirement for those size units, and are we committed to trying to do it that way? And I think that the FAR doesn't bother me, that the rest of that block isn't built out that much. There's a lot of FAR on the table on that block. You know, the code is trying to steer us this way, and I'm not going to oppose it just because I'm not quite sure about it.
If I can add one clarification, A couple things. So the units, the residential units are required to provide one long-term space per unit to begin with. And then there's required short-term parking for both uses. And then, yes, the 12 bike racks for the hotel, which would probably be used by the workers. Because, you do see a lot of people, I live downtown, I see a lot of people on mopeds, bikes that are, you can tell are service workers going to the restaurants, going to the hotels. They're either taking the trolley, BRT, or doing.
So employees, okay, that makes sense.
And also, too, across the street from the site, that's where the garage for the trop's going to be located, too. So if there's concerns about parking, there will be public parking across the street.
Well, I think that, likely as behavior changes, people that are living there may not have a car, or if they have a car, they got to figure it out. And the people that are coming there that don't live there are probably going to start to use alternate means of transportation more often. How that progresses over the years, I don't know, but I agree with Commissioner Battle in that respect. Commissioner Flynn?
I agree that over time, your transportation need of vehicles is going to lessen in those downtown environments. I have no doubt, and even citywide. But what you're looking at is, the 750 square foot, no parking, not an issue. Have no issue as a residential use for people that they're living here, working here, you name it. That's my only concern. Is just that was our intent for that, to make it cheaper for people to live there, and they're probably not going to have a vehicle. But as you essentially get used as a hotel, people coming in with rental vehicles, things like that, that's where I have concerns, because you have essentially no real mechanism in place to enforce what we think is an apartment, but is actually being used as a hotel. So if it was residents living there, parking's a non-issue. That's why we approved it. It would give me comfort level if there was an agreement to keep them at a minimum 1-year lease, since they're willing to. We could always make a motion when we get to that point, if they're willing to.
And Commissioner Flynn, just another clarification point too. So if they do change the use down the road, so right now it's about 50-50. So if they change frankly, they're both principal uses of the site. So if one became an accessory use and one became just a principal use, it would require coming back here because they're changing the principal use of the building. And that is one of the requirements under the modification section of the code. So you would see it again as the commissioners, do we want to convert it all to hotel? But they would also be required to provide a lot more parking if they did that as well.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to change condition number 16. It's the incorrect date. So I would move approval of a modification to condition number 16 to change the date from December 4th, 2027 to February 5th, 2028.
2020, oh yeah, sorry.
Kiernan, were you my second?
Yes.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Battle?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Flint, you want to make another motion?
Could we add another condition of approval that the residences, what are they termed in here, Corey? The 750 square foot apartments, let's say?
I mean, they're all going to be, the size of the units are 750 or less, but it's just the residential dwelling units don't require parking. The hotel units require one per every 4 room.
Okay, sounds like the applicant is willing to keep the residences at a year lease. I'd be happy with that. I'd make a motion to add a special condition of approval that the residences be leased for a term of a minimum of 1 year.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Reale?
No.
Flynn?
Yes.
Battle?
Yes.
Motion passes.
No.
think we're ready.
Yeah.
Move approval of a site plan to construct a 13-story building with 60 dwelling units and 60 hotel rooms. The applicant, and this would include floor area ratio bonuses and a building height bonus, subject to the special conditions as amended.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Bialy?
Yes.
Flint?
Yes.
Padilla?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. We are on to item 4, case number 2420000022. Staff.
Good afternoon. For the record, Cheryl Brigalo with Development Review Services. So this is a request for a variance at 5635 7th Ave North. The applicant is requesting approval of the 7th Avenue North Villas preliminary plat to create 4 buildable lots with a variance to the requirement for lot frontage on a public street. 3 of the 4 lots do not have frontage on a public street. An existing private street is proposed to serve the lots instead of a public street. No other variances are required. The subject property consists of 6.5 platted lots in the Neighborhood Traditional 1 zoning district. Lots 20 through 25 were platted at 45 feet wide by 107 feet deep, and lot 26 was platted at 46 feet wide. The lots are in common ownership and currently contain a house and associated improvements. The total tract area is 51,014 square feet, which is 1.17 acres. And here's the zoning map, which shows the location of the property in the NT1 zoning district. The applicant proposes to plat the site into 4 buildable lots following the north-south orientation of the existing lots and the lots in the neighborhood. The lots will be laid out along an existing private street, which is covered by a private ingress-egress easement. 3 of the 4 lots will not have access to a public street. They will front on a private street and have rear access to a 16-foot public alley, which contains sanitary sewer. The private street is a portion of 7th Avenue North between 56th and 58th Streets North, which was vacated in 1958 and dead ends at 58th Street North. The private access agreement, which was recorded in 1990, extends to the owners along the private street and contemplates further division of parcels along the easement. Each proposed lot will comply with minimum lot area, width, and depth requirements. Lot 2 will retain the existing house and will comply with impervious surface ratio, building coverage, and floor area ratio requirements. The proposed density of 3.4 units per acre will conform with and is well below the 15 unit per acre maximum of the NT1 zoning district. The hardship related to the site includes its large size, 51,014 square feet, and width, 325 feet, in relation to the minimum requirements of the NT1 zoning district, which is 4,500 square feet and 45 feet respectively. The parcel is comprised of more than 6 platted lots and has sufficient width for 7 minimum 45 foot wide lots along the private street. 3 lots could be platted without variance fronting along 56th Street North, which is a public street. However, they would be very deep, 325 feet wide, 325 feet deep, and their east-west orientation would not match the rest of the neighborhood, which is predominantly a north-south orientation of lots. Further, only 1 lot would be served by the 16-foot alley, and the house could not be saved under that scenario. The proposed layout of the subdivision will be consistent with the adjacent block faces. Most lots were developed at 45 to 77 feet wide. 3 of the lots will be smaller than the other parcels on the private street. All 4 lots will be larger than the originally platted 45-foot wide lots and larger than the NT1 lot area requirements. 3 lots will be more than double the requirement, and 1 will be more than 5 times the requirement. The application satisfies the variance review criteria, is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the LDRs, and is consistent with a land use policy in the land use plan as described in the staff report. And here's a quick view to the applicant's rendering of the features to be demolished to create the lots. Here are some photos of the private street. No, views to the subject property from the vacated street. Views toward the site from the private street, and a view from the public street on 56th. And these are the views to the private street. In terms of comments, city departments, engineering has no objection provided that their special conditions and standard comments are added as a condition of approval, primarily making sure that each buildable lot has its own separate water and sewer service lines, and Water Resources has the same comments. There were no objections from sanitation, fire, or police, and Duke Energy does object. They're going to require a private easement, so a condition of approval will be the receipt by the applicant of a letter of no objection from Duke. In terms of comments from the public, there's one objection included in the staff report, concerns about drainage and sewage infrastructure in that email. And 3 objections were received after the staff report was issued, concerning impact to living conditions, concerns with traffic, storm drains, and the sewer system. And there's a registered opponent, and they can provide their objections when they get up. There were no comments from Kona. So staff recommends approval of the variance. Subject to the recommended conditions of approval, the DRC's role in this application is to make a recommendation to City Council, which will hear the application next. And you can see our recommended conditions of approval. The first 2 are the only specialized ones: compliance with engineering review memo and water resources review memo, and the no objection letter from Duke Energy. And the other conditions are really standard conditions.
What did you say has to go to City Council? Did I misunderstand that?
What was that?
You said something still has to go to City Council. Did I misunderstand that?
Because this is a subdivision, this variance, I'll let legal correct me if I'm wrong, this has to go to City Council. So yours is just a recommendation, if I'm correct.
The loan situation in the LDRs where a variance actually has to go to City Council. It's at the preface of the subdivision section.
Okay.
It's a somewhat unusual situation. I think this is the 3rd one you've seen in the last maybe 2-3 years.
Any color or history you can provide on why this was vacated?
I'll let. I think it's because a senator lived on this section of street, and I'm just guessing. He was a developer, and I think maybe this was one of his projects.
It appears that there's 3 uses, 3 structures to the south. Could you go, starting from 56th Street and going west, could you, I don't know what those 3, what the uses are. I think
Okay.
maybe a church.
They're single family.
They're single family?
Single family owned by the church, so presumably.
Okay. So the
working for the.
Yeah. So let me go. So the 3 structures to the south, starting from the east. The east and the middle lot are owned by institutional uses. I assume they're used as residences for those groups. And the house to the west is a single-family house. And to the north, the square, the whitish square, is another institutional owner, used as a residence, I believe.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Mr. Flynn?
Question. I think I know the answer, but 7th Avenue North from, was it 57th to 58th Street, since it's a private easement, that roadway has I would assume, a document related to who maintains that road?
I don't know that there's a maintenance document. I haven't seen a maintenance document.
Maybe part of the easement, I don't know.
Yeah.
If not, when that road needs to get done, that'll be.
Yeah, being a private road now.
Not now, since, for 70 years, 60, but I'm agreeing with you here, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I believe
no further right now.
I believe the city has taken it off its maintenance rolls because it's a private.
When you look at the surface on it, it's very different from the surface of the surrounding streets that are definitely maintained by the city.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it's privately maintained.
Other questions for the applicant, or for the staff? All right, applicant?
Good afternoon again. Craig Taraski for the applicant, 360 Central, Suite 500, St. Pete. I'm here today requesting a variance to the subdivision requirements to allow for the subdivision of this property. Here's an aerial view with the subject property outlined in red. You can see those were the institutional uses just described here, single family, multifamily, and then you have the surrounding single family. We're in NT1 with the minimum of 45-foot wide lots. Here's a tax map. You can see that the block face immediately to the north is a mix of anywhere from 45 to a little over 60 feet wide. Here's the 1923 plat of the subdivision of Oak Ridge number 3. This is a portion of that. And here's the proposed preliminary plat, which is essentially a survey with the existing improvements with the proposed lot lines overlaid on top of it. The applicant is going to preserve the existing home on lot 2, and then all these shaded colors, all these features are going to be demolished. A new driveway is going to connect to the existing garage. Circle drive is going to be removed, and the improvements on lot 1 removed to be vacated to accommodate new single-family homes on lots 1, 3, and 4. This is a more simplified preliminary plat just showing the lots. We have a mix of 55 to 147 foot wide lots. Again, minimum is only 45, so we far exceed the minimum width and the minimum area for NT1 requirements, and it's consistent with the surrounding development pattern. We're here today requesting a variance from the highlighted section in the subdivision regulations that requires all new lots to front on a public street. In this instance, we're going to front on a private street. 7th Avenue North along the frontage of the property was vacated originally in 1953. And then there was another vacating resolution passed or adopted in 1958. It was recorded twice for some reason. The vacating resolutions simply vacated the right-of-way. Those documents do not include any type of replacement easements or agreements between the parties. That is in a separately recorded easement agreement that was recorded in 1990 between the owners along that vacated private street. The easement agreement speaks to uses. It does not speak to maintenance. However, to that point, as part of this application, we did receive a review comment from ECID requiring that both the alley and the private roadway surfaces be brought up to current standards. I will also note that in that easement agreement, there is a provision in there that contemplates that those parcels as they existed at that point in time could be further divided, sold, leased, gifted, bequeathed, etc. So this was contemplated when those owners entered into that easement agreement back in 1990. Again, just a simplified version of the subdivision plat. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions for the applicant? Mr. Flynn?
All right. Unusual situation. I'm looking at it from standpoint of, let's say you're Joe Blow homeowner, kind of like the first two group that came up here with the errors of all the contractors not noticed. You come in, you buy lot 1, you're looking at the street, and it looks like a public street. What is the mechanism for maintenance of that road? Because if you're Joe Blow homeowner and you buy that house, you're just assuming that's a public road and the city will maintain. What notification is given to a potential buyer of a property?
So typically, if somebody came in to buy lot 1, part of the purchase process would be to obtain a commitment for title insurance. That title insurance commitment would include a report that has all the recorded instruments related to that property. One of them would be that easement agreement. Again, that would speak to that it's not public, so that would give them at least constructive notice if they read through those documents that that is not public, so that would lead them to maybe question maintenance obligation. Since that document doesn't speak to maintenance, that's something that the owner will have to clean up, I think, through this process, just from a practical perspective, because as a special condition of getting this approved, this developer is going to have to resurface that road and potentially do other work to bring it up to current standards. Well, that's going to be an expensive proposition. My expectation is that there may be an outreach to see, since all those owners will benefit from that, completing that deferred maintenance, that's something that will need to be worked out. But that's a private arrangement, and it's something that is kind of outside the purview of the DRC.
Is there any thought given to relinquishing that private road back to the city?
It's my understanding, based on my knowledge of the history and some of the feedback that I've received, is that because that was vacated and then there's a specific provision in that easement agreement that prohibits the opening of the west end of 7th to, 58th? I think the intent was to maintain the privacy of that area. Now, the current uses, those institutional owners, those are quiet residential facilities. So I think I can't speak for all the owners, but my expectation is that the desire to keep it private may be a barrier to dedicating it back over to the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Question for staff. And the reason I'm jumping to staff here is because it may require a response from you. That I'm going to call it the throat depth of the road, because it doesn't cut through to 58th. Is there a required fire turnaround? Is there any input from fire on that? And maybe that's a Corey. I don't know. It seems to me that normally when I see developments where you have a long driveway, you have a T or a cul-de-sac or some other method of turning around said fire truck. Is that not an issue here?
I mean, it's already an existing condition. Fire is not going to review these plans for permitting.
Okay. I mean, I suppose, I'll say that for executive session.
It was routed to them and they had no objection.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. All right, well then I don't have a further question for the applicant on that. Other questions for the applicant? Okay. We have a registered opponent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Charlie Gertis. I represent the Society of Missionaries of Africa, who is the owner of the house on the side of the street where these 4 lots are being proposed. And Chris Young, who owns the lot across the street on 58th Street and 7th Avenue, is a private owner. And the Fathers of Our Lady of Mercy, commonly referred to as the Mercedarian Order of Priests, who live next to that private residence, and the Diocese of St. Petersburg, which owns the property on the corner of 7th and 56th, which is the rectory for the Cathedral of St. Jude. So yes, priests are living in all of those houses except for the private residence. Mr. Chris Young owns. And
Can you confirm you've been sworn, sir? Sorry, I was letting you get through that.
I'm sorry?
Can you confirm you've been sworn on the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. I have been sworn, and my address is 1766th Street North, Suite 205, St. Petersburg, 33710. I apologize. So yes, if you grew up on the west side of St. Petersburg like I did, this was the Deeb Street. Senator Richard Deeb lived in the property that Chris Young now lives in, raised his family there, and Roy Deeb, a developer and pretty well-reputed philanthropist in St. Petersburg, lived in the house that is going to survive the replat on the northern side of 7th Avenue, and the Deebs raised their family there, and they were the ones who saw to it that it was a private street. I agree with Mr. Tarasky that the owners of the properties would be responsible. The owners own to the midpoint of the street, so the folks on the north side of the street own one half of it, and the folks on the south side of 7th Avenue own the other half of it, and they're going to have to work together to maintain it, given their ownership, just like they have to take care of their yards because it actually is part of their yard. So that maintenance issue is going to have to be worked out between the residents, and I don't think that's a problem. The reason there's a registered opponent is at the outset, on its face, these 4 lots were, as you can imagine, a pretty significant intrusion into what had been a private street, totally distinct and separate from the rest of the neighborhood. After the Deeb patriarchs and matriarchs passed on and the children got their own homes here in St. Petersburg, the Deebs saw to it that those houses were given to the church, the rectory for the cathedral, and the Mercedarian Order and the African missionaries. So the Deebs were very philanthropic folks and provided housing for those priestly orders. After looking at the easement, the vacation, the resolutions that Mr. Tarasky just went through with you, and understanding that this is a judicial proceeding where you apply the facts to the law, when you apply the facts to the documents that Mr. Tarasky presented to you, it's pretty obvious that the owners did contemplate and anticipate further subdivision, which is what's occurring here. So St. Petersburg's moving on, right? And that's not a bad thing. But Mr. Tarasky and I have had conversations, and I think I can say that we have come to an agreement that with a special condition that the new lots would be alley-loaded access. So you would only access those lots, those new lots, from the alley. That's where the driveway would be, in the rear, not in the front. My clients would withdraw their opposition to the application. The idea being that they want to maintain the serenity and the privacy of the street that has been the character of the street since the Deebs lived there and saw to it that the street would be private. So with a special condition that the driveway access for the new lots will be in the rear, the existing house, the semicircle will be removed and a direct driveway to the garage will be there. The Missionaries of Africa, their driveway goes from 7th to the alley, so there is a pass-through in the Missionaries lot. There's also a driveway in the Mercedarians lot across the street, so if a fire truck wanted to turn around, it could pull into one of those driveways and turn around. I think that's probably the reason the fire department had no objection. But bottom line is, my clients have agreed that if that special condition is added to the list of the others that staff presented to you, they would withdraw their objections and work with whoever ends up owning these single-family residences on 7th Avenue. I don't want to take up all 10 minutes if I don't have to, but I do want to tell you the prior application, your questions about 750 square foot apartments. The Pinellas County the Pinellas County tax collector has contracts with all of these itinerant rental places, VRBO, Airbnb, all of them, because the Tourist Development Council was not getting their bed taxes from the very activity that you're talking about, where tenants were leasing out or renting out their rooms for 2 weeks or a week or whatever. So you can ask the Pinellas County tax collector for their records of tax collections from any piece of property, and it's a public record, so you're entitled to see those. So if you ever wanted to see the itinerant activity at a property, you can ask for those records. That's one way that you could go about making sure that nobody's doing that kind of thing. So I just wanted to let you know that. If you have any questions for me, I finally want to tell you how grateful I am. When the TV was shining on Mr. Kiernan there, I noticed his notebook and recalled the days that I had to read notebooks like that. I want to say thank you to each of you for the homework that you do, for the time that you spend, for zero pay. Your volunteer public service to the city is greatly appreciated. I know personally it is from me, and for all the residents that I know, they're grateful for your service, so thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll stay up. If not, I'll sit down.
Does Mr. Tarasky, can he confirm this agreement?
Yeah, I'm pleased to say that we were able to work together, and we'll be happy to agree to that special condition. Yeah.
Not that Mr. Gerris's word wasn't good enough, of course, but for the record, one lawyer to another. The check's in the mail.
Mr. Flint.
If it is a rear-loaded, is there any restriction on you have guests or a family member that wants to park on that private street? Are there any restrictions on that? Again, I'm looking at it from a standpoint of you're Joe Blow, come in, don't really understand things. Everybody else in the city faces a public roadway. You can park in a public roadway unless there's a sign. Is there anything that would restrict a reasonable parking if you have a party, if you have 3 teenage kids that have a vehicle and they don't have room in the driveway at the rear?
My opening demand to Mr. Tarasky was not just rear-loaded, but for the very specific limitation that you just talked about. So that was my opening to Mr. Tarasky, is we don't want even guests parking on that street. But the fact of the matter is the priests have guests too, and the Mercedarians and the missionaries have a driveway that fronts 7th Avenue. So there are events, fundraising and things like that on that street for those particular institutions where there's parking on that street. So equity comes into play and says, you can't keep them from doing. But I'm assured that the owners will know that parking on the street should be the exception and not the regular conduct. So the way that it gets
I'll just cut you short here, sir. You own lot 1.
Right.
Party comes and owns it. If they park a car in that front privately owned road, will they get towed?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, we discussed it and talked about it, and it's something that occurs now, so it will just continue to occur that way. I will say that I agree with Mr. Tarasky. When you purchase one of these lots and you build your house, you're going to get a title commitment, and that title commitment is going to tell you that there's a vacation of that street. It's a private street, and it's also going to point out the easement agreement, and it's on you to understand what the limitations and prohibitions are on you as an owner. So that's,
I know, but you ever read the Google statement that you have to sign and agree to every time you download an app? Nobody reads it.
So I'm looking at it from the viewpoint of Joe Blow comes and buys a house. Are they going to read that? That's my only real concern here. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Other questions? We have one blue card. Oh, you have more blue cards. Okay.
You have to turn those in, people.
All right, we'll start with Sean McManus. Please come to the podium, state your name, address, and confirm that you've been sworn. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sean McManus. I live at 5700 8th Avenue North. And yes, I have been sworn in. So my alley is the shared alley to these properties, and my property overlaps a little bit, property line of the south end of my property line overlaps a little bit with the north end of their property. My major concerns around this, one is traffic, as many of the people who emailed and called in said. You notice that 7th Avenue is blocked. We all know that. It's a private street. 6th Avenue doesn't exist because of the apartment complex, east-westbound. So 8th Avenue, my lovely little street, serves as 9th Avenue and gets a lot of extra traffic flow in and out of that neighborhood. Adding additional housing is only going to increase that. There is no sidewalk. There is a lot of people walking dogs, children, strollers, etc. And it's not always fun and safe on 8th Avenue as it is. Increasing that traffic flow is only going to add to that problem. The alleyway was redone within the last 2 years or so, just with gravel. However, it does not absorb a lot of water. You're taking a property that currently has a lot of green space and putting in a lot of concrete, and I have very serious concerns around my garage flooding. It backs up very close to that alley. It's a very narrow alley. And then the addition of, that was brought up today, of making this all alley entrance is interesting to me. Exiting that alleyway onto 58th is tenuous at best. It is blocked. The south view is blocked by the wall of the south side of the property there. It's a 8-foot whatever concrete wall that goes up to a very narrow sidewalk and to a very narrow strip of grass to the street. So coming out of that alley onto 58th is always fun. I try not to do that because you never know when you're going to get sideswiped. Those are my major concerns. I really, flooding in that alley already is on the verge. I know that 56th from 7th to 5th Avenue has flooded, and cars have been lost in the last year during the 3 storms we had that caused damage in that area. Prior to the hurricanes, there was a big storm that caused a lot of flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. James Pennington.
Okay to go here? Hello, my name is James Pennington. My address is 601 56th Street North, and I have been sworn in. My house at that address is my permanent and only residence that I share with my wife and my 3 children. However, we are currently 5 months displaced from our house due to our house being uninhabitable from flooding and sewage backups that occurred last year. I oppose this development because there are already pre-existing known infrastructure issues with stormwater and sewage in our neighborhood that are directly affecting real families, including my own, that have not been dealt with. This development and others that are increasing the density and adding additional impermeable surfaces for stormwater runoff and increased sewage use needs to be postponed in areas with these existing issues to protect existing homeowners' property values and the safety of families that live there, including my own. There have been numerous new construction projects in my neighborhood in the last few years and have added new dwellings on land that was previously permeable land. This, as pointed out earlier, is a piece of land that has a lot of permeable space. In this same time frame, our flooding and sewage backup issues have increased. This year alone, my property, which is in that area that the last gentleman just mentioned, has flooded and had sewage backup inside my home 3 times. And to be clear, this issue for my property regularly occurs even outside of these named storms that affected our area. Much of this flooding also includes the release of sewage that contaminates the area of our neighborhood. We've had to have signs posted because sewage is released. I am not against development in general. I know our city is a desirable place to live and growth is a given. But as a city, we need to identify that there are neighborhoods and zones in our city that are not ready for this growth yet, and allowing this densification in these areas needs to be halted until our infrastructure has been improved so that our neighborhoods can actually support the growth. I was not given an opportunity to oppose the other developments in my neighborhood, but since I have an opportunity on this one, I urge you to deny this development. Your vote to deny this is a vote for our city's commitment to protecting our existing residents and recognizing that development must be halted in areas that already can't support our existing communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Carson.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Carson. I am located at 5563 7th Avenue North, and I was sworn in. To not waste the time, I echo everything that's been said. I've had sewage in my home twice in this past year, one from just the regular rains. On the end of that road, it's a bit of a fishbowl. And so, again, the permeable space to put all of this in there, it doesn't seem like a good idea in my opinion. And as far as the alleyway goes, our area's traffic is miserable. We have a lot of families and a lot of transients. It's a lot of bus routes and all these different things. No sidewalks. And on that 56th, we serve as a pass-through to avoid the light. And so we've got people, on 8th, on 56, just storming through. Perhaps a consideration on that alley to add a pedestrian crossing in order to get across 58th, because it's very dangerous. It is not a safe walking space. Yeah, and that's it.
Thank you. I don't have a cheat sheet. I'm blanking on the order here, so now we go staff, then registered opponent, then applicant.
That's correct.
Okay. So staff, any cross-examination?
I just wanted to make sure that the applicant and the registered opponent were aware of the restriction on width of driveways in NT1. So max driveway width will be 16 feet at the curb and 12 feet in the city right-of-way.
Registered opponent, do you have any cross-examination? Waived. Applicant, cross-examination?
Waived.
Staff, do you have any closing statement?
Not really. I just wanted to say that sidewalk will be required when the new house is constructed on 56th Street North.
Does that include a requirement for the home to remain? Oh, it's on 56, I'm sorry, yeah.
Right. So on the private street, a sidewalk wouldn't be required, but on the only public frontage, a sidewalk will be required in that area. That's all I have.
Thank you. Registered opponent, any closing remarks?
No, thank you.
Waive. And applicant, closing remarks?
Yeah, just a couple. Yeah, not disputing the experiences of the neighbors regarding flooding and sewage backup. I'm not hearing how to connect their experience with this particular development. The minimum lot width for NT1, which is kind of setting expectations of what could be there, is only 45 feet wide. And here we're proposing lots 55 to 140 plus. So you could, if you were to demolish everything and start from a clean slate, you could probably fit another 2 lots in there. So we're not maxing out the site. We are preserving that historical residence on the site, which I think is, I think there's some benefit there. Another developer could have come in and just wiped it clean and put the additional 2 lots in and not preserve that home. So I think there's some historic preservation benefit there, even though it's not a designated local landmark. There is some history there. So it kind of maintains that consistency and that connection to the past, so to speak. As I stated earlier, the applicant is willing to a special condition requiring that the new lots, the homes on the new lots be alley loaded. I believe that's lots 1, 3, and 4. It's NT1. NT1, the code includes a recommendation that the homes are alley loaded when there's an alley available. So there's already that intent in the code, and that's the form that the applicant is going to proceed with. Again, on the traffic issue, this is residential. This is relatively low density. It's less than we could squeeze in there if we were to max out the site. On the stormwater issue, that's, that'll, in the infrastructure issues, if there are any that are site-specific that would impact these sites, that issue would be addressed during the permitting stage. So, that's all I have. Thank you.
We'll go into executive session. I have some questions, but if anyone wants to start.
I think overall, on a lot of these prior cases, if you did have the alley available, that is the preferred connection point. So that goes along with what we've been seeing over the years. Some of the comments here about a wall blocking some visibility. Corey, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe as part of the development of these sites, you have to leave a visibility triangle at the end of the alley. So that as part of redevelopment, the fact there's a wall there now, that was old code, you have to meet current. So that should take care of that.
I think that was in reference to the other end of the alley, though.
The other end of the alley? Okay, then but the east end, it'll be available, visible. Most neighborhoods around, mine included, I don't live far from this neighborhood, had the same issues with the flooding. It's just a mostly citywide issue that needs to be invested in because we are having a lot of flooding issues. So I don't think this one particular project here is going to impact and increase the flooding in the neighborhood. It's a citywide issue. So I think overall I can live with it. I'm not a big fan of the language on the private road, but I think we can live with it if it's properly disclosed.
Well, so I have a thought on that, and but confirm with staff here. The requirement to repave the road, does that end at the end of their preliminary plat, or does that go all the way to the end? Does the whole private road have to be repaved to the dead end, or does it stop at the end of the applicant's property?
The engineering letter didn't specify that, but.
Well, okay, well, that might not help, but then it is the whole road. So it's going to include road.
Was it the alley?
That is owned by others, right?
It would be the whole width of the road and the whole width of the alley at a minimum in front of those lots. We can get a clarification from engineering as we move forward or onward.
Because my thought here is that that easement didn't. I don't want to get out of our purview here, and so Mr. Dima's probably going to reel me in if I do. But the requirement to pave is going to require the applicant here to work with the neighbors. I don't know that we have to sort that out for them. I think they're going to have to sort that out. And there's going to be a two-part question here for you, Mr. Dima. And the second part is that kind of condition even appropriate for this type of variance? Because that seems pretty specific, and I don't have a problem with it under the code, as the applicant pointed out with NT, but I feel like we're getting in between two private parties.
So to the extent that there's a condition that's imposing an activity to occur on property that's not within the four corners of the application,
yeah,
that's not something that's within the purview of. It can be aspirational, and it certainly can apply to the property that's owned by the applicant.
Right. So we can put that in the variance to the applicant's property.
Yes, you can.
Okay. All right. So all right, then I mean, I do believe they're going to have to figure this out anyway. But if that condition is legally supportable, then that sort of ensures that they have to work it out. Yeah. That was my only question. Thank you. Other comments?
Yeah, I just want to point out that I realize that this will be an increase in impervious surface if the lots are developed, but there's already a tennis court on lot 4, and I think there might be some other sheds. So there's already some impervious surface there that will be replaced by other impervious surface. I'd like to go ahead and propose an additional condition of approval. I would move to approve the following. Access to lots 1, 3, and 4 shall be to the alley.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Barlow?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
So before we get the final motion here, we have 3 residents that came out, and I can appreciate those concerns. Commissioner Flint was talking about this a little bit. But my viewpoint here is that this is an anomaly in our city, this block. And we're not increasing any density. I understand that there will be more homes here, but that density exists. And these lots are platted. And these issues don't relate to this application. And so I feel those concerns, but this isn't the venue. This application isn't the venue for that. And so I understand those concerns. I actually used to live quite near there on 7th Avenue, but on the other side of 58th, and we would have the flooding from time to time too. And so it's my way of saying I hear your concerns, but my vote won't reflect those for a different reason. And unless anyone else has any other comments, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the 7th Avenue North Villas preliminary plat to create 4 buildable lots with a variance to the requirement for lot frontage on a public street, subject to the amended special conditions.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Lynn?
Yes.
Barlow?
Yes.
Motion passes
You were
unanimously.
expecting him to make all the motions today?
I just look over, there's Blake look, so it's like.
Item number 5, case number 2354000066.
Yes.
Oops, stop it.
This easement was between 2 properties. Now it's going to be.
Oh, actually, yeah. I'm sorry. We're going to take a couple minutes.
Okay.
Break. So we will recess. What time is it? It is recess until 3:10. that's the funniest one. That's way funnier.
I'm ready to piss my down.
Oh.
He should have a lot of room.
Did he?
You're killing us. I mean, it's like,
Ooh. Yeah, he did, didn't he?
All right.
Was that?
Good? All right, we're back in session. Next is item number 5, case number 2354000066.
Yes, thank you. Corey Malishka, again, zoning official with the City of St. Pete Development Review Services Division. The application before you today includes 3 different properties. Site 1 is located on the east side of 4th Street North of 108th Avenue North, which is on the top of the screen. Site 2 is in the middle of the aerial, I should say, not the screen. Is located at the northeast corner of 4th Street North and 108th Avenue North. And Site 3 is located at the northeast corner of 3rd Street North and Gandy Boulevard North at the bottom of the aerial. Site 1 and 3 are currently vacant, and Site 2 is partially developed with a wireless communication tower and equipment compound. There is a concurrent application to rezone Site 2 and 3 to eliminate preservation zoning on both parcels and to allow office use on Site 2. And Site 1 will be redeveloped into a multifamily. A development agreement will also be included with the rezoning applications to detail the required ongoing mitigation and maintenance of Site 1 and 3. The applicant does propose to eliminate a majority of the preservation on Site 3 and all the preservation area on Site 2. And again, Site 1 will be restored 100% to preservation, with the majority of that site being wetland. The applicant is requesting this variance to preservation, again, to be able to construct a townhome development on Site 3 and to construct an office building on Site 2. The existing wireless communication tower and equipment compound will not be altered as part of this application. So here's a little site. So you can see the zoning map shows NSM 1 as well as preservation. And then the parcel map shows the preservation outline. Now there's a discrepancy a little bit here showing that, as well as then you have the existing condition aerial. Some of the discrepancy here is due to different changes over the years to the preservation areas. And the zoning wasn't always changed to reflect that. And that was based on past administration. So the preservation area on this property is, the site in itself is 1.23 acres, and there's 0.38 acres of preservation. The site is surrounded on 3 sides by multifamily development and 4th Street on the west side. And there's additional preservation area located to the east and southeast of the subject site. This is a site showing you the existing wetland area, and then you can see the hatching on the picture to the left. That is actually showing you the invasive Brazilian pepper. And then you also have the exotic hardwoods in the wetland area, and you can kind of see that clearly on the right-hand image in the green. The size of the wetland, it currently is 0.1 acres, 0.18 acres, excuse me. Of that, 0.15 acres is located within the city's preservation zoning district. An existing culvert conveys stormwater to the site. Stormwater is conveyed by a ditch that's running along the north border of the site, which is connected to a low depressional area that conveys and holds water along the eastern and southern perimeters of the site. This is going to be the Site 2. Again, as you can see from the zoning map and then the parcel map, the preservation area does not align. So the preservation area was altered, as you can see on the parcel map, when the cell tower was constructed. So this was probably over 15 years ago or so that the preservation area changed. And again, prior administrations didn't require at that time for the zoning to be changed to reflect actual preservation. That is why we're requiring, if this is approved, for them to go through that process so that we don't have this discrepancy between what is actually preservation and what is the actual zoning. So this property is 0.71 acres, and there is 0.17 acres of preservation based on looking at the parcel map and not the zoning. The preservation zoning district, again, like I said, does not align. The site is surrounded on 2 sides, again, by multifamily, as well as adjacent preservation area to the northeast, and there is the cell tower located within the center of the property. And so on this property, you can see that this one has no wetland, but there is going to be some slash pine hardwood along the western side of the site, which was planted when that preservation area was created. You have the existing cell tower, which is in the center of the site, and then you have, again, exotics and unprotected material located to the east, which is typically going to consist of Brazilian pepper. This is Site 3. This one, the parcel map actually doesn't show a preservation line because it has never altered. So you have the preservation zoning here on Site 3, and then the parcel map. We never had a dedicated new preservation area, and then you have the aerial. And as you can see to the east side, there's a townhome development currently under construction. And you can see, based on the plat, on the parcel and the aerial, why there's a little notch where it says Tract A on the new townhomes, because that's where some of the preservation area from the applicant site goes over to that property. This site is 1.35 acres and 0.71 acres of preservation. And this area does have some wetland zoning. So again, you can see the wetland areas and more of the fluorescent green. Again, this doesn't line up with the current preservation zoning. The site does contain pine flatwoods on the western half, Brazilian pepper on the eastern side within there. And again, of the size of the property, 0.69 acres is wetland. Of that, 0.54 acres is located within the city's preservation zoning district. Uplands on the western and southern side of the property include the slash pines and laurel pines. During the site visit for all three sites by the applicant's environmental consultant, there were no protected species or habitats found on any of the three properties. Some little history on this site specifically. In 2000, the current owner of the site was cited by the Codes Department for damaging 2 slash pines totaling 40 inches DBH, as well as 10 oak trees totaling 160 inch DBH. In a preservation area without approval from the city. To satisfy the code case, the owner was required to create a 7,600 more or less square foot pine flatwood preservation area. In 2007, the current owner was approved for a variance to the front yard setback to construct 2 office buildings and 1 accessory structure. One of the conditions of approval was to create this pine flatwoods. To date, this has not been completed. There is conditions of approval of that if the application is approved before you today. Additional tree inches of 146 inches will be required to be planted on this site. Or if this is denied, the condition to create a 7,600 more or less square foot pine flatwoods would still be required. Now this is showing Site 1. So this is showing the Site 1 will be entirely preservation, with the majority of this site being wetland. If you look on the right-hand side, the green is what would be considered wetland. The hatch area is going to be considered the upland. So the city code requires any mitigation of regular preservation at a ratio of 1.5 to 1, while an applicant proposing wetland preservation is at a ratio of 2 to 1. So in this application, the applicant will be creating a preservation area of 1.08 to 1, and a wetland preservation area of 1.72 to 1. To achieve the ratio, the applicant is proposing to restore and enhance Site 1 with 1.23 acres of preservation, with that 1.11 acres of wetland. And then Site 3, which will have 0.313 acres of preservation and 0.08 areas of wetland, is outlined here on the image before you. Again, staff has reviewed the application in context of the criteria in the code for supporting of a variance, and staff does find that it's consistent with this criteria. There is significant vegetation in all three sites, including both protected, unprotected, and invasive species. The removal of the preservation areas from the 2 of the 3 sites to allow for the development of townhomes on Site 3, office building on Site 2 should not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhoods. Site 3 is currently surrounded by multifamily developments on 2 sides and a new townhome under construction on the east. Site 2 is partially developed already with a wireless communication facility. There's a utility office located south of the property and apartments located to the east. The current zoning preservation districts, again, are not the result or actions of the applicant. The current conditions of the preservation area are the results of the current property owner. As described in the revised habitat management plan dated January 2025, it's been found that creating larger or more connected preservation areas is more ecological beneficial to create than having these little small pockets of scattered preservation areas. The environmental consultant hired by the city did agree with this statement. However, as the city consultant noted, the preservation area in Site 3 will be a smaller strip. The proposed preservation area in Site 1 and 3, though, will connect to other preservation areas. Again, city code does require mitigation of preservation at 1.5 to 1, and they're proposing 1.08 to 1. City code requires the wetland mitigation at 2 to 1. They are proposing wetland mitigation at 1.72 to 1. Staff does consider this request to be minimal. The creation of one larger preservation area, again, does provide ecological benefit, as illustrated by the diagram on your screen. And this is just showing, this still has to go through a separate approval, but just showing that what would be proposed on Site 2, which is the office building along 4th Street. This is the proposed townhome development on Site 3. In conclusion, staff does recommend approval of the variance. Thank you.
Questions for staff?
Yes, it's not only the zoning map, correct? It's also the future land use map that's showing preservation.
Correct. I mean, that's why this would be required to go through. They're going through the concurrent changes to if this gets approved.
So both a comp plan amendment, a map amendment, and a zoning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and is that the total list? Zoning and variance?
So
and then, of course, your regular permitting, but.
Correct. So this is, if this goes through today, the next step would be the change of zoning the land use, and there's a development agreement tied to that. If this is denied today, that will not happen.
Existing development agreement, or they have to enter into one?
No, they're as part of the land use zoning change, we are requiring the development agreement, and that's going to deal with the actual maintenance of the preservation area on Site 1, because currently the 3 sites are not maintained by the current owner. So the applicant has agreed to do that, and so it's an enforceable document in addition to what's already in our code for maintenance of preservation areas. And then then the next step would be if for the townhomes, if they're less than 60 units per acre or for the project and there's no variances, they can just submit for permitting. Again, after this approval, then the second approval. And the office building may require variance to setbacks, so that may come before you, but again, it depends if this gets approved and then the change to zoning and the land use.
And then I don't think I understood this when I was reading the staff report, but the ratio that you said 1.08 to 1 and 1.72 to 1, that is all 3 sites.
Yeah, so yeah, we did this as 3 site, correct.
And the developer agreement must tie these 3 sites together.
So, I mean, the maintenance of it is going, well, there's the Site 3 will have preservation of wetland and Site 1 will have preservation of wetland. Site 2 will not. So for the development agreements, will basically is going to be their plan for maintenance for the preservation areas. So it's really going to focus on Site 1 and Site 3 more than Site 2, because Site 2 will not have preservation. It'll be rezoned to a commercial district that will allow office in its entirety.
Keep peppering you here.
It's a complicated one.
There's only 1,000 numbers.
Yeah.
They said there'd be no math.
No, there's lots and lots.
Yeah, I know, lots of.
Well, this one doesn't have math. So the wetland impact, there's still wetland impact, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, right now, there's no wetland, there's wetland on Site 1 and Site 3.
Right.
No wetland on Site 2. So
Site 3 is going to have.
Site 3 will be impacted, the preservation of the wetland significantly.
Does that
But
require an approval outside the city?
So they will require going through SwiftMud, just like the townhome to the east. They did not have to come through us because it wasn't city preservation, but there was wetland down there that they had to go through SwiftMud to pay into a fund. So they will still have to go through SwiftMud.
I think that's all of mine. Other questions from the right side here?
I just went through wetlands work for the past few years. It's difficult.
I also had that question. It's very difficult.
And the applicant's probably even more versed than I am in this because they spent 2 years doing this. So it's yeah.
Other questions for staff? Applicant?
Craig Taraski again for the applicant, 360 Central Avenue, Suite 500, St. Pete. We're here before you today to request variances to the mitigation requirements of the Preservation Zoning District. As Corey stated, this is this includes 3 sites, all of them north of Gandy Boulevard between Gandy and I think 110th Avenue on the east side of 4th Street North. These are the subject properties, and we refer to them as Site 1 to the north, Site 2 in the middle, and Site 3 to the south, to the bottom of the visual. They're a mix of NSM1 and preservation zoning currently, and residential medium and preservation future land use currently. It's just an overview of the overall preservation impacts. As Corey explained, the preservation zoning on Site 2 will be eliminated in its entirety. Site 1 will become all preservation, and Site 3 there'll be a retention of some preservation, but most of it rezoned to NSM1. But the overall net increase of the preservation area is 1/10 of an acre, resulting in a ratio of 1.08 to 1. The requirement in the code for preservation overall is a 1.5 to 1 ratio, and for wetlands it's a 2 to 1 ratio. This is an overview of what we're accomplishing. This is the math. So we're achieving a ratio of 1.08 to 1 overall and a 1.72 to 1 ratio on the wetland impacts. And I think it's significant we are adding a 1/2 acre of wetlands to that area. And these not easy for the applicant to assemble these properties with the idea that yes, we are removing and we're reallocating the preservation and NSM zoning districts, but they are in the same general area, in the same general watershed, in the same so the net there'll be a net benefit overall to the environment in that area. Site 1 existing zoning, mix of NSM1 and preservation. Same with the future land use. As Corey explained, there are some discrepancies in the map, so this application will help clear those discrepancies up. Site 1 is currently a mix of wetlands and uplands. The uplands are dominated by invasive Brazilian peppers. This is Site 2, so where they're going to propose the office building. All that preservation will be rezoned to NSM1 and residential medium future land use. There's no wetlands on Site 2, but it is a mix of pine flatwoods and invasive Brazilian peppers. And there's a conceptual site plan showing the proposed office building for Lima Construction. Site 3 is a mix of preservation and NSM1. You can see the preservation area extends across the alley to the townhome development to the east. And the solid green is the existing wetland area. That will be reduced, and that the mitigation is occurring on Site 1, where there'll be additional constructed wetlands. Just the overall condition of the site, there's been dumping and there's exotic vegetation. Just showing Site 3 with the townhome development being built to the east. The proposed townhome development on this site is consistent with that. You can see highlighted in green, that's the proposed boundary of the preservation to be retained on Site 3. It's contiguous to the preservation area. That alley that runs behind there is unimproved, so it's all overgrown. So that alleyway creates a connection between the preservation that extends to the east onto the townhome site. The applicant would like just explain kind of just a quick couple-minute overall of this project, and this has taken us a couple years to get this point, so I think it's worth just kind of giving the history.
Hello, my name's Jonathan Stanton, 840 Sandpine. I own Lima Construction. I was born here. I've been renting for like 20 years, and it's been tough to get this property together and assemble it.
Sorry, just confirm you've been sworn on the record, please.
Okay, and I've been sworn. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
I should remember that.
No worries.
I've been working on this for 2 years, and yeah, we've been talking to Swift Mud, and we're gonna get through the city. But I want to stop leasing and buy the property and have my own office building on 4th Street. And I would also say the north property, site 1.23 acres, I'm turning that whole site into preservation of wetlands. I mean, that's kind of a tough pill to swallow, to own a piece of 1.23 acres on 4th Street, North 4th Street, and turn it into preservation. But I'm willing to do it because so I can develop the site 2 and site 3. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thanks. And I also like to introduce our environmental consultant, Carl Salafrio from Barge, just to kind of explain the enhancement and this idea of this net benefit and connecting and assembling these preservation areas.
Carl Salafrio, Barge Design Solutions, 4703 Northwest 59th Avenue in Gainesville, and I have been sworn. I just have 3 points. The first point is, you know, you've obviously looked at this site, hopefully, and you understand that it's very much impacted over the years. There's been a lot of dumping. Most of the sites are filled with Brazilian pepper, which is an exotic nuisance species, as the state's concerned. The disconnected nature of these 3 sites lends very little ecological value, obviously, because they're not connected off-site to any other wetlands. And then the third point is the mitigation plan. We have a plan to basically create a significant wetland system on the north piece on site number 1. That plan includes removing all the debris, getting rid of all the Brazilian pepper, scraping the site down, removing the soil, replanting the entire site, and then maintaining that to a certain success level. So at the end of the day, whether it's the city or it's the Water Management District, they're going to require us to maintain this thing to reach a success level that they're comfortable that we've done the job. And I'm here for questions.
Thanks. Appreciate that. If you could put I'll use up my last couple of minutes. Maybe I won't have to use any close. Since this is a variance, the criteria in the code that apply to variances apply here. We do have a special condition. This is a proposed redevelopment of sites with existing preservation district, and we're trying to realize kind of and go propose some development that's consistent with neighborhood character. Site 1, this constructed wetlands and preservation area will fit nicely into the existing multifamily cluster development. There's some other wetland areas and some green space. When looking at the aerial of that site, you can see that this is typical multifamily where they located the buildings on the uplands. Site 2, there's an existing wireless facility on site, Spectrum utility facility building to the south. This office building fits into that character. In Site 3, we have multifamily all around, except for the Gandy Boulevard barrier to the south. The special conditions are not the result of the applicant. This spotty nature, these small isolated bits of preservation, the current applicant had nothing to do with establishing those. The literal enforcement of the mitigation requirements would make it impractical to develop Site 2 and Site 3 as proposed to realize the intent of the zoning district. The minimum variance, the applicant was able to think outside the box and assemble these 3 properties. We're limited in the amount of additional preservation and wetland mitigation we can do essentially by the size of Site 1. The purpose and intent of the preservation district is that to promote the environmental ecological benefits to the surrounding properties, and we're doing that by increasing the preservation area and significantly increasing the wetlands area in that area. I like this diagram. I think visually it really drives it home that we're taking little spotty bits of preservation and we're assembling it. The fringe of those is low value. Having that internal protected area allows for better success and a better value of those preservation areas. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant?
Are any of the wetlands considered waters of the state?
Carl, I'll let you answer that. I think I know the answer.
No, they're all isolated
They're all isolated, okay.
under the rule.
When you're applying for Swift Mud, obviously you'll have to have development on all three sites. I mean, all right, let me put it this way. 2 doesn't have any preservation or nor any mitigation involved, and Site 2 does, and Site 1 was. I want to make sure that those are all linked in your permit, and that Swift Mud will be looking at the mitigation criteria for Site 1.
Yeah, so the way we design the project, the amount of mitigation that is required for the city will be more than enough mitigation to deal with the water management district. And in their permit, in their ERP, they'll tie both of those sites together.
Okay.
With some success criteria that says this is what you got to meet.
I think it's a 5-year monitoring.
It's a 5-year monitoring program.
Provided you meet their.
Right, now, if you don't meet it in 5 years, you keep going.
You keep going. Okay.
What's the mechanism that SwiftMud will use to tie the properties together? Is it just something?
The ERP, the permit.
So the ERP, does some note or something get recorded in title? I mean, the ERP exists in the SwiftMud system.
Well, they can do it one of 2 ways. They can do it just by issuing the permit, which gives them authority to basically do the compliance, or they can require conservation easement. And if they require conservation easement, then the 2 things are tied together legally, and then that's recorded.
But I guess what I was getting at is any future application, they're going to go into that permit and start there.
Absolutely, yeah.
There will be a development agreement.
Yeah.
That's going to get recorded.
Theoretically, right? No, I mean, I know the development agreement is required. I'm saying those are other applications that we're not. Right.
Right, but in the future, should that all come to fruition, that's a recordable document, obviously.
In that, the legal description, I assume, will just list all 3 pieces.
Absolutely.
Other questions for applicant? Any registered opponent?
Nope.
Blue cards?
Nope.
Staff, any cross?
No cross.
Applicant, any cross? Staff, any closing?
Waive.
Any closing, sir? Okay. Going to executive session.
I'd like, there are a lot of numbers in front of me. Sorry, Commissioner Karen. I mean, I have this page here, and even with that, I keep forgetting which is which and where. One thing I want to point out, and it was both the staff report and in the applicants, the preservation requires a 2-to-1 ratio. If you combine them, then it may be reduced to 1.5. So we're already going from 2 to 1.5, and now we're being asked to go to 1.08. And the wetlands is 2 to 1. So I mean, I get the fact that we're here for a variance, but I just want to make it absolutely sure that we're basically going from 2 to 1.08. So we're being asked quite a bit here to swallow in order to develop 2 of these 3 sites.
Yeah, I think that, so in my experience in the development process, the hardest permit to get is often the SwiftMud permit. And, often...
Well, thank God it's not core. I mean, if you had Waters Estate, you'd be looking at the core, and you'd be looking at a couple more years.
And if you had already been working on it, you'd be starting over because of recent
developments.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at here is I agree with you. What's the justification for the variance? Well, it's basically staff and the applicant are presenting the notion that even though it doesn't meet the criteria, it's better than what's there. But I actually think I tend to agree with that because I don't know what these 3 sites are really accomplishing with the 3 different preservation pieces. And, I just, the number here is not what bothers me, even though it typically would, right? That would normally jump out at me. This is a low area of the city. I assume it's a coastal high hazard area. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Can you confirm? Yeah, so it's coastal high hazard area. They're gonna have to get a SwiftMud permit. They're gonna have to get through a development agreement with the city, change the future land use map. It'll be for Pinellas, and then back to the city, and then also a rezoning through CPBC and City Council. Given that they have a plan with SwiftMud, and that staff has reviewed this with them and staff supports it, I can support this, and I can say good luck because I don't know that we're necessarily, I don't know that that's necessarily there just because we're saying yes today, right? They have a lot of work to do. So, I mean, that's my thought on it, if there are other thoughts. I mean, having one wetland in that low area, you know, yeah, I can, you know, logically, I can see where staff and the applicant are coming from. Mr. Flint.
I just recently finished a project that had wetlands on it, so I had to buy snake bite boots and everything to traipse around in it, a lot of snakes. Meeting with biologists on the site, and yeah, the larger the contiguous area, the much better off you are, because every time you have human interaction around the outer edges, that outer edges loses its value. So having these spotty locations, they're not really operating as well as they should. So having a contiguous lot with all of it combined is going to act much more like a wetland should. And they're taking, like in the photos there, you've got vehicle tires, you have concrete walkway slabs in that area, and they have to get rid of the invasives, which, you know, I went through all that. I think it's a win because you're taking just two little puddles, essentially, multiple little puddles, and making a much more operable system, combining it. And yeah, they've got a long way to go. There's a lot of permitting anytime you deal with something like this, and I would be in support of it.
You want a motion?
That's what you're looking for him for.
I was, but yeah, he's asleep at the wheel. Move approval of a variance to the minimum preservation mitigation ratio to eliminate two existing segregated preservation areas to allow for the development of a multifamily use in an office building and to restore and expand an existing preservation area for 3 separate sites subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Valley?
Yes.
Flint?
Yes.
Idolo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Good luck. See you in 10 years.
Yeah. Item number 6, case 24540000117.
And just before Brian starts, he's a new planner that joined us. So he's a planner too with the city. He came from Atlantic Beach. And so he's been here a couple months now. And this is his first time here, so be kind.
We don't have Walker or Clemens here today, so that helps. Walker.
Thank you, Corey.
Clemens is listening.
Were you sworn in?
Yeah, I was just going to say I haven't been sworn in.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon. Brian Brodell with Development Review Services, presenting case 24-540000117. This property is located at 615 37th Avenue North and is a single-family residential property within the NT2 zoning district. The property consists of 2 fully platted lots, originally platted in 1924. There's a single-family home on the lot that was built in 1947, and the existing property configuration, the earliest evidence of it being under one ownership that I could find was a deed from 1971. And the property currently, under the single parcel ID, has a total width of 90 feet and an overall size of about 11,430 square feet. The request is approval of a variance to the minimum lot width and the minimum lot area to divide this parcel to create 2 buildable lots from the 2 platted lots of record and common ownership. As stated, the property is located within the NT2 zoning district, which requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet and a lot area of 5,800 square feet. You can see the proposed there. Each platted lot is 45 feet wide and 5,715 square feet in area. So the width is 10 feet or 5 feet, 10% deficient, and the area is 85 square feet, 1.47% deficient. Currently, there's one single-family home that spans both platted lots. And there's a demolition permit. It has been removed, but there was a single-family home there. And if this variance was granted, the applicant is proposing to divide the parcel and build one single-family home with a detached garage on each of the platted lots. Here you have the two proposed front elevations for the properties. And I did want to note in your, you have two sets of plans in front of you. The original set was included in the application package, but there's also a revised set with a in front of you that does not include the ADU, so that's the correct set of plans. But going back, it's just single-family home with detached garage in the back, not an ADU on top. Our code prohibits substantially similar designs within 3 parcels. This includes variations in architectural style, roof forms, materials, and architectural details, and these proposed homes do meet that requirement. In analyzing the surrounding development pattern of parcels zoned NT2, we looked at parcels north of 36th Avenue North, and we found that of the 44 parcels analyzed, that 32 or 72.7% were non-conforming in lot width and area. I did receive one email from a neighboring property owner in support of the request, and did not receive any comments from the general public or the neighborhood association or Kona. In analyzing the criteria for variances, staff found that the request meets these criteria listed in the code, and that's further elaborated in the staff report. And as such, staff recommends approval for this request, subject to the special conditions of approval outlined in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. Let me know if you have any questions.
Questions for staff?
You're off the hook on your first one.
Unbelievable. I'm trying to think of something.
Yeah,
Applicant?
Good luck with that.
Do not grab the feet out of the jaws.
Raski again for the applicant, Canopy Homes or Canopy Builders. We're asking for variance to lot width and area, although I'll get into that a little bit into the presentation for the property at 615 37th Avenue North. It's an existing 90 by 127 foot parcel made up of 2 existing platted lots. Platted lots are 45 feet wide, which are 5 feet deficient on the width, and 5,715 square feet in area, which is 85 square feet deficient. This is NT2 zoning, 50 foot minimum width and 5,800 minimum area. This is the existing plat. The lots highlighted. It's the Bridgeway edition. This was the study area that I put together with the application. It's slightly larger than staff's study area. I used the plat generally and then looked at the kind of the commercial parcels along 4th and excluded those. I found that out of the 149 parcels in the study area, 99 were substandard with respect to width. That's 66%. And also 99 parcels substandard with respect to area, 66%. We're proposing just to revert them back to their platted configuration. So 2 platted lots at approximately 45 by 127. Included in your application is a narrative that has detail on the variance criteria. I'll hit just a couple of them now. Special conditions are that we have 2 platted substandard lots under common ownership. The current code requires any splitting of these assemblages to have to meet the current code. The existed platted lots were established by the plat recorded in 1924, not the result of the applicant. The applicant has had ownership interests since 98. Plat was recorded in 25. Strict application of the code would prevent the reversion of this combination of 2 platted lots under common ownership into 2 buildable lots as they were originally platted. Do you have any questions for me? I'm here. I also have the applicant available as well. Thank you.
Questions to the applicant?
None.
No registered opponent?
No.
All right, we do have 1 blue card. Vanji Rapiz. Just state your name, address, and confirm that you've been sworn.
My name is Evangeline or Vanji Rapiz, and I live at 634 37th Avenue North. I've been living there for almost 30 years, and I'm almost like 300 feet from that house. Right now, there's a house on there and a small house in a small lot, and I don't see why there should be a 2 buildable lot or house on that area that the applicant was trying to build into it, and at a 2-story building, and all those houses right in front of my houses are being single family houses, and I don't see why this could be built into buildable lots when in fact it's very dangerous, especially on fire. That neighborhood is almost close to each other. And I would suggest and propose from you gentlemen and gentle ladies that this lot should not be approved for the variance. And there would be a congestion also on the parking and all those other areas back on the alley and the front of our houses. And I'd like the neighborhood to be still the same. I don't mind building 1 single beautiful house. So I would like you ladies and gentlemen to not approve this buildable lots for the future. I want the neighborhood to be still the same landscape and everything else. So that's all I could say for now. And I'm not familiar about this other stuff that you guys does for the city, but I would like you and respectfully ask you guys not to approve this variance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Staff, do you have any questions for the applicant? Or just cross in general?
No, sir.
Applicant, any cross?
Wait.
Staff, any closing statement?
No, sir.
Applicant?
Yeah, I'll just say that, you know, when this neighborhood was originally platted back in the 20s, there were, you know, the zoning didn't exist. The city has gone through a couple cycles of comprehensive rezonings and amendments to their land development regulations to establish zoning districts and district regulations that fit not only the existing development pattern, but then looking forward onto what the plan is for the city. So in some instances, there's a disconnect between kind of the menu of zoning and the regulations that flow from those and dropping those over development that was done in the 20s or 30s. And this is kind of what we have here, this section of the neighborhood. It's kind of maybe falls in between an NT1 and NT2. But here we have the NT2 50-foot and 5,800 square foot requirement, where you have a distinct pattern of them being smaller to match more of the 45-foot. So what we're asking for is completely consistent with the established pattern of the neighborhood. And, you know, you have the applicant Canopy. I think most of you are probably familiar with their product. This certainly fits in with the character. We need more modern housing to get a diversity in our housing stock, more resilient housing that's built higher. So that's a good thing. So just ask you to approve the variances. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ben Gelston, Canopy Builders. I have been sworn 1900 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North, St. Petersburg 33704. I just wanted to say very quickly to address some of the concerns from the comments earlier. When we looked at different properties to build here, we settled on a 2,800 square foot house with a 2-car garage. We'll have 3 parking spaces on site. We normally do ADUs. We do build larger houses. We like the ADUs; they're very popular. But one of the reasons why we went with a smaller home, even though it's not single story, it is a smaller home than has been typically built in this neighborhood in the past, is number one, to keep the prices a little bit lower, but also to address the fact that there are a number of single story homes in this neighborhood already, smaller homes, although this neighborhood is definitely changing, and it's been changing over the past several years. So really we thought of establishing or our plan and the submitted for permit is our smaller homes that we normally don't build. We normally build the larger ADUs. And also the FAR, we're well under the FAR. We're not asking for any kind of maximum FAR. I don't even think we require any bonuses to build these homes. So we're trying to have a light footprint in this neighborhood as it changes, and not build too large of homes as some other builders might. So thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Go into executive session. No, ma'am. No. Sorry. Any comments for an executive session?
Didn't we just a couple months ago approve a very similar lot split in the same neighborhood? Seems like there was one just to the south of the Publix. And so this is kind of in keeping with it. When you look at the numbers on lot widths and how prevalent it is in the neighborhood, the numbers are there supporting the lot split. And as Canopy has done on a lot of their prior projects, they're not maximizing a footprint on the property that leaves basically no yard, no place for a pool, that sets up for complaints in the future. You're looking at 2 well-designed homes that have a large area between the principal residence and the detached garage that allows for a yard, allows for a pool. And like everything, you're rarely going to see single-story houses get built around here. Almost everything is going to end up being 2-story. So it is unfortunate that you're not going to have the smaller cottage look to it, but it's not a historic neighborhood. It's nothing that requires that single-story cottage look to it. And these are 2 very different-looking homes from each other. Again, just falls in line with Canopy's prior projects.
And it meets the criteria that we're to look at, which is, does this fit the development pattern? And it most definitely does fit the development pattern. I would move approval of a variance to the minimum required lot area and width to create 2 buildable lots from platted lots of record, subject to the special conditions.
Second.
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Adelette?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Oh, and as another comment, just not going to affect anything, but this is the only one on that stretch of road that has a front driveway. When you look at the street, this puts everything to the rear off the back alley. So.
Okay. Case number 7. Sorry, item number 7. I've done that a few times today. Case number 24540000118.
Good afternoon again. Brian Burdell, planner with Development Review Services, presenting case 24-5400118. This property is located at 1201 35th Avenue North on the northwest corner of 35th Avenue North and 12th Street North, and is located within the NT2 zoning district. This property contains 2 fully platted lots, originally platted in 1925. It has a single-family home built in 1953. The earliest evidence of being under one ownership is a deed from 1989, and currently the parcel has a width of about 96.5 feet and a total area of about 13,023.5 feet. As stated, these lots are within the NT2 zoning district, which requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet and area, or they meet the minimum area. So lot 15 is on the corner, and lot 16 is an interior platted lot. Lot 16 meets the minimum lot width and area for NT2. However, lot 15 would have a lot width of about 46.5 feet. So about 3.5 feet short, or 7.8%. On the left was the existing single-family home, and if approved, the applicant is proposing to split the parcel back to the platted lots and develop with each one with a single-family home and a detached garage with an ADU on top. These are the proposed front elevations for each lot, lot 15 and 16. And as stated before, they do vary in architectural style and meet those requirements in the code. And looking in the area, staff analyzed similar parcels within the same zoning district, and out of the 99 parcels in the study area, we found that 65 or 66% were non-conforming in lot width. I did not receive any comment from Kona or the Neighborhood Association, from nearby property owners, or from the general public. And in analyzing the criteria for variance standards in the code, staff found that each one was met. That's further elaborated in the staff report. And as such, staff recommends approval of the variance request subject to the special conditions of approval outlined in the staff report. Let me know if you have any questions.
Questions for
Yes, in the narrative from the applicant, there was a reference to a variance request for lack of sidewalk on 12th. I'm assuming that's not, it's gone away.
Right, yeah, there's no
request for variances other than the lot width.
Right, yeah, the sidewalk's not required along 12th Street.
So asking for something he didn't have to do.
Right.
Asking not to do.
other questions for staff? All right, applicant.
Greg Taraski for the applicant for the last time today.
Are you sure?
Unbelievable. Okay. Similar to the last one, Craig Taraski represent the applicant, 360 Central, Suite 500, St. Pete. I have been sworn, requesting a variance to lot width to split the existing parcel at 1201 35th Avenue North. It's the existing condition. There's a single home on there. The existing parcel is approximately 96 by 133. It's made up of 2 existing platted lots. The east lot 56 foot wide, the west lot 50 foot wide by plat. This is NT2 zoning requiring a 50-foot minimum width. This is the original plat, Virginia Heights from 1925 with the lots highlighted. Here's the study area that I included with the application. Again, it's slightly larger than what staff put together, but the results are the same. I had 99 parcels, and of that, 65 or 66% were non-conforming with respect to width, with them predominantly being 45-foot wide lots. We're proposing to revert back to the original lot configuration, platted lot configuration. Here there's a slight discrepancy between my application and staff's report. Staff reflects that the lot 16 is 50 feet wide. That's platted 50 foot wide. There's a discrepancy between the surveyed measurements to the established monuments for these platted lots and the actual plat. So technically it's 49.9 feet wide, and the city measures lot width by the midpoint of the side lot lines. Lot 16 technically doesn't, by the surveyed measurements, doesn't meet the 50-foot minimum. And proposed lot 15 is reverting back to the 46.4 foot wide configuration, and they both meet the minimum lot area. I'm not going to belabor the variance criteria. It's the same as the last one. The existing plat was recorded in 1925, and then the NT2 zoning district regulations were not established by the applicant. The hardship is that it's a combination of two existing platted lots under common ownership, with the platted lots having non-conforming width, and the proposed split to revert them back to the platted widths is consistent with the established pattern of the neighborhood. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant? I'm reading the room and assuming there are no blue cards.
No.
Okay. Staff, any cross?
No, sir.
Applicant, any cross?
Waive.
Staff, any closing?
No, sir.
Applicant, any closing? Thank you. Any comments from the commission?
Mr. Dima, with Mr. Tarasky's testimony, is there any concern for the other lot? I mean, we're only asking for the one lot. We didn't, I can tell you what.
The application included both lots. So the staff report is really the only discrepancy on the width.
What was noticed, though?
Yeah, what is the?
That's my concern, is that.
The notice, I think, just talked about variances. Let me just double check.
I mean, both lots are included in our staff report, but we would have zeroed in on the one that was, that was not meeting.
Doesn't specify width.
No, this says
It doesn't specify width or
lot width to create two buildable lots from two platted lots of record.
that is sufficiently generic for
As platted, so.
yeah.
Okay. I just.
Everything else though is I like the way it's been set forth in the record here, but the notice is put in a way that I have no concerns over. Okay.
And there's only one address because it's one property, but the aerial shows both the whole entirety being highlighted.
Yeah.
You ready for a motion? Move approval of a variance to the minimum required lot width to create two buildable lots from two platted lots of record, subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Stowe?
Yes.
Reale? Flynn?
Yes.
Adelo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
No walkers doing it. Take the rest of the day off, Craig.
Last item, item 9, because item 8 deferred. Item 9 is number 24540000126.
I have not been sworn in.
Scott.
Just slowing down the rhythm.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth?
Give him a hard time.
I do. All right. For the record, Scott Boyd with Development Review Services.
I missed that.
Subject property is located at 4527 Huntington Street Northeast. The request before you is for a variance to the interior side yard setbacks to construct two new single-family residences on separate parcels. The city code requires a 7.5-foot Side yard setback when the proposed building height to beginning of roof line is up to 24 feet. A 15-foot side yard setback is required when the proposed building height to beginning of roof line is more than 24 feet and up to 36 feet in height. The two new homes included in this request will have a proposed building height to beginning of roof line of just under 26 feet, which will require 15.5-foot side yard setbacks to be provided. If the request is approved, then a 10-foot side yard setback will be provided from the abutting property to the north, where 15 feet is required, which has a variance magnitude of 33%, and a 14.5-foot side yard setback will be provided from the abutting property to the south, where 15 feet is required, and that has a variance magnitude of only 3.3%. Lots 14 and 15 are substandard in terms of the minimum required lot width for property zone NS1, neighborhood suburban single family. Each lot has a width of 60 feet when NS1 requires a minimum lot width of 75 feet. On March 6, 2024, the DRC approved a variance to minimum lot width to create two buildable lots. The site contains a one-story home built in 1959 and is located within the AE9 flood zone. There are two live oaks located along the front property line and two slash pines located along the northern property line. Preservation of these trees is included as a condition of approval in the report. Here's a photo of the existing home at 4527 Huntington Street Northeast. This is a view looking north on Huntington with the subject property on the right. Here we're looking south on Huntington with the property on the left. The main reason for the variance request is to raise the garage slab of the homes by 2 feet to reduce the likelihood of flooding within the garage, as it was indicated that the site experiences flooding during tropical storm and high tide events. Evidence that street flooding often occurs can be seen in every single Google Street View image of the site available during summer months. The Street View images shown here are from July 2009, August 2019, and August 2022. These are the elevation drawings for the new home on Lot 14, and these are the elevation drawings for the new home on Lot 15. The plans included with this request are in compliance with the maximum building height to beginning of roof line of 24 feet, measured from the design flood elevation, and shows that the new homes can be built in compliance with the required side yard setbacks. Let's see here. This is, in this plan, you can see that on the front elevation, the building height measured from DFE, which is design flood elevation, to the beginning of roof line is less than 24 feet. It's at 23 feet, 8 3/4 inches. If the request is approved, the elevation drawings will be revised to increase the garage slab by 2 feet in height. The ground floor finish level would be modified from the 4 feet 6 inches shown on the plans to 6 feet 6 inches. This change lowers the DFE line on the elevation drawings by 2 feet and increases the building height measured from the DFE to beginning of roof line by 2 feet from the 23 feet 8 3/4 inches to 25 feet 8 3/4 inches. Staff reviewed the request for consistency with the city code. Staff's findings determined that the special condition that the site contains two buildable lots is the result of actions by the applicant. However, that the site is located within a special flood hazard area that experiences flooding is not the result of any action by the applicant. A literal application of the code would allow for new homes to be constructed on each buildable lot, but strict enforcement may result in future flooding of the garages of those homes. The applicant has minimized the request both in terms of the additional building height being requested and interior side yard setback provided from the other properties abutting the subject property. And the new homes will meet requirements for max height to top of roof peak. Granting the request will not be injurious to neighboring properties, as additional interior side setbacks are being provided from the abutting properties to offset the minimal increase in height to beginning of roof line. And staff found that the request is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the city code to provide additional interior side yard setbacks when increased building heights are proposed. The property is located within the Shore Acres Civic Association. All property owners within 300 feet of the property were notified, and to date, staff has not received any public comments related to this request. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff?
Yeah, I've got a question on condition. So in your special conditions, you picked up, the differences that were going on with the setbacks. And the second one, for example, as lot 14, there's a 10-foot setback, and you put that in there. On the third condition, it's lot 15, you have the 10 feet minimum, which I'm thinking maybe that you did on purpose, but it's actually 14.
It's meant to be 14 and a half.
You want to keep that then because
it's fine at 10 feet if that's fine with you, because then it's equal on both sides, and it's still
Okay, so you meant to put 14.5?
Yes, I did.
All right, so I think we'll discuss.
If you want to change
Yeah,
that.
okay,
yeah.
all right, thank you.
Anyone else?
But for the extra 2 feet, they would not need a variance for the setbacks, correct?
That is correct.
Did you experience any difficulty with the applicant?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. That's surprising, but okay. Let's let it out.
He talked a lot.
He talked a lot.
No way.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Matt Walker, 4527 Huntington Street Northeast, and I have been sworn. And I will say that this is primarily a function of timing. As Scott said, I got the previous variance approved March 2024. So my architectural plans got finished right around the first week of September. And I started asking questions of the architect about, why is the garage elevation the same elevation as my current house? And then the last week of September, I got 42 inches of water in my house. So, you know, right across the corner at Massachusetts, we've had 5 new houses, every one of them flooded, brand new constructions. And so this was really a function of the code, forcing everybody down to design flood elevation from your roof height. And so all I really want to say is that I looked at Zillow, and since in the last 90 days in the Shore Acres Civic Association, we've had 104 houses that have sold. And I can't tell you that every one of them are going to be demo and rebuilds, but a lot of them will be. When you zoom out and you include Northeast Park and Tanglewood, it goes up to about 250 houses. And so I will say Corey and Scott were very receptive to some of the suggestions that I suggested for houses within the coastal high hazard area. But there is I would assume a high likelihood that you're going to see a lot of these cases moving forward without some of this relief. And then also, I would like to specifically state to Commissioner Reale, this is like my Super Bowl, so I enjoy it. So you've got a little bit of ratings. I've been watching this for, a while. So anyway, but seriously, I don't have anything else to add. If you have anything, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Do you have a problem with if I make a motion to change that to 14.5 feet, just to reflect the site plan?
These are the exact same houses that were approved back in March. So there's been no changes other than the plans have been finalized, substantially finalized. So as long as it meets the setbacks, that's shown, I don't have any problems with it. I don't want to create another variance in the future, but the houses and the footprints are finalized.
They're finalized. You're not going to be changing them, so
yeah.
Just by changing that, we would just be reflecting the conditions in that.
Yeah, understood. And the reason why we're really here is because I have a garage that I'm trying to put underneath the house to minimize the footprint. So a lot of people, I do have friends in the neighborhood that have done that, front garage that's kind of separate from the house, so you have the house footprint and the garage is off to the front facing sideways. But I didn't really feel like that fit. It was a big footprint and a lot of impervious area. I'm keeping it down to about 1,400 square feet footprint. So that's really why I'm here, is because I'm just trying to keep the garage under the house. So, yeah. And I don't mind if the house meets that setback. It's set in stone. It's designed. So.
Mr. Walker, typically when homes are built out there, do they essentially look at the garages as being sacrificial?
Yes.
So are you now looking at, let's try not to sacrifice the vehicles inside or whatever's inside by raising it 2 feet?
Well, I'm trying to minimize the likelihood. So on a normal sunny day, flooding just in regular July without any kind of tropical storm, water comes about 2/3 up my driveway on a daily basis. So that circular driveway that you can see in the photograph, I have to park up on the very top of it with my car up on the kind of the porch area to get it out of just normal high tide flooding. So really the intent is to minimize the high tide flooding. We have trucks that come through regularly and blow wakes into the garage. And so my garage currently at the elevation it is pretty much unusable. So raising it 2 feet, yes, it would help with tropical events and high tide surging and that sort of, but it's really just a normal high tide daily occurrence event that happens in Shore Acres, and I'm really trying to, the street in front of my house is at 1.7 feet above sea level. High tide's around 2.5. So for about 3 months of the year, we have about 9 inches of water standing in the road for 4 hours at a time every time high tide.
Where does the garage currently sit
It's
in relation to the crown of the road?
So the edge of the road, I can't tell you the crown because I don't remember off the top of my head, but the edge of the road at my driveway is at 1.7. So that means the crown's probably at 1.8, and my garage is at 3.5, and my finished floor is at 4. Yeah. So the house that we're looking at that has the pool, the existing pool, just the way that it worked, that finished floor was having to be set at 4, which is the current finished floor of my house, and then the one on the northern lot was at 4.5. And so, you know, we had 42 inches of water, 48 inches of water in the garage. I'm really just trying to minimize those impacts. And really what it comes down to is when the initial conversation was the design flood elevation is 11. When Hurricane Milton, the first advisory came out, the surge forecast for Tampa Bay was 10 to 15 feet. So even if it came in at 10, the low end of the surge forecast, if it came in at 10, even at low tide, at 1, you know, you're still 11. So with wave action, you're at 12.5, right? If it came in at the low end with high tide plus wave action, you're at 13, 14. So we're building brand new houses that are 3 feet below what the surge forecast was on the bottom level of the initial surge. And so, it didn't make sense. And so that was where the initial conversation came from. And then as I was looking at the plans, I'm like, holy crap, like my garage is lower than my existing finished floor, and my existing garage is suffering 3 months of street flooding. So there's a multitude of reasons why I'm here.
And I would assume that the drainage, you know, you have to drain from the rear of the property to the front with swales. That this additional height, would it change that at all, or?
So if you go back to an aerial, there's a city pipe that runs along my back fence line, and the whole southeast corner is actually a depression. So most of my backyard runs to that southeast corner and just sits there until the tide goes out and it infiltrates into the grass. So, and I'm not planning on doing anything back in that area. The only part that would come up would be the actual driveway, and it'll go right back down to existing. So yeah, I can't place the fill. I got to save those 2 oak trees. So.
Not a very good sales pitch to resell your car if you ever have to do that.
I agree. So yeah, my previous car, I took it in for maintenance, and the axle was so rusted, they thought that it was going to pop. So I literally went in for an oil change and came out with a new car. So
Sorry, Matt.
Welcome to Shore Acres. So yeah.
Motion?
Yeah, I will entertain a motion.
Well, you've got to go across and close this.
Yeah, we haven't done anything.
We haven't done, we're not in executive session.
You're messing me up.
I'm sorry, man. I'm so helping.
Can I ask Corey one question before we do this? Kind of like the language is being changed to allow, if you're elevating the home, an existing home on Shore Acres, as long as you're at least 3 feet off of the property line, you don't have to come for a variance. Is there anything being considered related to similar situation here where, all right, let's go up higher with the garage elevation to try and salvage? Is there anything thought-wise that the city is thinking about areas like Shore Acres to keep everybody from having to come in for approval?
I mean, we haven't really looked at the garage. I think Matt's probably the second person that's brought this to our attention. So, I mean, and we're looking at hopefully getting that adopted come May, June. Because it'll come before you guys again. I think it's April. So we can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
No blue cards. Staff, any cross?
Staff waves.
Any cross applicant? Any closing?
Oh, staff waves.
Any closing? I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of variances to the interior side yard setback to construct 2 new single-family residences on 2 separate parcels, subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
Flint?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I think we are done.
Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. Because if we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you got to have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
Wardsville. That was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter Demens and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin right? The winner gets to name the city, loser gets to name the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter Demenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name, and the postmaster wanted a name. Peter Demenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg, so there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lansing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters, but you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour.
Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community and the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home, or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your 2-legged friends and your 4-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
You see the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogaciega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the city of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Winkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada. fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs, certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2 Brandy Gabbard, District 3 Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll. District 7, Corey Givens Jr. And District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon. We'll call to order the February 13th, 2025 City Council meeting. If we could have a roll call, please.
Gabbard. Here. Harding.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Fig Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll. Here. Givens. Floyd. Gertis.
Here. Okay. This afternoon, we will have our invocation given today by the Pastor Frank Peterman of the Rock of Jesus Missionary Baptist Church. And then please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank God for this day and for your wonderful service to the mayor, staff, and city council members and all those who work to uplift this city. As I often said, it's quite an honor having served in this capacity years ago. I can't ever forget the old landmark, as the Word of God says. So I enjoyed that, and I enjoy your service, and I pray and hope that you'll continue to go further in taking this city to a higher level. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come praising your name and thanking you for this day. We come asking that, Lord, you guide us, you strengthen us, that you forgive us, that you make us whole. And Lord, we ask right now that you bless, Lord, this meeting space, this time, this council, and the mayor and the staff, and all those who participate in the ongoing march of making this city the greatest ever throughout this country. We plead, Lord, your Son's blood upon, Lord, this meeting time. And we thank you, Lord, for the people who are here in the audience. Bless their lives and let them receive what they need, Lord, in this whole governmental process. We thank you, Lord. We ask that you will bless this wonderful time. Bless the chairman who leads this group and all the individual council members. We thank you, we praise you, we lift you up, God, and let your will be done this day and the days to come. I ask this prayer in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Pastor, thank you so much. Thank you to the service that you provide at the church, but also to the service you've provided to the city of St. Petersburg. It's very much appreciated from this dais. Thank you. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us, including an add of G1, a referral to a cow. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
Seeing as no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with council members Floyd and Givens being absent.
Okay, thank you. We'll move right into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the hand raise feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you have reached the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comments is disrupted by a violation of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comments by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do have some speakers.
Okay, thank you. Let's call 2 at a time, please.
The first 2 speakers is Mark Glover and Michelle Knight. Go to either podium. Please state your name and address. For the record, you'll have 3 minutes to address council. Shall we dance?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, council. Thank you so much, and I'll take you up on the dance a little bit later. My name is Mark Glover, and I'm the public sector lead for Keys Claims Consultants.
Mr. Glover, would you please state your address?
Oh, my address is 37 North Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, but I represent the St. Pete Housing Authority currently.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so as I said, we are public adjusters, and we basically assist municipalities. We represent the entirety of the U.S. Virgin Islands government post those 2 Category 5 hurricanes and have recovered hundreds of millions of dollars accordingly. We have been in communication with some of the staff here inside the city of St. Pete and was attempting to try to offer some services. Our services are 100% contingency, and so if there's no recovery, there's no fee over and above what you've already received. So again, my name is Mark Glover with Keys Claims. My grandfather was a Methodist preacher, so I won't take my entirety of the 3 minutes. If you all have any questions, I would like to be able to send you all some information separately under separate cover. I do have some brief brochures that I could also leave here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Michelle Knight. I also have
documentation I would like to give the clerk to give to each one of you regarding what I'm going to speak on.
Share your address, please.
Yes, my address, I'm currently living at 601 Rosary Road, Northeast in Largo. I am a former resident of the city of St. Petersburg.
I'm sorry, you have to have an address here in St.
Well, I did have an address until I was flooded out with Hurricane Helene. And being a native-born St. Pete resident, up until September of last year, I have a right to speak here regarding the negligence of the city. This is a public forum. I have submitted all documentation.
Chair, your current rules, unless the individual has to have a current address in St. Pete or a business in St. Pete, it doesn't sound like that's the case.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You'll have to distribute those to us different means. You can send them to us via email.
Oh, I will. And you'll also be hearing from an attorney because there is negligence regarding the city water treatment plant that y'all need to know about.
Ma'am, thank you. Let's next two speakers, please.
The next two speakers is Matt Widener and Kevin Batdorf. Please go to either podium, state your name, address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Members of council, my name is Matthew Widener. I have a home at 1201 Eden Isle Drive. We're in the middle of a crisis. You're in the middle of a crisis. I'm talking about this utility issue. I did not use 9,000 gallons at my singular office in the month of October. My home did not use 20,000 gallons in October. I know that you're getting overwhelmed with these complaints. I know that you've got this scheduled for a cow. The reality is you folks have an oversight role. Your oversight role is to ask hard questions and make sure the administration is providing you information. I know that you're hearing all of these complaints, hundreds, thousands of them. You've heard the news reports about hundreds of examples that they have collected. I need you to focus like a laser on the volume issue. These citizens did not have 10,000 gallons flowing through their abandoned and empty houses. They didn't have 20,000 gallons. So what's the explanation? The only explanation is that the meters are faulty. And there is precedent for this nationwide going back years in which there are faulty meters. I take real exception and I have a real problem with the fact that some of these citizens, many of these citizens in fact, are being told, go spend your money, hire a plumber, hire a leak detector to find out whether 20,000 gallons is leaking into your house that doesn't have walls put up because it's banged out, right? The leaks don't exist. You have this oversight function to find out from the engineering and water department how many times have you cut off the meters physically, sent them off to the engineering and analysis department to find out and confirm that the meter itself is faulty or broken, right? This is happening out there, but they didn't describe that to you when they came before you last week. You have an oversight role to determine exactly how many complaints are out there. The UBRC form is not easy to find. I'm somewhat sophisticated, and I got to probe around and get to where the UBRC is. This needs to be front and center on the city's website so that when the citizen has this problem, they fill out a paper trail, and you folks can get some handle on exactly how big this problem is. Because right now you're getting phone calls in there, you're getting people in the staff level that are overwhelmed with this, but you folks have absolutely no idea how big this problem is. The biggest problem I have when you look at that UBRC form and it says they're going to stamp every one of these things denied, the next sentence that I've read, it says you can pursue civil litigation. They know damn well you can't pursue civil litigation. That's one of the problems. So guess what? These thousands of consumers out there that have a problem because they're being billed, money's being taken out of their account, you got automatic withdrawals that it's coming out of and you won't give the money back, and the response is sue us. That's not practical for someone on fixed income that just had $700, $800 taken out of her account, and there ain't no attorney in the damn world that's going to take that case up. You folks can do something about it. I know you've got interest in this right now. I can tell by the looks on your faces. Fulfill your duty and obligation to the citizens. Ask hard questions at the cow and get the information in advance. Thank all of you for what you're doing.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Batdorf, 1801 Nevada Avenue Northeast. A native of St. Pete. I am a real estate broker and Shore Acres Civic Association president. I want to echo everything that Mr. Widener said, but I'm not going to take my time repeating that. I agree with it. I'm here today to talk about the Scarlet Sea. City of St. Petersburg made a decision to open a codes case on almost every home, approximately 11,000, located in the special high hazard area of St. Petersburg, regardless of flood status. even though the city has a list of every home that actually flooded, including how high the watermark was. City published these goals as reasoning: ensure necessary repair permits are obtained and completed, verify permits are closed out with required inspections, protect buyers from purchasing unpermitted repairs. On its face, these goals we can all agree on. To be clear, I agree with disclosing that a house flooded to potential buyers and future owners. I agree 100% with that. All repair work that requires a permit should be permitted. This could have been accomplished if the city's permitting department were better equipped to handle the requirements they're imposing. Shore Acres leadership asked for mobile permitting and Shore Acres to expedite the process. That, along with proper messaging and communication, would most likely have prevented this extraordinary action. The city's method of casting a wide net goes too far. Placing an open code case on homes that did not flood creates a stigma for that property. Homeowners are being advised that they can close the case, but cannot remove the case from the property's permanent record. Just ask yourselves, if this was about permitting, why is the open codes case in all caps labeled Special Flood Hazard Area? Why not label it permitting? As time goes by, the memory of this discussion fades. Real estate agents and future buyers will use this data to identify houses that flooded. Unfortunately, the properties that did not flood will also carry this stigma, and they will mistakenly be identified as having flooded. How do you think that'll affect the value of that property? Performing an initial search of the property's code case will show the case number and type of case, which will show Special Flood Hazard Area, all caps. It doesn't matter that a case will be closed. It's even more concerning that the status for homes that did not flood are now being changed to invalid complaint. The complaint originated internally at the city. At what point did it become appropriate for the city to initiate invalid complaints?
Next two speakers.
The next two speakers is Rachel Tenpenny and Bob Glazier. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. My name is Bob Glasser. I live at 506 17th Avenue Northeast in St. Petersburg. I own a real estate business in downtown called Smith & Associates Real Estate. We've been fortunate to bring many new homeowners to the market, and yes, you know, we're dealing with a lot. It's a crisis unseen and unheard of, and nationally they're all paying close attention to St. Pete and Tampa Bay, how we're resolving it. But more importantly, I'm here today because I have a great support for ACT. Today you have an opportunity to look at ACT and its work in the market, represented by Mr. Harris here, who have helped over 15,000 youth and families since they opened a number of years back. My involvement's been the last 7.5 years with our company. We've invested in it, we've participated. We've got to meet the kids and seeing the growth and the change and introduce them throughout Tampa Bay. All a part of what incubated in St. Petersburg, which is really a landmark situation that this city can make claim to, I think, ultimately nationally. 100% of those students in that program have all graduated from high school. 90% have gone on to pursue higher education. Over time, it wasn't just about music and dance, which I'm not good at, and it became really good at industry type standards that they could work in, different metrics. They found career paths that took them to different companies, including our own, but also it provided a metric that ACT could follow, the amount of work that all these students have done to give credibility to why the investment by the city, by individuals like myself and other business people, is so important to bring these young students into the world and into our market as the best students possible. So today, I'm hopeful City Council will help step forward, like the business and civic leaders that you are, and want to see and create, as the minister said in the end of his prayer there, new higher benchmarks for all of us. And Alex will make the ask, and we appreciate your support. And thank you for all your work. You all do a great job.
Thank you. What was
Rachel? Tim Penny?
passing?
Oh, she's passing, okay. The next speaker is William Edwards. And then we have somebody in Zoom.
And what was the last one?
Then we have one in Zoom. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
I'm head of a small homeowners association at 547 First Street South here in St. Petersburg.
Share your name too, please, sir.
Pardon?
Could you share your name as well, please?
William Edwards.
Thank you.
Bill Edwards. Our water usage in August was 36. In September, it was estimated by the Water and Sewer Department at 145. In October, it was 1,576 gallons. In November, it went back to 42. Well, what happened? Our bill starts at September 26th or 27th. When the hurricane went through, we had 3 feet of water. We're fronting on First Street, and you all know, I'm sure, what happened to the airport. We lost 3 cars and 2 elevators in the building. The water meter was underwater, seawater, for about 12 hours. That was, I think, the first cause. The second cause was we were told not to drink the water thereafter. And the city came back and flushed all the lines with very high pressure water. Between the two, when I complained about the bill, we were told to check, and of course, I think our usage indicates that we had no leaks. Between the salt water and the pressure, I think that the water meter failed. The fact that the Water and Water Department estimates frequently what our bills are, I suggest a possible solution. Simply estimate what the October bills really are, maybe add something for an additional amount to cover mistakes, and then reset the base usage to whatever it was at the end of October. I think that's the fair thing to do, and I thank you all for your courtesy.
Thank you. Let's go to the speaker on Zoom.
Okay, Sherry Jubei, I'm going to enter you into the meeting space. When I do, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. You may go ahead now. Sherry Jubei, can you hear me? We can't hear you.
Let's give her one more second. Let's try one more time.
Sherry Jubei, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. Okay, she put her hand up.
Okay. No more speakers?
Mr. Chair, no more speakers.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum. Okay, we'll move into awards and presentations, starting with D2 Radio St. Pete Day Proclamation, and we're joined today by our Mayor, Kenneth T. Welch. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council, our great St. Pete team, members of the public. Thank you all for being here. Chair Gerdes, it's a pleasure to join you for this awards and presentations. It's a great way to recognize and celebrate great organizations in our community, and the first one is Radio St. Pete. I'd like to ask the Radio St. Pete family to join me. Way on the other side, okay. Jay and Karen, thank y'all for joining us, and Dr. Harris, good to see you. Who wants to hold a proclamation? All right. Okay. And it reads, whereas Radio St. Pete is a listener-supported, volunteer-run community radio station that has provided diverse and independent programming to the residents of St. Petersburg and fostered a vibrant, inclusive, and engaged community for years. And whereas Radio St. Pete and RadioStPete.com offers a platform for local musicians, artists, civic leaders, and individuals to share their voices, ideas, and passions, promoting creativity, local culture, and community connection. And whereas Radio St. Pete and RadioStPete.com serves as a resource for education, entertainment, and information, contributing to the civic life of St. Petersburg through thought-provoking interviews, local news, and cultural programming. And whereas the station's commitment to providing access to the airwaves for underrepresented voices and supporting community-driven initiatives exemplifies the spirit of public service and the values of community engagement. And whereas Radio St. Pete's continued success is a testament to the dedication of its volunteers, supporters, and listeners who work together to ensure its mission and vision remain strong and vibrant. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 as Radio St. Pete Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage all of our residents to celebrate the work of Radio St. Pete and to support its ongoing efforts to provide quality, community-centered programming that strengthens the bonds of St. Petersburg. Thank you for your great work. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Welch, and thank you so much to the City Council, to staff, and really to all the people here in St. Petersburg who have supported this endeavor. Joe Bordeaux, the president of the board and the person who founded Radio St. Pete, unfortunately couldn't be here. He had a business meeting that was planned months ago. So I'm the VP of the board and the music director. And again, on behalf of all of us, thank you so very much. Joe Bordeaux had this vision 13 years ago of what a community radio station could be, and we're getting there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere yet. Don't go anywhere quite yet. Don't go anywhere quite yet. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for all that you do. Radio St. Pete offers something that's kind of hard to find these days, and that is that hyper-local focus through radio. You find ways to be entertaining. There's really something for everyone, right? But there's also great information that is shared over that, whether it is educational or informative about our hurricanes, things like that. You really do serve the community in a unique way, and I appreciate that very much. I also had a wonderful time a while back doing a broadcast with you all at the Florida Institute of Oceanography on board the RV Western Flyer. That was fantastic, and it gave your listeners an inside look or an inside listen to some incredible research that's going on in marine science out there. And you were able to blend it in with some really cool music that was performed live while we were there. What a great experience for me. So I loved that. Thank you. And I can only imagine how much fun it was for people to listen in. And you do that kind of stuff day after day. It is just a real gift to our city, and I appreciate you, and I thank you.
Well, thank you, and you should all know we're right around the corner, so so we're right in the neighborhood, and you're all welcome to stop by anytime.
Just real quickly, just wanted to say thank you. I am a constant listener of one of the podcasts that is created out of St. Pete Radio, and now that same, I don't know, is it podcaster, is hosting a radio show, and just I think the content that's created, I would totally agree with Councilmember Driscoll. You know, this hyper-local focus with local people, it's an amazing gift that we have here in St. Petersburg. So thank you very much for the last 13 years, and hopefully I get to listen to the next 30. So thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to D3, Black History Month proclamation, and again, Mayor Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is another great day in St. Petersburg to celebrate the diversity and progress we made in our city and in this organization. Our administration has been intentional about being inclusive and creating opportunities for everyone to have their voice both heard and valued. And this Black History Month is special for many reasons. I'm pleased to have many community representatives from various agencies and organizations, and I ask them to join me at the podium, if y'all would, as I read the proclamation. As the keeper of history, Ms. Scott. And it reads, whereas February is annually observed as Black History Month and has been designated to identify the historical contributions of African American citizens, and whereas African Americans have made countless contributions to the city of St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, the state of Florida, the United States of America, and the world. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg has a robust center of cultural organizations, such as the Woodson Museum of Florida, ASALA, African American Heritage Association, and community oral historians who continue to work to support the intellectual development of our community, to collect and preserve Black stories, sponsor Black history and literature events. And whereas the late John Lewis's words, quote, "Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble," end quote. Those words continue to ring true today more than ever. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg takes pride in celebrating Black History Month and recognizing the contributions of notable African Americans, now therefore I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 2025 as Black History Month in St. Petersburg. And I urge residents to join me in celebrating African American history, legacy, and the profound contributions of African Americans to our great society. Thank you. And now we'll have a few words from Esther Eugene, the NAACP president of the city of St. Petersburg branch. Did I get that right? Okay. And World. And Terry Lipsey Scott, the CEO of the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Madam President.
Thank you. Come on, Chase. So I'm going to introduce to some, reintroduce to others. This is Chase Temple. Chase is our Youth Council president, and my commitment in 2025 is that wherever I show up, Chase will show up as well. Amen. So I want to talk a little bit about Black history. In 1920, the NAACP stood up in St. Petersburg as the first civil rights organization to fight racial segregation, voter suppression, disenfranchisement levied at Black residents. In 1940, Dr. Ralph Wimbush, a Black physician and civil rights leader in St. Petersburg, fought against segregation in public spaces, schools, and professional fields. In 1960, the NAACP Youth Council and Mr. Joe Savage mobilized young people to take direct action against segregation by leading sit-ins and other coordinated activation efforts, including Mr. Joe Waller, who removed a racist painting right here at City Hall. I want to add that it's vitally important that we do something to place and tell the story where that painting was removed. In 1980, Dr. Joseph Smith was a strong critic of the city's decision to displace black families and businesses in the gas plant district. And that was, as many of us know here, for the construction of Tropicana Field. In 2000, Reverend Clarence Williams organized public demonstrations and rallies to bring attention to the plight of the gas plant district, displacing residents. He highlighted the continued inequities in St. Petersburg, where black communities were not benefiting from economic development. In 2022, our Commissioner Flowers, Council Member Deborah Figg Sanders, Reverend Clarence Williams, Reverend Louis Murphy, Senator Roussan, our mayor, and other key leaders, along with the Department of Justice and the FBI, conducted listening sessions because St. Pete Catholic students thought that it was okay to write racial slurs on school campus. And here we are in 2025, consistently and continually fighting for black people and equity. The fight for justice and equity never ends for us. Many of our brothers and sisters can go to sleep and not worry about anything because when they wake up, their equity and their rights are clear because of their skin color. But I'm still denied fair and equal treatment, fair housing. I'm denied economic opportunities. Our young men and women still deal with mass incarceration. Systems of oppression still remain prevalent. And I know y'all don't want to hear this. It's uncomfortable. But there's comfort in discomfort. Please remember that Black history proves that we must always fight for our rights and our progress. Resistance is not a sign of defeat. It's proof that our power, especially in our current political climate, is what we must remain strong in. I ask our city council to thank our mayor, because he's one of the only ones who has stayed fast in his commitment to ensuring that our history and our voices are not silenced. I stand here because not only am I Black, but I'm also history. We must do better.
Well, in the Black church, after a message like that, we just generally pass the plate. Thank you so much, President Esther. Our young president is well changed. We have with us also the CEO of Urban League, Ms. Nikki Capehart, Danny White, Race Without Ism, and my fellow board member, Chiquita Clark, the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. I am Terry Lipsy Scott, and I am indeed honored to live in a city where inclusion is a cornerstone, where we can stand proudly and state that we celebrate not only African American history, but other histories as well. We are proud as a people to wake up in a community that every day we know we are led by individuals who have a passion for diversity, for equity, and inclusion. And leaders, those are not bad words. There are indeed symbols and statements of courage and of character. And I applaud you for carrying the banner. As the executive director of the Woodson African American Museum, we humbly thank you for co-sponsoring Harriet Tubman, who's proudly displayed in our legacy gardens, and I beg you and our community to share this opportunity with us. Harriet Tubman's sculpture, The Beacon of Hope, is proudly displayed in our legacy gardens. She's traveled across the country, and this is her first time in the state of Florida. And she's here in the city of St. Petersburg. And for that, I say thank you. Mr. Mayor, as Esther was rattling off history, there is a little that she left out. The first African-American vice mayor of the city of St. Petersburg was Seabet Winbush, followed by Dr. David T. Welch. And history that we continue to celebrate is you, our mayor, St. Petersburg's first black mayor. History that we celebrate. And with that, I'd like to say to each and every one of you, Andrew Young was here many, many years ago, and he walked the downtown area, and he said to me when we got close enough, he said, "What did you all do to deserve to live in a city like this?" And I asked myself that question over and over again. I don't know what we've done to deserve this, but I'm grateful. Thank you for your leadership, and I'm a proud resident of the city. Thank you all.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank each and every one of you so much for being here today. I just want to take a moment to commend the contributions of trailblazers. Ms. Scott mentioned the names of Seabet Winbush, the late Seabet Winbush, and the late Dr. David Welch, who, Mr. Mayor, I found out the other day played first base with my uncle on the St. Pete Pelicans. So that's a little piece of black history for you all. So I just want to pause and speak the names of the late Ernest Filiu, the late Ernest Williams, the late, we already mentioned her and him, but Dr. David Welch and Seabet Winbush. These are former council members who blazed the paths that my colleagues and I travel. And I am so excited to see future generations here today who will also travel this trail that they blazed. So, you know, I'm just so excited. You mentioned it, Mr. Harry. We have history right here amongst us, our first black mayor. But it's exciting to know he won't be the last black mayor, right? Isn't that right, Chase? We talked about that. History is in the making. So let's support these future generations and their dreams. You know, let's, instead of stopping them, let's push them to reach their goals and to reach the stars. Because as Dr., I don't think he was a doctor, but I'm gonna make him a doctor today, but John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis, he was a good brother, frat brother of mine, told us it's okay to get in good trouble, y'all. So, you know, don't hesitate to organize at your schools like the students at St. Pete Catholic did. You know, that's where it starts at, in those student government associations. Join, get active, get involved, and you too can become history in your own way. And lastly, just put a little plug out there for you, Ms. Terry. In the spirit of Black History Month, the Collard Green Festival will be taking place this weekend on the Deuces in the heart of my district, District 7. So please come on out February 15th. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and let us celebrate Black history. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. So I am not new in this space of thanking those trailblazers that were standing here today. I appreciate everything that Ms. Esther said, and you're right. A lot of the things that we need to speak about are uncomfortable. But because we have people that are willing to stand steadfast and to continue to remind some and educate others that we ain't going nowhere. We are a culture that needs to be applauded, celebrated 365. You know I'm a huge NBA fan, and I love their jerseys that says Black History Always, meaning we're going to consistently be there. Mayor, I thank you for this proclamation. And there is so much history that goes with the Welch name. There's so much history that is in the city of St. Petersburg, period. And I want to ensure that as we acknowledge other organizations and we acknowledge other resources and opportunities, that we do not forget the opportunities that were founded by a lot of people we don't even know their names. So thank you, Ms. Terry, for continuously reminding us, and I'm coming to see Harriet. I heard it was awesome. It's a beautiful display, and so I want to make sure that we see that. But again, I speak on us of the time. So this is not new. I guess I need to. I'm black. But I speak on us all the time because I am with you to let you know that we are going to consistently stay mindful with the progress of the city of St. Petersburg and what it is that we still need to have done to ensure our history is not forgotten. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to D4, Localtopia Proclamation. Mayor Welch, last but not least.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I say that, happy birthday, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in the city of St. Petersburg, we love our small businesses. Our city organization celebrates them, provides support and funding for them through our greenhouse and its staff and services, provides grants and related programs, and purchases goods and services from them. One of the very best celebrations, and I'm excited it's coming up, is Localtopia. It gives our residents an opportunity to sample some of what our small business owners have to offer. I'm pleased to read a proclamation and promotion of its 12th annual event, and I'll ask the one and only Olga Boff to join me. Where's Olga? There you go. Y'all show Olga some love. Give her a hand, please. How you doing? And it reads, whereas our city's locally owned independent businesses are integral to the unique flavor of St. Petersburg and make it a place we want to live, work, and play. And whereas the health of St. Petersburg's economy depends on our support of businesses owned by our families, friends, and neighbors. And whereas our St. Pete-grown businesses need our support now more than ever to survive. And whereas the Independent Business Alliance, Keep St. Pete Local, works to keep and build a thriving local economy and a unique community. And whereas Keep St. Petersburg Local will commemorate its 13-year anniversary by presenting the 12th annual Localtopia at Williams Park, our city's first park, purposely selected as the venue for the festival. And whereas Localtopia will be held from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, February 22nd in Williams Park, and is a, quote, community celebration of all things local, end quote. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Saturday, February 22nd, 2025 as Localtopia Day in St. Petersburg and encourage all of our residents to attend the celebration, savor our local flavor, support the participants, and continue to support all of our locally owned independent businesses year-round. And Olga, thank you for the great job you do.
Thank you.
All right.
I wanted to take this opportunity, especially this year, to thank all of you, to thank our city and all of its departments for the support it gives Localtopia. I think you may be aware of events of this scale actually having to cancel, having to decide to never come back because of all of the challenges that come with putting on a festival of this scale. This particular celebration goes beyond a market or a regular festival. When we say it's a community celebration, it truly is, but it's also an economic impact for our city, especially after the year we've had. This event next Saturday is crucial. It's a lifeline for the participants, but it's also the most visible manifestation of Keep St. Pete Local's mission, and it's truly needed, which is why this is the shirt this year. This is the year that we really have to be mindful of where we spend our money. And that day, there's obviously tens of millions that get actually funneled through our city because it's the only event that only has St. Pete-based businesses, ones that were born here, ones that want to grow from here. And after that, the money continues to circulate. And it's not just for the participants, even the surrounding businesses, especially hospitality businesses, claim to have their best sales day of the year, as well as the participants, or one of their best sales day. So I want to thank you for helping us to continue to put it on, despite it being the most challenging year, post-hurricane, with the bandstand in its current state, but we still want to bring it because I think, as I've said, it's not just about putting our arms around these businesses, but this year I feel like our community needs to put its arms around each other because of everything we've all been through. So thank you, thank you, thank you for your support of Localtopia.
Olga, thank you so much for everything that you do. I know it's a big lift. We were on the phone just a couple weeks ago. I could hear it. It's such a celebration of what St. Pete always has been, which is a tight-knit community that always looks out for each other. And I know that's what you're doing for this community of small businesses. And so from one small business owner, a big thank you from me. So thank you for everything you're doing. And Mayor, thank you for bringing this proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. See you next Saturday.
Yeah. Okay, now we'll go to D1, the Feeding Tampa Bay Annual Report, and we're joined by Thomas Mance, the CEO of Feeding Tampa Bay. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me and giving us some time to give you an update. We think it's always a good idea to let you know what's happening in your community and how an organization like ours addresses this. So we do have a couple of slides that we want to go through, but first a little background. If you don't know who Feeding Tampa Bay is, we are the largest food relief organization in our 10-county. We cover a 10-county territory, one of which, of course, is Pinellas County, and then, of course, St. Petersburg. Our responsibilities are twofold. One is to provide food, first and foremost, but second is to also provide resources. So we have a quick presentation to take you through today to talk a little bit about what we're going to do. So whoever advances slides. Oh, I do. Wow. All right. Let's see if I can not screw this up. Hey, so you know some of this information, so I don't want to read my slides, but I want to talk about what's happening in our communities. Roughly 50% of the folks in any community today are accessing our services. We tend to think of food relief services and social services largely being pointed at folks who are at poverty level or below. The reality is that is by far the smallest part of our service profile. Most of the folks that we serve on a regular basis are employed. They're part of the economy. They're taxpayers. They're consumers. They are part of our corporations, our small businesses, our communities, our schools. We could tell you many stories about who accesses our services, like teachers, like folks that are here for our safety and protection, like folks who have stood on a wall and protected our country. I think it's important that you know that, because one of the things we face far too often is a belief that someone that we serve is someone who has given up on their responsibilities. We find the opposite to be true. We find the folks that we serve as heroic, an important part of our community, and working very hard to manage their obligations. The reality is their economics don't match up. They don't make enough money to take care of the responsibilities that they have. They're not living frivolously. They're dealing with ongoing increases to housing, food, transportation, and other costs that you all are well aware of. Again, for no other reason, if we didn't stand here for any other reason, it would be to say, we would want to say, please let us change your mind about who we're taking care of. The way we like to think about it is we're taking care of friends and neighbors, not them. There's no them in our vocabulary. If we talk a little bit about what we're doing in Pinellas County, which includes here in St. Petersburg, we provided about 16, almost 17 million meals last year into the community. We work through 52 local partners. Some distribution we do ourselves, but think about somebody like a great organization here locally like St. Pete Free Clinic. We partner with them to make sure they have the resources. I want to mention our investment in schools. We have 17 pantries inside of schools today, which were built largely to answer ongoing challenges that children and families have with being competitive or capable in the school arena. We also have started to partner with Bay Pines and Evra, where we have food relief supplies and resources in healthcare clinics, because one of our ongoing obligations is how do we improve health outcomes. And then you notice something as simple as important, though. We have a job training program, which here in St. Pete has brought $5.4 million in economic value. We think that's important for you to know. We've been in business for close to 45 years. In fact, sometime this summer, we'll pass our 1 billionth meal provided. So our commitment has long been to this community. And one other thing that I didn't put on here, which we should have, we are a part of Pinellas County's emergency services. So during both of the hurricanes, we are the organization that is there first. Even though you have national providers that come in and provide resources, all the food is generally distributed through us. So in the day of the hurricanes, both, the day after the hurricanes, and even before the hurricanes, our trucks were on the road making sure resources were provided. We're the ones that stand up large mass distributions at a Tropicana field. And so it's important for you all to understand that, because while you're elected to support your local folks in St. Petersburg, virtually all of the resources that come in during a disaster come in nationally, statewide, and they come through us, and then we flow those down into your community to make sure folks here are okay. And then finally, I would talk about where we are headed over time. Our goal is to continue to expand services. The challenge for us, of course, is that need is not diminishing, it's increasing. This is the great issue that I think you all face. We face as a community, which is a greater and greater populace is seeking our services as part of their ongoing household budget. Charities were largely built for emergency relief services. The reality is we're now part of household budgets and incomes. We're also expanding our programs and services. So when someone comes to see us, we might give them a meal first, but we're also connecting them to other resources, services, and partnerships, because our objective, just like theirs and just like yours would be, we want when someone comes into a meal, we want for them to walk out with a future. And then largely, as I mentioned, we're also looking how do we build capacity. So we've gotten a couple of $1 million grant from one of our partners that will allow us to build out some of the capability of local partners by providing resources for transportation, refrigeration, infrastructure, so that we can increase the capacity of agencies. And in the next week or two, we'll announce another grant given to us by a financial services partner where we will invest in transportation and housing repairs here in Pinellas County, largely hit by both of those storms. So we continue to invest. I think, as you know, a storm is an issue of the moment. Recovery is an issue of much longer time frame. So I want to finish by saying our goal and hope in sharing information with you is that you understand who we are and what we're doing here, but most importantly, to continue to think about how we can partner with you moving forward. And with that, I will pause for any questions. Thank you again for letting us present.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mance, I have to thank you so much, because I will tell you, one of the organizations, I want everyone to hear this, that immediately contacted us after the hurricanes was Feeding Tampa Bay. And I will put a shout out to one of your people, Lorena Rivas Hardwick.
Who's sitting right there?
Oh, hi, Lorena. She contacted us. It must have been every day or every other day after the storms, letting us know to tell our community about the different disaster relief programs that you had, where the locations were of the food banks, how people could be volunteers, which, by the way, there were lots of people in the community that wanted to be a part of. And that, to me, is incredible, because there are so many organizations out there that provide services, but you don't hear from them immediately. And you guys were, I mean, you were on top of it. And that is incredible. So thank you so much for what you do and the service that you provide to all our residents, from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you. It's our privilege to do so. Thank you.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us this presentation and the update today. It has been just wonderful getting to know you over the last few years, and volunteering with your organization, seeing through that work the huge operation that you have going, visiting your central location there in Tampa. It's just, every time I get involved with Feeding Tampa Bay, my appreciation and admiration for you guys just grows.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's and you've gone so far beyond just connecting people with food and that basic, emergency assistance, but the Food RX program is something I'd love to hear you tell people about that a little bit more, so they understand what that is. And then also the Fresh Force program, which is not something that the average person might think about when they think of Feeding Tampa Bay offering.
Do we have time to answer those?
Yeah, absolutely.
So our Food RX program is specifically designed, one of the issues to answer healthcare issues that folks are having coming out of healthcare situations. So one of the major causes for representation at the doctor, at the hospital, is poor nutrition. So we work with Bay Pines and Evra. When someone comes out of care, they can provide a Food RX prescription that allows that family a few days worth of food, which just giving them the opportunity to have a bit healthier food in their home creates a better long-term outcome. We also put pantries in those locations so folks can come back to those spots and get food relief. But I think one of the things we know is that the long-term implications of lack of nutrition in food is going to cause challenges that even folks like you end up having to deal with how many folks are coming for additional resources. So we do this across all of our 10 counties. We're building more and more of that here in St. Petersburg and in Pinellas County. Our job training program is specifically designed to provide folks that don't normally have a pathway to a new job. So think aging out of foster care, coming out of a poor education situation, poor job history, or incarceration. All of those are our primary targets. We put folks through a 10 or 12-week course. They come out with their Class B CDL licensure. They come out with warehouse logistics or culinary arts, all of which are important positions. Not only that, we spend 20% of our time on social skills, because most of the failure rate in job programs is not productivity. It's the ability to navigate a system that's unfamiliar with you. We also pay all of our folks that go through training. I do want to share one thought that we have had. So we have been talking to Jabil, who is a big partner of ours, and one of their issues is how do we create more jobs? So we actually got a bus donated to us, literally a city bus. And so we're in the process of refurbishing that, and our idea is that we will work to set a location here in Pinellas County, where we can come over, pick up students, bring them back to our facility, train them for the 10 to 12-week period, bring them back and forth every day. They become folks that then work in the local St. Petersburg and Pinellas County area. We have a unique opportunity in the facility we built to do that, but I just also want to use that as a story to illustrate. We often get caught up in regionalism, localism, county lines, etc. Our view is to make sure we provide ample resources across a much broader base and make sure that they, again, affect local change and local capability.
Thank you. Could you just say a few words about the Healthy Pantry Network?
Yes, so that is another effort for us to build out nutritionally appropriate food. If you don't know this, generally speaking, folks are economically compromised by unhealthy food at a much greater portion. Why? Because you can stretch your dollar further. If you think about the outer ring of the grocery store, it's the most expensive food in the grocery store. And so our objective is we want 80% of all the food we provide to be on the My Plate continuum, which is healthy food. And so our Healthy Pantry Network is built specifically for that, so that folks have access to items that, again, they may not be able to afford. There's nothing wrong with a birthday cake or a Diet Coke, but if that is too much of your diet, again, we create longer term outcomes that aren't effective. And so I think all of us want people to be healthier. And so we can impact a whole lot of folks here in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County by providing more and more fresh food.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And last comment I want to make is you had mentioned the St. Petersburg Free Clinic as
Yes.
an example of one of the organizations that you work with. And what I think a lot of people don't understand or aren't aware of is that even though you are a very large organization, you're not acting in a silo. So around St. Petersburg, you can probably name a few local nonprofit organizations that connect people with the food that they need.
Yeah.
So much of that comes from a partnership that organization has with Feeding Tampa Bay. So they're not keeping it all to themselves. They're not so worried about having their own stamp on everything. What Thomas and his team understand is that often those very small nonprofit organizations, the church-related organizations, things like that, they are the ones who have the relationship with the community. They're the ones who know where to go. That's who they're seeking out to help, so that this the food that they have, the resources that they have, can be spread even further out to the people who need them. That is just a game changer.
Yeah, I think, we think that the local relationship, about 80% of our partners are faith-based, and they have a very important and specific relationship in their local community that's largely built on trust. I think the way we think about it is if we can give them the resources they need, they're the most effective at distributing those resources in their local community with people that already know and trust them. So around our 10 counties, we have about 400 plus partners that we make sure they have the resources that they need.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And please consider the city of St. Petersburg to be a partner to you. And know that this is a topic that is discussed quite a bit among city council members in our meetings, looking at different initiatives to help move the needle on this. And I hope that you can continue to be part of that conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you so much for being here. Mr. Mans, I've seen the work that you guys do firsthand as a volunteer with various local food pantries here in the area, Positive Impact, St. Pete Free Clinic, so many different places, a lot of churches here in this community that I've collaborated with. You talk about expansion opportunities. I'm just wondering, has there ever been any thought behind collaborating with some of your nonprofit partners to maybe operate a free market in a brick and mortar setting?
Yeah, there has been. There's a couple of conversations we've had here in the county over time. We've talked about putting a grocery store in, lower nonprofit kind of grocery store. This is something that Council Member Driscoll and I have talked about for some time. We do have bricks and mortar in Leelman, which is kind of in the middle of the county, and so we're considering expanding that. And so if that's a conversation you all want to have at some point, because I think, again, your constituents you're elected to represent may live in St. Petersburg, but they gather resources wherever they can find them. So we would certainly be happy to have that conversation. Everything we've done over here, we've funded privately. And I think collaborative effort would be something we'd definitely be interested in. If I had to estimate right now, we're probably getting to about 43 or 44% of the need in the county, so there's a lot of room to grow. And I think, for you all to understand, only about 22% of the food that's distributed in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County comes from St. Petersburg and Pinellas County. Virtually all of it we bring from other places. There's just not enough resource here. Whatever we gather here, that stays here locally. But so I think that could certainly be a conversation we would be more than open to having with you to think about how we can more effectively serve the community.
Certainly, and I appreciate that. My other question for you, you mentioned 17 schools. You guys have pantries in 17 of those schools. I don't expect you to list those today, but I would love to see a list of those schools, because I think that's another opportunity where we might be able to partner, and maybe not even just schools, but some of those recreation centers and even neighborhood centers as well.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Yes, I think we have annual reports for you all, which should have some of that information in there. But I do want to talk a little bit about that. I think we still have time, but I do think it's important that you understand how we thought about the problem. For years, we did backpacks, right? And they were important and effective. But as we studied the backpack issue, we realized something fundamentally important. We brought in USF to study the program, and we found that 70% of the food was being eaten on Friday night by the family. It wasn't the kid that was hungry, it's the family that was hungry. So we started to put pantries inside of schools where a mom or dad, when they pick their child up, can shop, gather. It's literally an old classroom or a storage room. A mom or dad can shop, gather the food that they need, and go home. And so we put those in there to solve the food problem, but they also solved another problem. They created better attendance by the child at school. The kids that were a part of that program reported less behavioral issues. The school reported that grades and other challenges, grades went up and other challenges went down. And it created a better relationship between the family and the school because they had something else with which to partner. So we think, again, it's just a much different way, like a healthcare clinic is. It's a much different way of making sure we're taking care of families where they are and finding ways to meet needs they have.
Thank you for pointing that out. I think it's important that you acknowledge the fact that one of the barriers, I think, to better food, healthier, nutritious diets is the access. Right?
It's a huge issue.
It's a big component, so I appreciate you pointing that out. And speaking of which, have you considered a collaboration or partnership with the St. Petersburg Housing Authority?
Yes. So we partner with somebody like Habitat right now. Whenever they move someone into a home, we put food in the home for 90 days. so the family can adjust and move in more effectively and reduce some of their expenses. I do think part of the reason why we're here today and part of the reason why we want to have conversation is we think there's ways for us to reconsider or consider anew how we are effective and impactful in local communities. So the answer to that is yes. There's a great collaboration that was announced by Met Min and St. Pete Free Clinic about housing. I think all of us have an idea about saying how can we look differently at the challenges that we have. We do have a housing center in East Tampa where we actually have a food pantry in that housing center, right? Because you have a concentration of population that can use services. All of these are things we'd be open to.
Wonderful, and that's just where I was getting.
Yes, sir.
Just thinking about, Mr. Mundy's giving me a tour of some of the properties, and there are a lot of like tenant sheds, and stuff like that are vacant that we could refurbish and renovate and turn into pantries. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you, Mr. Mann.
Thank you for giving us the time today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing, the whole team, the whole organization. I won't even call it a team. I mean, it's a massive organization, 10 counties. And it sounds like you have no shortage of ideas from this council, so I'm sure we'll be seeing you soon.
However we can help.
We just put a lot more work into the organization.
We look forward to it.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Oh, Elizabeth has the annual reports for everybody. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Okay, so we're going to move into reports. We're going to start with F2, a resolution establishing race days for the 2025 Firestone Grand Prix of St. Pete. We've got Chris Balestra and James Corbett joining us, and we get to pass a resolution taking the speed limits away, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair Gertis and members of City Council. Before we get started and Chris does the presentation, I just wanted to take the time to thank and recognize Chris Balestra. As some of you may know, Chris will be retiring effective March 14th. So he stayed on so he could do one more race for us. Chris has been here or will be here for 17 of the 20 Firestone Grand Prix races, and he's been an integral part of the success of that race. I've heard multiple times from the Green Savary staff about how St. Petersburg is one of the best cities to put on a race, and I am confident that is due to the work of our team, particularly Chris, Tony Lino, Sean Druin, and all of our departments. So before we got into the resolution, I just wanted to take the time to thank Chris and thank him for staying on one more time for us.
And the second best hair in the city to Michael Deeman.
I am, thank you.
Deeman's got number one.
Chris Balestra, City Development. And I am humbled every day I walk in this building, and very humbled today by such a nice and recognition. Thank you so much. I think for a lot of us, not just me, this is one of our favorite times of year, particularly after last year's rough fall that we had, and everybody's looking forward to good times. And there's no better way to kick that off in the spring than the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. So I'm going to share a few fast facts with you all. Show a video, turn it over to Kim Green, Kevin Savary, owners of the event, who are going to share specifics about what's going to happen, and then at the end, the business part. Can't forget that. There is a resolution that will allow us to drive crazy speeds on our local roads. So also wanted to recognize Sean Druin, Dave Worth, and Tony Lino. They really are the keys to make this event happen every year. We've had street racing in St. Pete since 1985. I think we're all very familiar with what happens here. This is actually the 21st consecutive year with this team, and we couldn't be more proud of how this event has evolved over time. The Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, it's a part of the NTT Data IndyCar Series. It's the kickoff, March 2nd, 2025, and 1.8 mile course, 14 turns, streets of St. Petersburg. It has been branded, and this race is now branded in this city and gives us marketing that we cannot buy. So we're all very happy, thrilled, and proud with the progress that this event has become over the years. It's a model public-private partnership. Again, I think Kim and Kevin would echo that. It works and provides economic impact to the city. We're big in city development on metrics. I believe truly that metrics matter. You can't improve unless you know what you're talking about, what your numbers are. The overall economic impact of this event is about $61 million. Based on a study that's, I think, 2 years old now, we know the event has grown every year consistently. Of that, about $37 million is direct spending, and $3.3 million is actual tax revenue that comes right back into the city's coffers from the weekend, a 3-day event. So it's there's really not much else that compares relative to events in the city. Once again, most importantly, the brand that has been created is so special. It benefits the city. It benefits IndyCar. First race of the season, people get out of wherever they're coming, colder climates. We have a lot of visitors from Europe that come just for this event. And we have a new TV contract with Fox. It'll be presented live on Fox Sports. And not just the main event, but all the other races will be carried on FS1 and FS2. So Kim and Kevin may touch on that as well. So with that, if I could ask Mr. Tracy to maybe dim the lights, and feel free to turn up the volume a little bit, and a brief video.
St. Pete always brings out great races. I love this track. It really fits with my driving style. Super tight, super aggressive. 110% every lap, every corner.
I love coming to St. Pete to start the season. It's a good race weekend. When you're racing a street course, you don't see what's around it. Apart from the straight line here in St. Pete, you realize that you're on the airport runway, which is pretty awesome.
Place is really awesome. I think it's as close to Monaco F1 as you can get in the US. You gotta be on it around this place. You know, the street circuit, so there's no room for error. You got walls lining the entire track. We got the water right here. We got all the yachts. The fans are everywhere lining the walls. We're racing right through downtown. I love coming here. I think it's the perfect place to start the IndyCar and Indy next season.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll wanna find out.
The IndyCar season kicks off the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, presented by RP Funding. Tickets at gpstpete.com.
This is Joseph Newgarden. Joseph was conceived to win races. Stopped drinking milk at 2, picked it back up at 32. Good for strong bones. Tell that to his clavicle. Joseph's like an action hero who wins even when he loses. This is his wife, his Tuesdays, his hand-eye coordination. He might have the greatest jawline in sports.
He's not that handsome.
He even wrote a children's book about winning. America loved it. Joseph loves the smell of unleaded gasoline. He hates imperfection. He doesn't believe in magic, but on Sundays, Joseph flies. This is Joseph Newgarden. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. If I could bring up, again, our partners, 21 years and running, Kevin Savory and Kim Green.
Thank you, everyone. Hard to follow Chris and everything he added there, but it's been 21 years. I had a lot more hair back when I started. It was a lot of work back then, but you know what? It's been a pleasure. We've worked with many city councils, 4 different mayors, a lot of the same administration through the whole thing, and they're sitting in here. And it's been fun work, hard work, an event that I think has grown with the city. And the racing series has grown with it. The IndyCar series is unbelievably strong. so competitive. I couldn't even guess which driver would be favourite coming into the event this year. So these 10 or 12 guys could win. The support series that come along as well, they're the next IndyCar drivers, and many of the current IndyCar drivers have gone through those same channels. So it's a great way to start the IndyCar season. I think that we're going to see some exciting racing, usually beautiful weather in the spring here in St. Petersburg. I've enjoyed living in St. Petersburg since 2015. Thank you for your partnership. I really appreciate it. Kevin is my business partner from a long time. A bean counter, knows all the facts. I'm sure he's going to give you a few facts on how much better we've done over the years in shortening the track build and getting off the streets after the race. But really, thank you very much, City Council.
Thanks, Kim. I don't know why bean counters get such a bad rap, but there it is. So, again, I think just, some fast facts like Chris likes to share. In our original agreement from 2004, we had 75 days to build the track and dismantle. And right now, this year, we're down to 15 days to build the track, 4 days for our race event, and 5 days and a few hours, and we'll be out of here Saturday at noon after that race. So again, I think it was something that the city council challenged us with years ago, and through investments that Green Savory has made, both with great partners here locally, Ring Power and Steps Transportation. They've helped enormously in making our build more efficient, but also investments that we made in the kind of equipment that we have with the block and the fence panels and so on that make our build much, much more efficient. So again, I think over the course of the weekend, 8 races, between FS1, FS2, 8 hours of shoulder programming on the race weekend, and then 2.5 hours of coverage on Fox on Sunday. So again, we're so excited about the new partnership with Fox. One of those ads was created specifically by Fox. There's 2 others with our winner from last year, Pato Award, and also the many-time champion who said that his kid didn't like the story that Joseph Newgarden wrote. So anyway, again, just great creative that Fox has done. And ironically, those ads were created by folks who never been to a car race, but just met the personality, loved them, fell in love with them, and how do you create something that's going to resonate? And I think the big benefactors of that here locally are going to be the city, obviously the CVB, who we're continuing to expand our partnership with, so we're so excited about that. And again, it's something we challenge ourselves with because we get it. It's about tourism. It's about what can we do to help get the message out there about the city of St. Petersburg. And, it's a challenge that, we're always up for. So again, one of the things that always kicks the event off is, our flag raising. We look forward to that. The Chamber of Commerce media lunch, and, we're going to have some exciting news to announce on that Thursday, and then on Friday the 5K run. And Kim and I have had a long partnership now with Police Athletic League and the support for the youth that go there, and it's something that Kim and I feel really, really good about, that kind of grassroots program. So again, so excited about this year's race, but also, we're going to miss Chris Balestra. He's been such a champion for us for so many years and so involved. And just so you know that we're not going to let him go out easy. Just before this meeting, he probably hasn't seen his email yet. We have a Dali meeting scheduled for 1:30 on Monday. So again, it's just, it's not going to end for a while. And I think for us, it's about that challenge of being a good partner here in the city, about how can we work with the Dali and with Bill Edwards and so on. And again, we're always up for that challenge, and we look forward to it. And again, it's a great city to live, work, and do business in. And we're excited about the Grand Prix for many, many years to come. So thank you very much, and look forward to it. We'll see you out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Kevin and Kim. It's good to see you, as always. Thank you for your continued commitment to the city of St. Petersburg. I've shared with you both privately that, we moved here in 2003. I like to think you guys came the next year because we moved here from Indianapolis. You came from Indianapolis, kept us from being homesick, and really, truly started to make St. Pete feel like our new home. And so you guys are such a part of our family traditions now, everything that you bring to our city. We're sitting at home on the couch, seeing that commercial with Joseph Newgarden, my son. You don't get a 13-year-old to look up out of his phone very often, but when Joseph comes on the screen, he's excited. Oh my God, I've met him. I know him, It's just that excitement of being part of those traditions that now 21 years rich in our city. So thank you for your continued commitment. Chris, I'm not saying goodbye to you today because we're not here for that, but certainly I want to thank you for everything that you have done for this particular piece of our rich tradition. You really do keep this moving, you and your team, and we just thank you so much for your service all these years. And we're definitely going to miss you when we have these conversations next year. So with that, sir, I will go ahead and move approval.
Thought you might.
Second.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thanks for bringing this forward to us. It's always exciting when you do this, because then it's a reminder that the race is just around the corner. It has come a long way. As Kevin mentioned earlier, and Kevin and Kim, thank you. Thank you so much for your partnership through the years. The setup time and the dismantling time has been compressed. That was one of the things that was a big concern with residents downtown that I heard about from even before I was on city council. So the progress that's been made on that has been very much appreciated. We know there's always room for improvement, and I just appreciate that through all of that, you guys have been partners with the city to look together at how things can be done better all the time. Is Tony here with us too? Oh, hey, I couldn't see you behind everyone. So we're not talking about Chris leaving because I'm in denial right now. So that's just going to have to wait. But Tony, you really go above and beyond. You're a real hero in all of this as well. And I didn't want to let this moment go by without recognizing all of the work that you do on this and many other things. But you are Mr. Grand Prix for the city, and I really appreciate that. And you're also excellent at responding to residents who have concerns and their own ideas. And I always get such positive feedback after someone has had an interaction with you. So thank you. This is a race that really puts St. Petersburg on the international stage. It is exciting to see it in person. It's fabulous to see it on TV, just getting a little taste of it here. This is what the world is going to see. And it makes me very proud. And I'm glad that we are, getting ready to welcome it back. And if you think we have any plans for you to go anywhere, all you have to do is think about the fact that we've got you included as mandatory inclusion on the master plan for the Center for the Arts. I mean, the Grand Prix has to be a part of that. We said that from the beginning, right?
Very exciting project. Also, be coming forward to you all shortly.
Right, and it means that you are a part of St. Petersburg and a part of our collective community, not just on race days, but every single day. So it just says a lot about who you are and the kind of partners you are. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very short, I know we have a move approval, but one more time, I'd just like to thank all council members and Council Chair Gertis for having us today. 2 weeks, it comes up quick this year. 2 weeks from today, we'll be raising the flag, and that begins a very crazy and fun weekend. Party in the park on that Thursday afternoon, chamber luncheon Thursday, and off to the races from there. So looking forward to seeing you all out there. The resolution that you're about to approve is one that we have amended over the years in a way that allows you to make changes to dates and other components. It's Ordinance 702G. And thank you again to Jackie, who's one of the original constructors of that master agreement. And it goes to the, I think, strength of our legal team that other than amendments that have primarily dealt with date changes over the years, that agreement is intact 100% in its original form. So that speaks volumes to the kind of the back of house, the things that nobody sees that we do behind the scenes. Just like Tony, I think he got his last overnight ability to sleep in January, and he doesn't sleep until the race is over now, and the track is torn down. So thank you all very much. And with that, administration recommends approval.
Thank you. I'll just quickly, Chris, thanks for all the work. Tony, Sean, the rest of the team, just very appreciative. It's more than just a race, too. It's a place to come together to enjoy. I mean, selfishly, I'll talk about it is by far the most favorite picture I've ever taken with my son, just me and him, is at that race. And when I think about memories, I think about that. And so, it's an amazing celebration of St. Petersburg in a race, and there's a winner, which I love, competitor, but it's also a place where a lot of our city comes together on a mostly beautiful day and celebrates where we live. So I'm very thankful for that. And I just want to touch on one other thing. Kevin, you brought it up. I was a board member for PAL for 5 years. PAL does not operate in the city of St. Petersburg without that race, without that 5K. It doesn't operate. It's gone probably 7 or 8 years ago when this started. They were in dire need of a jump start, and this race provided it. And I'm just so appreciative of your partnership with PAL and that 5K and your continued support of that organization that gives a place for our kids to play safe throughout our city. So I'm very, very thankful for that and thankful for everything you do. And like I said, it's much more than a race. Very appreciative. Okay, before I start crying, we've got a motion and a second in front of us. Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F2A passes unanimously.
Driving fast, drivers. Thank you. Chris, thank you so much. Yeah, you can clap for that one. We'll allow that one. Okay, we're going to move on to F1 and a report of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and this is brought forth by Councilmember Gabbard. Councilmember Gabbard, I'll turn it over to you for introduction.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. So I have the pleasure today of introducing, for the first time to this council, the newest TBRPC Executive Director, Ren Krall. Ren actually is not new to the Regional Planning Council at all. She has been in the role of Executive Director for a little over a year now, and came in at a time of incredible change and opportunity. But she has been with the Planning Council, oh my goodness, probably most of her career.
27 plus years.
But to that point, her mother was once upon a time the executive director of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. So her roots run deep with this organization, and I'm very glad to have her here today to give you all an update as to everything that the Regional Planning Council has been doing over the last year. It's a lot, so she will try to go through it briefly for you. But Ren, I very much thank you for your leadership and for being here with us today. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chair Gerdes, Councilman Gabbard, all of you, thank you very much for having me here today. And thank you for mentioning my mother. That was very kind of you. I have to say my mother was the very first female executive director in the nation of a regional planning council. So very proud of that legacy. So good afternoon, and I just want to take, it's not very often that I get this opportunity to see all of you in the same room, so I'm going to be Ren for just a second. My folks were brilliant, and they moved me here when I was a young teenager and to St. Petersburg, so this is definitely my home. And I just want to say from my family to all of you, and knowing what I know about what it takes for emergency management planning, thank you. Thank you for everything that you did prior to our storms, for the communication, for what you did during the storms and after. I know the nuances, and I know that what a challenge 3 back-to-back hurricanes were to this region and to our citizens and our residents. And I thank you all so much, because folks don't understand what it takes to get debris picked up for one storm, let alone 3 back-to-back storms. And I thank you all very much from my family to you all. Now I'll put on my hat. So Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. I was going to bring my partner in crime here, Kara Wood-Sarah. She's our Director of Resiliency. I have a couple of slides that I have in here just for your information, because I know that they're on the St. Pete website. So if you need to reach out to anyone, you'll have this as a reference. Kara Wood-Sarah is our Director of Resiliency. She is considered a leader and expert in resiliency around the Tampa Bay region, and has appeared in several of the Tampa Bay Times speaker forums, the Spotlight Tampa Bay, including with Mayor Welsh. Kara was unable to attend with us, but please reach out to her. She works closely with the city, and I just wanted to let you have a face and a name. This face and name doesn't really need an introduction to this chamber, but I must tell you what she has done representing the city of St. Pete on our council, and it's been amazing. You all appointed her to our board in 2018, and Councilman Gabbard was right there in with former Commissioner Janet Long, formulating the very first, the second in the state of Florida, Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition. And since then, our work has been so focused on resiliency. Councilwoman Gabbard has served literally in every capacity, every officer position, and since the coalition was formed, she's either been chair or vice chair or co-chair of this effort. So we thank you very much. You couldn't have picked a better representative, and you're going into your 8th year, so we really appreciate the support through the years. Our mission statement, Our mission statement is to serve our citizens and member governments by providing a forum to foster communication, coordination, and collaboration in identifying and addressing needs regionally. What this means is we provide a forum for all of you to gather with other jurisdictions to work on issues and challenges and exciting things in a regional fashion. We tackle those issues that aren't just stopping at jurisdictional lines. And we were actually created by Florida Statute 186, which we serve as Florida's only multi-purpose regional entity. We've been doing this for 63 years, promoting regional leadership, economic development, resiliency planning, and resiliency planning is a new name, but we were doing the same thing back in 1962. Just a little differently, and environmental stewardship. I have to tell you that the person who founded the Regional Planning Council was Mayor Herman Goldner of St. Petersburg. What a character, what an interesting man, and what a visionary. He actually got in with Clearwater's mayor and Tampa, and they started this great effort. And he really was the leader in regionalism in starting that effort. We serve 6 counties and 23 municipalities. We have 13 gubernatorial appointees, and we have ex officios, which is Florida Department of Transportation, Environmental Protection, and Southwest Florida Water Management District. Another informational slide only. I'm sure you recognize some of these leaders. Our chair this year is Mayor Freeney from Dunedin, and Commissioner Ray Flowers is our vice chair of Nellis County, former council person for St. Pete, and Commissioner Rebecca Bays is our secretary treasurer from Citrus County. The next slide is for your information only. This is our management team, so if you hear me say anything or if you want to find out more about a particular topic, you've got this slide. Please feel free to contact us. This past year, we started a program called the Tampa Bay Government Liaison Program, and this program is really basically internal, and it's the way we've decided to start operating with our member governments. So each one of our staff they're assigned a particular member government, and they are a liaison to that government. They get to know your staff. We like to say that we're an extension of your staff. We have 3.9 million folks in our region, and we are the size of Delaware and the country of Qatar. So I didn't realize that, but that sounds big, doesn't it? So, and I didn't realize that our Tampa Bay water, the actual body of water, is 400 square miles. Here's our list of council programs, but I'm going to go really quick through and just tell you a little bit about our economic development program. We are designated as the Federal Economic Development District for the Tampa Bay region, which means that all of our local governments, because we maintain the district, are eligible for federal EDA fundings, Economic Development Administration fundings. One of the things that we do with that is a lot of economic analysis, which is things like for the city of Plant City, we did an economic analysis on the Strawberry Festival. We've done, our latest one was on the Florida Aquarium. So if you want to know about what, let's say, Mainsail or any of your wonderful festivals or even the Grand Prix, what the economic impact is to this region, that's something that we can do for you. One of the things to keep in mind, too, is that with the Regional Planning Council, you do not have to go through procurement. And we are also much more cost-effective than some of your private sector consultants with the same expertise on board. Emergency preparedness and hazardous materials. This has been a very important role of the Regional Council from forever. We house the local emergency planning committee, and one of the things that you might like to know is that we train first responders, and this training goes across the Tampa Bay region and across jurisdictional lines. We also house an inventory of all hazardous materials in our Tampa Bay region. This was actually started in 1986 by the Community Right to Know Act, and it was so that folks would know what kind of chemicals were in buildings near their homes or where they worked. This was done in response to a terrible chemical tragedy in Bhopal, India in the 80s. We now have a situation where your local firefighters and first responders, when they're on the way to an emergency, they know what they're walking into. They have right on the computer, they can see what chemicals are in this particular facility, so they know what they're going to need to do to tackle it. Environmental planning. The Agency on Bay and Coastal Management is celebrating its 40th year, and what an agency that is. That's a committee of the council. It was responsible for helping get swim legislation done. It was responsible for the Tampa Bay Estuary being declared a national estuary. The TVRPC's ABCM was also formed the Tampa Bay Estuary Program, which you all know, I'm sure, with all of your great work that they do. They're now their own 501c3 and have been for many years. We also have an environmental journal that's free to all of our citizens in the region as well as students. It's a fantastic journal. It's online. Please, if you haven't subscribed to it, please do. The FDOT Stormwater Public Education Grants. We work with your city a lot on this, where your public works folks can apply for grants to do stormwater education, and it can be anything from wrapping a vehicle to doing stormwater drain markers, and that's a great program that's funded through FDOT. GIS design and visualization. This is where I know about 30,000 foot view. But the folks that I work with are amazing. We have fantastic new technology. For those of you who might have attended our Resiliency Summit this past May, one of our features that we have this technology where you can scan a QR code, and our folks that were attending the summit could scan the code, take their phone out onto the beach, look through their phone, and they saw a beach house on stilts. And they could take the phone and actually walk under, you feel like you're underneath the house looking, and you watch storm surge come up. So, for example, if you're thinking about building a new city hall, let's just say that, this technology would allow you to have a QR code, and your citizens could go to the plot of land and go, what's that going to look like? And it's a great, great tool to use for explaining to residents what particular projects might look like in the future. I should know what project that is. That's a real live project. I don't. I apologize. But we've done it for Madeira Beach with the new Johns Pass that they're thinking about doing. And we're here at Resiliency. Resiliency is so much a part of all that we do. We are currently working with the city on a partnership, the Resiliency St. Pete Action Plan. I'm pretty sure you all are familiar with that. That's a neighborhood pilot program that focuses on adaptation in the city and throughout the region. So we're going to be providing technical support, community engagement, visualization services, and a gaps analysis on existing plans. So my staff has already been working with your staff and all the partners, Kara, Claude, everybody's working together on this project, and we're very excited about it. That's going to be a big focus, and we want to have it be a pilot so that we can take this and make it applicable to anywhere that is experiencing flooding issues. So this is a good start on certain neighborhoods in the city. One of our other big projects is Clean Air Tampa Bay, and this was federally funded through the EPA, and I'm happy to say that we have completed, we're 2 years in, and we have completed our region's first greenhouse gas emissions inventory. So we now know what contributing factors are happening and what our most greenhouse gases are coming from in our region. We're hoping to continue that work. We're not positive yet, but we've at least got that greenhouse gas inventory, and that's a good start. We're hoping to go on to phase 2 with implementation of some of the projects. And I'm excited to say, Councilwoman Gabbard, I was a little conservative on Monday at our Regional Planning Council meeting, our monthly board meeting, but I'm excited to say that the Fish and Wildlife Foundation did send us a contract for $2 million to do the first coastal master plan. This is going to represent the first comprehensive regional coordinated climate adaptation plan in Florida, and it creates a model for the regions to follow and address climate resiliency. So this is going to be fantastic for identifying our flooding areas throughout the region. So with that, just leave you with this one thing. New in 2025, we are busy building a regional information center, and it will have hubs for economic development, emergency management, resiliency, shoreline data repository, and we hope that it's going to be a one-stop shopping for all of our member governments and local governments. And for you all as policymakers, you want to learn more about resilient shorelines, you'll be able to pop onto this website and gather all the materials. And we're going to keep that in real time. That's the goal. And this is actually modeled, and I was around long enough to know, we had a regional information center that was a library that had 4 people in it. And they were responsible for providing you all with any kind of information that you needed. So now this will all be online, and we're excited about that. Resiliency Summit, please come May 15th and 16th. It's at a brand new resort in Manatee County, adjacent to their convention center. It's the Palmetto Marriott Resort. This will be our 5th one, and our own Councilwoman Brandy Gabbard will be doing some sessions, moderating some sessions for us. The agenda you can find on our website. And please participate in the Future of the Region Awards. This is in its 31st year, and we honor these fabulous projects like nobody's entered the pier yet. So there's lots of, the Mural Festival. I don't know that Grand Prix's ever been entered. So there's lots of things that you guys can do, and everybody learns from this program because they see who the winners are, and it's fun to share that information. So with that, I thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and what a great group to follow with all those wonderful proclamations and feeding Tampa Bay and then the Grand Prix and then Ren. So, so thank you all. And Councilman Floyd, I'm a constituent of yours. So nice to see you.
Pressure.
Pressure. No, you did a great job, man. Any questions?
Council members, any questions? Well, I'm so thankful for all the work that you continue to do, and Councilwoman Gabbard, thank you for continuing to be a great representation on Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council and continuing to lead there. I know in the past it's been some lifts. I think you went chair of this body and chair of Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council back-to-back years. And so, but thank you for all the work. Very appreciative for the update. Looking forward to having you more often.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna, yeah. Why break the streak now? Okay, we're going to move on to F3, an Arts Conservatory for Teens update, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Fig Sanders for an introduction.
Woo, thank you. I am just so honored for you young people. I don't know who put teenagers at the end. A parent of teens, that's what we don't do. But they save the best for last. And with that, they did that. And I want to just say thank you all for coming, and thank Alex for continuing to advocate for our young people using artistic opportunities. And thank you for the support that they are getting to help us cultivate our young people. And I was reading the information when they say undeserved or at-risk students. I don't know why we find it necessary to use that, because there's so much talent throughout the city in our young people. And I wanted to make sure that you all share some of that. I've been to your breakfasts. I've heard you, Mr. Harris, and I have seen the talent of ACT, and I know that you've come forward hoping that your city will help continue your efforts financially. And since we're such advocates of art, I'm hoping that we will be able to do that. But more importantly, you all did fantastic. My sons would have been all over the place. And you all sat there, and this is a day in the life of a council member. So if you're ever considering that role or considering it, this is what we do. There's a whole lot more that are involved in that, but the track that you're on and the benefits that you're being offered through ACT is undeniably one of the best opportunities the city of St. Petersburg can offer to our young people. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Councilmember Deborah Fick Sanders, and thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair and all council members. Just before I present an update of our long-term partnership, I hear that it's someone's birthday, and so as a city of the arts, I think, and an organization that celebrates it, so much so that one of our students is going to offer a gift.
Yay.
Bella.
Hi, it's so nice to be in front of all of you, and it's so just humbling to be in a room of leaders and people who take a stand to help make sure our people are secure and safe and being taken care of. So, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the beautiful council member.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Happy
Oh my God.
Think I got some competition, y'all.
Thank you. She puts us both on the ground.
Great job. Thank you, Bella. One more time for Bella. Yes. Yes. So today I just want to give an update on some of the young folks that you see. This is just a very, very small group of our young people. It is a great honor and gratitude to each of you for all that you do, and that I stand before you today to present the remarkable progress of our organization that started in Midtown on 22nd Street as a pilot in 2009 to 2012, and in 2012 we officially filed for 501c3 organization and launched this. So we're celebrating as an official organization 13 years this year. ACT remains steadfast in its mission to educate, empower, and enrich the lives of youth and teens, cultivating responsible and engaged citizens for a brighter future. Through our research-based curriculum and arts-infused programs, we have built an ecosystem that directly aligns with 4 of the mayor's and his administration pillars for progress: education and youth opportunities, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, neighborhood health and safety, and environmental infrastructure and resilience. Since our inception, ACT has strengthened the academic, economic, social, mental, physical well-being of all young people in our community who come through our doors. As we celebrate this 13th year of our impact, it is evident that our partnership with the city of St. Petersburg started under the auspices of Mayor Foster. So this is the 3rd mayor and administration I've worked with our organization, has been instrumental in scaling our reach, deepening our impact, and solidifying ACT as a leader in transformative youth and teens development. Progress and growth, leveraging our city's support through the city's investment, our shared commitment to youth of St. Petersburg, ACT has been able to achieve unprecedented growth and impact. We're proud to report the following milestones. Number 1, expansion of satellite locations. ACT has grown from 1 location to 8 locations, and now 19 satellite locations, 11 of which are in the St. Petersburg, Florida. And we continue to expand throughout our beautiful city that we love to refer to as a city of the arts. Number 2, student engagement. Currently, in partnership with Pinellas County School Systems, working with our 2nd superintendent and many of the administrators there and teachers in schools throughout our county and city. We are serving over 860 students, are enrolled in our weekly programming that we track every week. We get a report to understand who's enrolling, how many are attending, and where there are opportunities for us to continue to expand our impact. Additionally, ACT broader community engagement programs include impact rallies, master classes, and our holiday tour serve an additional 3,791 students per month through our program. Number 3, program evaluation and research validation. Our impact is reinforced through independent program evaluation led by Dr. Bruce Jones, he is the Senior Vice President of Research at Howard University. And recently, Howard University, you'll be announced, I think, this week, has been designated as an R1 research institution, which makes it one of the top research institutions among others, such as USF and Johns Hopkins and so on and so forth. With this strategic research partnership, ACT is positioned itself to become a global leader in youth development research through the arts for healthier communities. And so our commitment to workforce development and economic impact, ACT is not only an educational institution, it is also a critical economic driver for the community. Our programs are designed to equip students with the skills and training needed to enter diverse career paths, including entertainment, education, law enforcement, military service, entrepreneurship, serving on city council. There's one story, brief story, I would like to just highlight. One of our students who now not only finished our programs, he was being reported every day to the principal's office and getting referrals. Brilliant. And often we hear about, making sure that students have the basic foundation in elementary school with reading, writing, and arithmetic, math, and all those great subjects of foundational subjects. But often we forget about the student when they become that preteen into teenage years. There is a lot of development that is still happening. And therefore, there needs to be more mentorship to walk them across the bridge into greatness. This one student is an epitome of that. Brilliant, great foundation, veering off on the wrong path, engaging in the local gangs at that time, found our program at one of the rec centers, heard about it, and they said, you need to go to ACT. And so he didn't know it was, and the first week or two, his mom was ready to punish him because he seemed like he'd getting any better, and we were not moving fast enough. And so I sat with my one of my team members in the office, and I said, please allow us at least 1 year. I promise if he doesn't do anything, make any changes, you're his parent, please. I said, but give us 1 year. Within less than 1 year, in 6 months before that school year ended, he had not only went from a referral every day to 0 referrals, he ended up graduating with honors, enlisting into the military, and now serving in our reserves. Those are the kinds of impact stories that we often hear merged with others who just need a good support system to be able to help develop their skills. Research underscores that cities investing in programs and institutions like ACT focused on education and innovation see significant benefits across multiple dimensions. Economic growth, programs like ACT cultivate talent pipelines, foster innovation, and prepare the next generation of leaders, driving long-term economic diversification. Talent attraction. By empowering teams with professional development, leadership skills, and financial literacy, ACT enhances the city's reputation as a hub for skilled, future-ready individuals. Also, community well-being. ACT's holistic approach integrates mental and physical well-being, equipping youth to thrive in their personal and professional lives, ultimately contributing to the social and cultural vitality of our city. A few of the stats many of you have heard over and over, and we continue to celebrate them because they're worth celebrating: our high school graduation and career readiness. Since our pilot phase, ACT has maintained 100% high school graduation rate among all of our students who've come through our doors, some of which were on the verge of dropping out or not graduating on time and getting a diploma. 90% of those students have gone or matriculated into higher education institutions, whether local or other cities and states throughout our country. Many of them have returned and continue to work and live here. 10% of them did not feel a calling to pursue higher education, but they, through the training and other mentorship programs that we put them in, are now thriving professionals in the workforce of their choice, whether it's entrepreneurship or starting their own business or working at some local business. ACT students collectively annually receive 10,582 core curriculum contact hours. Employment and economic contribution that we are making employs 41 professionals, a combination of full-time, part-time, and contractors. ACT's strategic development of curriculum and programs fosters a strong external support system, contributing significantly in education, economic mobility, and cultural vibrancy. Through interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary learning, we integrate the performing and visual arts, creative technology, and health and wellness to provide holistic education that prepares students for the future. As we look at the deep-rooted community partnership with the city of St. Petersburg, our longstanding relationship with parks and recreational centers, public school systems, charter schools, colleges and universities, and faith-based organizations underscore the organization's value to the city's social fabric. These partnerships are vital to ensuring that our young people from all backgrounds have access to high-quality arts education and career preparedness. Here's some data that I want to share with you. Here, right? Oh, it's a little bit of a thing here, but our program, 860 students, as we mentioned, also 41 locations, the capacity 28 teaching artists, which is a 155% increase, and then the full-time, 9 contractor support program staff. So I can provide this slide to you that is not a little bit overlay there, but here are some of the other stats. 78% of our students reported an increased passion for the arts because of ACT. 66% of our students reported improved communication skills. 91%, this is a celebratory moment, of our students expressed heightened interest in going to school because of their enrollment and involvement in ACT. 72% of students reported feeling more confident. 53% of students reported greater ability to navigate life challenges. These statistics reflect not only the efficacy of our research-based curriculum and programs, but also the direct influence of ACT in shaping the future of St. Petersburg youth. In my conclusion, a bold vision for the future. As ACT looks ahead, we remain deeply committed to expanding our footprint and deepening our impact in partnership with the city of St. Petersburg. For more than 13 years, ACT has refined and defined its mission, and today we stand poised to become an even greater beacon of hope, resilience, and workforce preparedness. Therefore, on behalf of the families and students of ACT, we're asking for your support, and this year the request is $500,000 to continue expanding our footprint, as I alluded to earlier, with a research-based program and a focus to continue to bring that kind of energy here for career preparedness and further research on a global scale, where people will be able to come and learn how you make communities more safe and how do you increase the preparedness for young people through a pipeline of education that partners with our public school systems, that partners with our charter schools and our faith-based communities. We must continue to shed a lot of hope and create the environment for success for our teenagers, starting at elementary school, but continuing throughout that middle and high school are very, very critical for the success of our students. And I believe that people will come from all over the world to come and see how we did it. And I think we will be a testament to show how this can be done. I travel quite frequently, and I often hear when I have an opportunity to speak in many forums that how can we, one, clone you? I think that's very interesting. But the truth of the matter is that we are doing something unique, and we created it here on the sands of St. Petersburg. And we've been in the garage, as I often say, creating this machine and model, not just based on one idea, but as research focused. My entire dissertation was on how the arts impact self-efficacy among teens in urban communities, because I saw what was happening here. I've been in this community now for over 17 years, and I believe that we now can come together even more deeper than we have before and taking our relationship to the next level and really impacting our young people in a very, very big way. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity for sharing this update with you.
Okay, I think we have a couple of cards. Let's go 2 at a time, and just as a reminder, just state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
First 2 speakers is Deborah Long and Regina Parks. Please go to either podium. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Deborah DeBerry Long. I live at 301 First Street South, downtown St. Pete. And I want to thank the Chair Gertis and the council members for allowing me to speak on behalf of my support for ACT. And also, I'm very excited about the programs and the funding initiative that this council has addressed in order to deal with the lack of arts funding that has been taken away by the state of Florida. My decision to move, I'm a new resident here, my decision to relocate from California to St. Petersburg in 2023 was based in large part on the on the landscape of arts and the vitality of the arts community and the business community, the entrepreneurial spirit of the business community here in St. Petersburg. Having partnered with my late husband in a variety of entertainment businesses, including music production, broadcast syndication, and music licensing on multimedia and films, I recognize the importance of fostering a creative workforce with skills in both business and in the arts. My sister, Daryl DeBerry, who is a longtime St. Petersburg resident and arts advocate, knew that I was searching for a youth mentoring program that would align with my personal community interests and philanthropic goals. She introduced me to Dr. Alex Harris. That meeting is just beginning to have far-reaching impact by shining a light on St. Petersburg's commitment to the arts. 2 weeks ago at the Grammy Museum in Los Angeles, I was honored to open their permanent sonic playground exhibit dedicated to fostering innovative thinking and the arts through mentoring and experiential learning. This exhibit features a video interview with Dr. Harris and brings national attention to St. Petersburg, highlighting ACT and the more than 50,000 young people and adults who are expected to visit the exhibit each year. That exposure, plus the Grammy Awards shout out to the Tampa Bay region by Doshi as she accepted her album for Best Rap, has also put our region in an ever-growing spotlight. Thank you to the Council of the Arts.
Good afternoon. My name is Regina Parks, 880 South Village Drive North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33716. Good afternoon, Council Chair, and to all members of the Council. I'm speaking as a parent of a child at the Arts Conservatory for Teens. It was important for me as a parent to connect Jada, who's here today, with an in-person experience that she needed. She attends St. Pete Collegiate, and she's in that high school collegiate program, so she lost the involvement of theater and performing coming over to St. Pete Collegiate. Absolutely loves the arts, and she had that during her elementary years all the way up to her 9th grade year. We tried a couple of virtual programs, however, virtual can only go so far. After auditioning for ACT, she got in the car and said, "Mommy, this one definitely felt different," and being in person was a different feeling. Being a part of ACT has increased her confidence levels, particularly through a series of the holiday tours that ACT exposes the youth to. It was a heartfelt experience for me to see one of the tours that was held at an assisted living facility where there was a variety of talent that each of the youth displayed that you saw here today, and how much the seniors, even in the facility, enjoyed and sang along. These performances gave Jada a sneak peek into some of the real life experiences and what it would take to become an actress is what she's striving to be. The opportunity that this program has provided Jada is giving her the pre-professional development needed for her future and also skills of character development. And it's been an absolute blessing for me to connect Jada with ACT. It's a professional research-based program, and they've been able to provide us and other families with a full scholarship to make that opportunity available to all the children. And the icing on the cake is that they provide transportation. For a busy mom like me, that is definitely a convenience, and it definitely helps out. If I have a few more seconds, I also want to speak on behalf of the administration team at Mount Zion Christian Academy. ACT is a partner who provides ballroom dancing, ballet, and chorus to our K-5 scholars. So it's been quite the experience to see how the scholars embraced each other, holding hands, doing the ballroom dancing and other styles of music. And we know that the arts is affecting their development overall. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two speakers, please.
Next two speakers is Tim Malkowitz and Deborah Semler. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Okay, thank you. I'm Debbie Sembler, 5858 Central Avenue, St. Petersburg. I would sing happy birthday to Deborah, but I'm going to do you a favor and not do it. So I have been involved with the Arts Conservatory for Teens for about 10 years. To me, this is not just an after-school program. This is a lifeline to success for these kids. This program builds confidence, builds self-esteem, it builds strength in their conviction to be proficient in their talent or whatever career they choose. Their mission focuses on economic development through job readiness training, not just for the performing arts, but to be competitive in the workforce. ACT's research-based curriculum and program's 13-year history is the epitome of positive transformation for these teens. It unleashes their creativity and provides a solid foundation upon which achievement is built. It nurtures positive values like empathy, kindness, responsibility, integrity through strong and positive role models. Most importantly, a combination of ACT's programming contributes to creating good human beings. ACT makes St. Petersburg unique. ACT makes us a better community. I'm all for helping these teens achieve this goal. Please join me in this effort.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Malkowitz, representing the chair of ACT at 261st Avenue South. Chair Gertis, City Council, thanks again. It's obviously been a long afternoon, as we pointed out, for the youngsters, but well worth the time. Thank you for your continued support of ACT. Really do appreciate the positive feedback and the impact it has on our community here in St. Petersburg. Educate, empower, and enrich. These are words verbs, very powerful verbs that we use in our mission statement. And they influence the lives of our city's youth, as you've heard from a parent, and you've heard from Alex, and obviously you've seen some of the talent that has come through here through the birthday celebration song. Educate, empower, and enrich. Those are also powerful actions that drive many of Mayor Welch's pillars for progress when I go and review that, and their impact on our city's youth. ACT and the City of St. Petersburg are perfectly aligned when it comes to creating opportunities for a better, prepared, and educated workforce. It's more than just an after-school program. In fact, that's not really what it's about. It's a philosophy and proven practice in education, empowerment, and enrichment. It fosters an environment of hope, resilience, and preparedness, equipping young people with mindset and tools necessary for high school, graduation, as well as career readiness and lifelong success. What keeps me motivated and committed to ACT's mission is the unwavering dedication to the measurable outcomes, the strong leadership, and its ability to create lasting impact. As a homegrown organization rooted right here, as Alex said, in the sands of St. Petersburg, ACT has spent years refining its approach to ensure it truly transforms lives, not only for the students, but also for their families and our greater community. So with the city's continued partnership and financial support, ACT is poised to reach even more young people, expanding opportunities that will shape their futures and strengthen the fabric of our city. And I appreciate your time and consideration in deepening our partnership to make an even greater impact in our community. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's it for public comment.
That's it.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, for the update, for bringing the group here today. This is really special. Just amazing to hear from you. I've got a couple of questions for you if you want to get to them, Mike. And thanks to the supporters who have spoken today. It really means a lot. And if we're going to make this happen, we're gonna need your guidance. So stand by for that. This organization has proven itself over and over again. Dr. Harris has proven himself to our community over and over again, and the students have shown us the benefits of this work over and over again. I think it's time for us to help the organization level up, because this is what we want. Whether you're talking about the arts, you're talking about workforce development, economic development, the future of our city lies in the work that's being done by organizations like this who have the demonstrated outcomes that we're looking for. So when I see something like this, I say, more please, and how do we help? Which is why we're meeting soon. I heard the number of $500,000 mentioned, and what we will need to see is a proposal and what that would look like. And I know it's something, we can work on it together. I'm happy to bring forward a new business item for us to talk about this. It can also be discussed as part of our budgeting process for the next fiscal year. That's already kicked off, and I've already, along with some of my colleagues, have demonstrated strong support for increasing our arts funding. So we'll keep up with that. And there's some different ways that I think we can get there, but we need to know what that's going to look like first. So I look forward to having those conversations with you, and I can't wait till we can get to the point where we can celebrate having achieved this together. I think it's time for the city to be a stronger partner and help you get to this. Your numbers are outstanding.
Thank you.
So I just want you to know I have your full support, as always.
Yes,
but this is intriguing, and I look forward to having further discussions about it with you and with my colleagues here and the administration.
Thank you so much.
So just know this is the start of what's next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm excited, Dr. Harris, to move on to what's next, because I have had the opportunity to sit down and talk to you. I've seen your proposal, and I'm excited, Councilmember Driscoll, to bring forward the new business item and also the budget request, because you deserve this. I certainly think our kids are worthy of this investment. When you think about what's happening in our community and what you see on the news, we showcase the bad, but it's nice to highlight the good. And I think today we got to see the good that's taking place in the neighborhood. So thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for showcasing that. Just a few things. I'll start off with some comments. First of all, I know what the arts did for me. You said it yourself, it provides pathways to career opportunities. I don't think I would be here today if it wasn't for Bringing Music, which is no longer here today. Or Southside Fundamentals Band or Lakewood High's band. It was those opportunities that gave me a ticket to college. I was not athletic, y'all. I was musically inclined. So I appreciate the opportunities that the arts provided. And I just think about, we have the opportunity to We say that we're the arts capital. We say that we are the premier destination for the arts, but are we being intentional about making sure that we preserve this name, this legacy in perpetuity? Well, that's going to take making sure that we invest those dollars where they need to be spent, and that's our kids. So I certainly love what you all do. I'm looking forward to my tour to come over there and check you guys out. And my last thing is we talked about the Bridge the Gap plan, right? The county, if you're not familiar with it, I encourage you to research that. Having been in education, I know that we have an issue, especially when it comes to African American males not graduating at the rate that they should be, a disproportionate disadvantage there. So I love the fact that you guys are focused on increasing our graduation rate and decreasing the dropout rate. So when we think about poverty in St. Pete, I want my colleagues to know that this is one of those things that helps break down the barriers to end the cycle of poverty by investing in our youth. And if we can put dollars everywhere else across this city, we can certainly support the arts in our youth. So again, my last question for you. I've seen the proposal, obviously others haven't. So what would that breakdown look like for these dollars? How would they be allocated? I don't expect you to go dollar by dollar, but just in summary.
In summary, the $500,000 request will help strengthen our platform here, our footprint, to impact more students. Right now, for example, there were some budget cuts with the Pinellas County Public Schools, for example, is one example of others. And I sat down with the chair of the board, Laura Hine, and we had a conversation, and we were having a conversation with superintendent, and I think on Monday, because we're trying to find, we have a 10-year relationship with the school, but we may not even be able to be on those campuses next year. And so that's what we are faced with. We see the results. We've checked the boxes with intention to ensure that the product that we've created for the young people is working. It's a model that works, as we love to celebrate the idea that research-based, because that's where we started. We wanted to do something that has empirical evidence to support our practice, that all of our teaching artists are top professional teaching artists that not only are professionals and have honed their own skills and crafts through their training, but also through our training as well, in engaging to ensure that we have the outcomes that we have. So that's one huge example of how the dollars will be used for our students.
I appreciate that. And you estimated that $500,000 investment. About how many students do you estimate that would reach?
So for our program, it's $1,500 for our traditional programming. For our advanced, some of the students you saw here today, that's $5,000 a year to get them from transportation to our workshops to our trainings that they go to every week. So that's how it will increase another a little bit less than 500 students, basically. The idea is to put the numbers to student.
And I think we have to be intentional about providing those wraparound services to families, especially those low-income families who may not have access to transportation.
Absolutely.
Maybe they're working 2 and 3 jobs like my mom did. So to your point, Regina, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate what you guys are doing. You're meeting people where they are. You're helping these kids reach their dreams. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you so much. Dr. Harris.
Thank you.
Thank you. And like I said, all they had to do was see what I saw. So thank you, Councilmember Driscoll, for offering to do the new business item, but that's already in the works. I know that you are meeting with Mr. Walsh, and I'm waiting on that response so we can move forward, because I know you're saying $500,000, but according to that, you're asking us to also initially set aside $100,000 for the first year, and so that's where we've started, because that seems to be a little bit more palatable with what we're trying to do with that. So again, you came, we saw, you conquered, and I'm just so grateful that you see it for yourself, that my colleagues are just as interested in helping your program as I was when we initially met, and I said, let's do it.
Yes.
Let them see how much of an impact that you've made to the city of St. Petersburg and our teenagers. So we're going to continue to have the conversation. I want you to continue to grow. I want you to continue to be the mentor that you have been for the last, 13 years, 12, 13 years? And I want to thank your supporters for definitely being here. I'm glad we were able to get them to come, and they hung out with us for a little while. But we have nowhere else to go with this but up. And so I appreciate all that you've done and for coming and just showing just what you're working with, and I appreciate all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And Alex, you do fantastic work. I mean, you are an incredible ambassador for the program, done a great job with the presentation, reaching out to us, bringing all the support that you have. We all know the great work that you do in the community. I will say that, you know, based on the number, I sit on the Arts Advisory Committee. The total amount that we get, I think, in grants is $550,000 is what we have. So I just want to throw it out there because we got additional money, I think, last year because of the increase, right, into the budget. But just to put things in perspective and so people understand, we do have an Arts Advisory Committee. We have monies allocated. They look at all these organizations, just like and you know all the people that are involved because you're part of it. So you know all these great organizations that do work, and that's kind of the balance I think that we're talking about. You know, how do you kind of fit it all in with how we're trying to help the organizations? So definitely want to be there to level up and see what we can do. But that's kind of the context of what we're looking at in terms of budget and looking at the money. But I think I think you're fantastic. And by the way, everyone, he's a new dad.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Alex, always great spending time with you, whether it's at the breakfast a few months ago, and well, it seems like a few months ago. It's probably a little longer than that now. But the time we spent on the phone and then time earlier, just always appreciate it. And then I'm just always blown away by the kids. You know, I think about being an 8-year-old picking up a trombone, being a 12-year-old picking up a baritone, being a 14-year-old picking up a tuba. The tuba, I think, weighed as much as I did at that point. And then all the while, you know, being able to sing and learn how to do those things and be on a stage. And I can promise you, I'm not sitting in this seat if it weren't for all those things. You know, and I talk a lot about our baseball fields and our swimming pools because I feel the same. I was able to spend a lot of time in those too. But, you know, the ability to, you know, whether it's, which is unimportant today, the ability to campaign, to knock on somebody's door and have an honest conversation with them, or be able to sit up here and press a button on a pressing issue that might not go so well and have the confidence to do so, I think didn't come from my ability to sit in the batter's box. It came from my ability to be on a stage or read music and have the confidence to do that in front of hundreds or thousands of people. And so I appreciate the work that you do, and I know, or at least I hope I communicated that to you the times I've seen you in the past. So I'm excited to have these conversations. I'm glad some of the concerns Vice Chair Hanowitz just brought up were the concerns, you know, just being transparent. Certainly, I've asked for the arts budget to continue to go up, but we also want to make sure that, you know, we're trying to impact as much as we can, and I know you're doing that, and I know we're going to have those conversations, and I'm looking forward to that, and certainly looking forward to continuing to support your organization for many, many years to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to move on to F4, our code enforcement on storm damaged property update. And we're here with Administrator Foster and Director Joe Waugh.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm just going to say a few words to get us started. First of all, I just want to thank Councilmember Gabbard for bringing up this item. It's an important discussion to have. And I just want to take a moment to thank all our staff, because I know a lot of staff has been watching. And it has been a challenge for staff to handle the day-to-day operations while also handling the longer-term recovery of the storms. And so I just want to take a moment to thank them for everything they've been doing, and want to just talk a little bit about the longer-term recovery and everything that's been going on. You know, we had the debris management, which we've worked through, the increased permitting demand, which we've talked about and is still occurring. And then today we're going to be talking about compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program and our city code. We're going to continue the discussion next week on utility billing. We've also had a lot of discussions about construction and repair of city facilities that are ongoing. Now we're starting to talk about grant management with the exciting news on the CDBG-DR and the money coming in and how we're going to handle that. I think we sent you some information on that today. The finance and budget challenges, and then the ongoing issue of communication with the public and about what we're doing. So, we know that we're not going to be perfect in this long-term recovery. There's going to be lessons learned, but we're dedicated to the work. And we believe that we will emerge as a city in the end stronger and more resilient for all the work that we're doing together. So just wanted to share that with you before I turn it over to Mr. Wall.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. We're here today to present an update on the codes monitoring cases that we first briefed you on in early November. That briefing followed a letter that was mailed to every affected property on November 1st. With significant misinformation circulating and emotions running high, we want to ensure that both you and our residents have the correct information. Look, we know our residents are weary. That some of them are facing the process of putting their homes back together for the second, third, or fourth time in recent years. This process is not something the city has ever been required to undertake before. So we're designing the plane as we are flying it. I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity, thank you, Rob, for recognizing staff in your comments, to recognize the work that this team has done over the last 4 months. Many of them were boots on the ground before waters had even receded, while their own homes had been flooded and their families displaced. Mr. Waugh is here today to provide an overview of the process and our lessons learned, and we also have the building and permitting team and floodplain manager here to answer your questions as well. I believe that Mr. Doyle will also be here to talk about communications if needed. I do want to mention, though, that while we've been sitting here, Joe is going to share at the end of the presentation how we've already presented to FEMA and they've provided us with positive feedback about our processes. But while we've been sitting here, FEMA has already reached out to us because of the increased media attention and wants to schedule additional meetings with us to ensure that we follow the processes that we presented to them earlier in the year. And so, Joe will talk to you about the forensic audits and the things that we know we have to have in place for FEMA. I just want to say to you again, none of us want to be in this position to have to be doing this work. It's certainly unfortunate that so many homeowners have been impacted, but it is an important part of the process to be in compliance so that we have resilient recovery. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Waugh.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of council. I guess it's good evening at this point.
We'll let you do this presentation.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for the move approval, but I guess. All right. So we know how challenging the last few months have been for everyone that's been impacted by the storms. We understand it has been a difficult process and that there is much more work to do on the road to recovery. A resident that reached out to me last week to provide feedback about this process told me the city should have been out here immediately after the storm looking for people doing improper work and should still be out canvassing. I had to explain that we were. We were out there after the storms. We were going door to door throughout their neighborhood and the entire city. But we weren't there to issue violation notices. We were there to provide support, resources, and in many cases, a hug and some comfort during a difficult time. I wanted to lead with that because that is who we are as a department. And that is who we are as a city. We are intentional about our work, and our goal is always to do our best to assist and protect our residents. While we knew we had a difficult task ahead of us that has never been encountered before, we took an informed approach that we believed was best for the city and our residents, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here with you all this evening to review that process. So I just want to begin with the timeline. As we all know, we experienced the back-to-back storms within a 2-week period. Codes, housing, and social services staff conducted street team outreach immediately after the storms, and construction services and permitting completed damage assessments at the same time. On November 7th, the 49% rule was reviewed during the HLUT meeting, and that is when we provided an overview of our plan to actively monitor storm damaged properties. In December, we finally received the final list of damage assessments for each storm event and began a plan for implementing the monitoring process. So I wanted to provide a brief background on how the damage assessment process worked. So as I mentioned, after each storm, inspections are completed to identify indicators of damage to include water lines, structural disrepair, and then debris that may be removed from the property. That data is entered into a county damage assessment application via smartphone in the field and allows for photos and notes to be added to the specific properties. While not exactly the same, it has similar functionality to our See-Click-Fix application, which I'm sure many of you are very familiar with. The county then uses our data assessment numbers to assist in the emergency declaration process and then releases that information back to the municipalities. So this table here represents the total number of damaged properties split between those within a flood hazard area and outside of the flood hazard area. And this is for both Helene and Milton. So as you will see, there were significantly more properties within flood hazard areas due to the storm surge that was brought by Helene. I also want to highlight that the 11,000 properties are every property within the flood hazard area that were identified through damage assessments. So this represents about a quarter of the 40,000 properties that are actually within flood hazard areas within the city. I also wanted to provide a brief description of what each level of damage means, the lowest obviously being affected and then the highest being destroyed. And then properties that were identified as destroyed did not have a monitoring case, but we are addressing those through our demolition process. So we are monitoring these properties to ensure compliance with FEMA and our city ordinances to ensure all required permits are pulled and inspections are completed. If we fail to do this effectively, it could affect our community rating system discount or could result in being placed on probation from the National Flood Insurance Program. We've also learned from other municipalities that FEMA will be actively monitoring our response to the storm recovery. One municipality described it as a forensic audit. They encountered issues when there was a lack of permits compared to the number of damaged properties, and then on top of that, there was insufficient code enforcement cases to close the gap and ensure those properties were obtaining the necessary permits. So while we knew developing an effective process was going to be challenging, it was a little bit more difficult than we anticipated. Initially, our time was consumed with balancing recovery efforts, street team outreach, unfit and unsafe structures, and a record number of tenant complaints filled our plates immediately after the storms. By late December and into early January, we began to see properties being listed for sale that didn't appear to have the required permits. Our current case management system left us with little room for flexibility, and we were facing an increase in workload that was over a third of our yearly total. Validating data was also difficult, and ultimately we discovered that it was more efficient to validate it by basically distributing that throughout the entire staff with field inspections. So we began to problem solve and establish some workarounds with the Naviline system to make sure it could do what we needed it to do for this process. The map shown on this slide are the 18 different zones that were created to equitably distribute the workload amongst our staff and ensure that they could complete their work efficiently. The investigative team also had to manage their own current workload, and so we established new inspector identifications that aligned with their assigned zone to help keep their work organized and reduce the potential for errors. So as we begin the next steps in this process that I'll discuss later, cases will be initiated within the non-flood hazard areas that are shown there as the no zone. So in early January, we began the implementation process. A detailed process and procedure, along with a flow chart, were developed for our investigative staff. We held dedicated staff meetings to review the process and answer questions for the team before the work began. Understanding that our investigative staff would be experiencing an increased workload, we utilized our main code's email and phone number for these cases to ensure that we maintained prompt responses to questions and concerns for our residents. The last thing that we wanted to do is have a delay in response with this new process, so we wanted to make sure we incorporated that. We also provided talking points to our administrative team to ensure there was clarity in messaging and escalated all calls concerning these cases directly to management staff. So I did want to highlight some of the key processes with these monitoring cases. So first, physical inspections are completed for each case. The bulk of these will initially be drive-by due to workload, but we are doing more detailed inspections if we do observe that there's the potential for work being conducted without permits. Violation notices are issued if work is completed or in process without the required permits, and these are found both via those physical inspections, and we are also reviewing real estate listings as well. Properties with active permits for repairs are changed to a post-disaster emergency permit case for record-keeping purposes. And then if all work is completed, the permit is closed and the case gets closed out. If work is in process and the permit has not received all required inspections, we are monitoring these until completion, and then the case will get closed out. And we understand the workload that the permitting department has right now. So this is just a second check and balance to their process. That way, if a permit doesn't get closed out, it expires, we can make sure we capture that. So we did attempt to cross-reference closed permits prior to initiating these monitoring cases, but there were issues that we identified that required a more thorough review of each permit. And so one example that I can provide, there were a lot of PDEP permits that were issued immediately after the storm because, for example, someone needed a new electrical riser so they could get power back onto their house. We obviously wanted to make sure that could happen very quickly for them. So if we were to make a blanket statement that anybody with a PDEP permit had done all the work that they needed, there was going to be a significant number of properties that would be missed through this process. And that's why we could not just say, if you had your PDEP permit, we weren't going to start this, because there were some discrepancies there. So we initiated monitoring of cases on properties that were affected, understanding that we would be reviewing these cases after 90 days. This allowed us to physically inspect these properties to ensure work wasn't being completed, and then conduct a review based on FEMA's guidance prior to closing them out. If residents believe that a monitoring case was started in error because they had no damage, those are reviewed by management, and we've been trying to turn those around same day. 2 business days is the longest that it's been for us to get a response back to residents. So understanding that codes cases are public records, cases that are closed because there was no evidence of damage that would require remediation are closed with detailed notes, and also they are shown as invalid rather than just simply being closed. That way, if you were to look at that record, you would see that that was an invalid case. So some inspection results. Since January 27th, we've completed almost 4,500 inspections. There have been 806 cases that have been changed to the PDEP case type because they had their active permits. 59 cases were closed because the permits had received all their final approvals. 23 have been closed as invalid after an additional review by management. And then we've had over 65 violation notices issued for work without permits. And I wanted to just show an image and a description of one of the properties that we found early in this process. So as you can see, new flooring, cabinets, roof, HVAC, pool equipment, all done after the storm, and there was not a single permit that was pulled for any of that work. And this was listed for sale. Next, I want to share some facts about these monitoring cases. So an active case does not equal a code violation. And an active case itself does not create an encumbrance on a property that would affect real estate transactions or refinancing. So we have utilized monitoring cases for over 10 years to track our vacant and boarded properties throughout the city, and we have never been told by a title company that a monitoring case has held up a closing. Additionally, over the last 2 weeks, we have not had a single title company that has contacted us about a flood hazard case and indicate that they had any concerns with the presence of that case while they were going through their closing. No fines or liens have been placed against any property due to one of these cases at this point in time. So our standard process is to notify property owners once a violation is found. Each year, we have thousands of cases that are initiated that do not result in violations, and owners have never been proactively notified just of the presence of a codes case on their property. Wanted to highlight some of the communication surrounding this process. So during the November 7th HLUT meeting, we provided an overview of our plan to inspect the 10,000 plus properties that were identified via damage assessments. I completed one-on-one meetings as requested with council members after that committee meeting. On November 1st, Planning and Development Review Services mailed out information about the 49% rule to the 40,000 plus structures that were in the flood hazard area. And then I had direct communication with residents and neighborhood association leadership the week that the process began. There's always opportunities for improvement and lessons to be learned from every situation. While I'm confident that we developed a sound process that will protect our residents and allow for a resilient storm recovery, I recognize that we failed to communicate this effectively to the impacted residents. We were transparent about our intentions during public meetings, but fell short when it came to proactive communication prior to the rollout of that process. We have since launched an FAQ and have provided details regarding this process on our website and through social media channels. Beyond communication, I think we can also focus on identifying better tools to allow for more efficient validation of data that crosses multiple departments and organizations. And that's already underway within the city as we are transitioning from Navline to the Tyler system, which will be a much better tool for situations like this moving forward. So throughout this process, we have technical assistance meetings with representatives from FEMA. During our January 30th meeting, we outlined our monitoring process for them and received the following feedback, in addition to a reminder of the importance of continuing down this path. So FEMA's review indicates the City of St. Petersburg's current processes do not demonstrate potential program deficiencies that may impact resilient and compliant storm recovery. We have submitted this process for a FEMA write-up as a best practice. And then again, the reminder, failing to enforce your regulations could result in the loss of the community rating system policy discounts and result in CRS downgrade. Additionally, failure to administer and enforce minimum standards, address program deficiencies, or remedy NFIP violations may result in probation. So moving forward, we will continue the monitoring process within flood hazard areas, and we will begin the process for damaged properties outside of the flood hazard areas. So while permitting requirements outside of the flood hazard area is less stringent, it is still imperative to ensure the permits are obtained for all necessary repairs. So this will additionally protect our residents and ensure an equitable codes compliance response to the damages that were sustained throughout the entire city. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Gabbard, I'm going to ask you something real quick.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Hanowitz has to go to an event representing the city. Is there any chance you might be okay with her going first, or do you want to lead it off?
I mean, I brought the report item, so.
How about it?
So first of all, I just want to start by saying thank you. I know how busy you all are, so bringing a report item is not, the easiest thing in the world to ask you right now, because I know how much work it's going to take to put this together. But I just want to thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done, because Joe, you and your team, Amy, have really worked beyond overtime to get us to where we are today. So I have a few questions just to kind of clarify, because, Chair, the reason that I brought this report item was because, quite frankly, I missed the deadline and you were gracious enough to let me get it on, but I don't know about my colleagues. I've done pretty much nothing for a week but talk about this topic. So it's very timely. We needed to have this conversation. I have a list of questions that you kind of covered, but a little bit more specific stuff that specifically has been coming to me. So first, I'm just going to start out. I want to ask legal, where is Heather? So Heather, I know you've been working closely on this. You're very familiar with all of this. This is your area of expertise. So the very first question, is this legal to do this?
Absolutely. we are actually utilizing a process that we already have. We were lucky in that we have a fully built out codes compliance process, and the process that we're doing in regards to people who actually have the violations is exactly what we've been doing with our code enforcement board. The notices are the same. This process is fully compliant under Florida statutes 162.
Okay. And Amy, you mentioned there was a November letter that went out to all residents, and that there was mention of enforcement or something in that. I went back and tried to find my letter. I couldn't find it in my numerous stack.
I think Liz has it pulled up.
So can you talk about that? And to my understanding, there was no legal requirement to do anything additional in the way of notification because these are not violations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So this November 1st letter talks about the permit requirements for storm damage repairs and resources for property owners. And throughout it, it talks about, what happens next, what's substantial damage, what's the 49% rule, the market value, and it lets them know that there will be inspections. I'm trying to find that exact area by codes enforcement.
Okay. And I think that's sufficient to answer the question because I think there's this idea that there's been 0 notifications sent out. And so I just wanted to make sure that we really talked about what notification we have done.
Yep.
I think one of the things that has been kind of a real sticking point, and you mentioned it, was the individuals who did not have damage. And so can we talk a little bit about why it's public record, it can't be just removed, it's marked as invalid? Why is that? And I just want to say to my colleagues, I have one of these cases on my house. So all week long, every time this has come up, I've gone to my case and I've looked at it and I've been using mine as a case study. I had a voided codes case from back in 1997 on my home. Didn't keep me from purchasing it in 2014. Didn't even come up, to be quite honest. So I'm just kind of looking at this and saying, why are they marked the way that they are? Why can they not be removed? Residents should understand that.
So just go back, and specifically for this situation, one of the things, as Mr. Wall mentioned, is that we looked at other communities, especially Fort Myers Beach, who is in a suspension of their NFIP program. And I asked my legal assistant to pull me everything from that documentation that got them in that situation. And the second thing is they failed to provide all documentation that demonstrates your community is leveraging its code enforcement process to address new and existing codes cases for all structures not confirmed as compliant. To confirm compliance, we have to do that inspection. And how the process works is we have to keep those public records when we go out, just like any other codes case. If a complaint is received either internally or from a citizen, we open a codes case to document the complaint or the reason that we're going out, who went out, when we went out, and what we found. And if we find nothing, the case is closed. But that public record must remain. And we have them going back to the 80s. So it's highly likely with a city that has a housing stock as old as St. Petersburg that there hasn't been some interaction with codes. But that's not a lien. It's just a public record.
So Joe, can you talk about the process for individuals who state that they do not have damage, but they have one of these cases? What process? I know you said it's like 2 business days or something like that. What process do they go through?
So when they contact our office, they'll indicate that they did not receive any damage. Our administrative staff will take all their information. They'll send that email to me and my management staff. We will then do a more thorough review. So we will go into the damage assessment tool. We will see exactly what the extent of the damage was. Maybe it was 6 inches or it could be 3 feet. And then we'll go into the actual tool to see what did the photographs look like. Sometimes there is no clear indicator, but you can look at the property right next door, and there was a 3-foot line on that house, reasonable to believe, it just got washed off or whatever may have happened. And so we will do that initial review. There are going to be situations where you can clearly see that there was maybe a 6-inch water line that was on the garage door, but the stoop of the house has stepped up. And so in those cases, we've partnered with permitting on this because we did not want to make that call on our own. We are going to close those out because there wouldn't be any more evidence at that point in time that water would have been into the living space that would have required repairs for permits. If it's not something that we can make a decision on based on the information that we have in front of us, we are asking residents just to simply allow us to come out at their convenience, come out, look and see what the property conditions are, and if there's no evidence that there's water intrusion, no recent work, we'll compare, current photographs that we take with recent real estate listings, things like that, to make sure the conditions haven't changed, and then we will close that out. So we are trying to make this as easy as possible for everybody. Certainly, the number of calls coming in has increased exponentially this last week, but we are still prioritizing that because we understand the importance of this, and we're turning those around as quickly as we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So then I think my last question, and then I just got a couple comments. So the case type. I've heard a lot of conversation about this, right? The special flood hazard area being used as the initial case type. And then I can see from my own that once you file the permit, then it moves into the post-disaster emergency permit. So why is that special flood hazard area type used?
So that was just the case type that we created for these cases.
All right.
And just like the PDEP. So when we start this outside of the flood hazard areas, the case type that we're using is a damage assessment property maintenance case. This is one of those workarounds with our tool. Naviline is very difficult to pull reports out of. So the easiest way is to have that very first, data point to be the actual case type. So we know if FEMA asks, let me see all of your properties that you've inspected, due to damage, I can pull every special flood hazard case and we can have it right there ready to go for them. If we were to put that in one of our regular permit case types or a property maintenance case type, trying to dig through all of the ones that were not there. So it's really just a workaround for the tool. A reporting mechanism, yes.
Okay. And then I think Hannah is here. I have a question about permitting after the fact, and maybe this is an Angie question. So quite frankly, some of my calls the last couple days have been people calling to confess. Like, I'm hearing that there's now this codes case. I went ahead and did the work. Maybe I didn't know flooring, drywall, those things that I was supposed to permit. What do I do?
Come into the office and pull a permit. No added fees. Just come in and pull a permit. Nothing substantially has happened. We're not going to fine you extra. It's not a double fee with working without permit. We are simply out there saying, please pull your permit. Okay. So they can just come right on in, bring the photos, bring every scope of work that you did, and just pull a permit.
Okay. Well, when I started getting those calls, I kind of felt like, you know what? It's starting to work. That, the accountability that we have to put around all of this is so critically important. And I also wanted to let my colleagues know. So I verified everything that Joe was saying about cloud on title. I reached out, I took my case and I sent it to 4 title companies. And I said, if I went to sell my house today with this on here, would this impede me closing on my home? The answer on all 4 of them was no, it will not. It will come up in a municipal lien search, and that title company might ask for a hold harmless just as a notice of disclosure. But I would say that in those comments back to me from those title companies, a lot of them said, you know what, quite frankly, we're selling homes that we're concerned that people don't have full disclosure on. Maybe this is another way that people will have an additional layer of knowledge about what potentially happened to this property. So I wanted to let you all know that I did do my due diligence. I went, I looked, and I wanted to make sure that we were not doing any harm. I had asked these questions in my 101 in November, but just wanted to verify that on the back end.
Could I just double click on something? Hannah shared what should happen if somebody didn't pull a permit, and we're here to work with folks, right?
Yeah.
And so the FAQ does explain, here's what you need to do. I do want to mention, so everybody's aware, that they're going to be found out one way or the other, right? So we have FEMA's data for who applied for FEMA. We have insurance data.
Right.
And so there's a lot of people that are writing us right now saying, I didn't have any damage. I didn't have this. Here's my picture. But we have the other data to tell us a different story. And so just come in. We're here to help you. And I really want to underscore that let's not dig the hole deeper, right? Just come in. There's people here who want to be of assistance.
Right, and I've been sharing that message with individuals who have called me over the last few days, asking those same questions. And I think for me, this is a really great example of, we have these processes that we have to put in place. We have to work through this permitting process, and we have to hold people accountable because of all the reasons that you shared, that our city could be even at greater risk of not being sustainable, not being resilient if we do not do these things. This is about keeping us as a strong city. But when we talk about strength also comes from standing together. And I feel like there's been a lot of this kind of division over this particular issue over the last week. And it's very upsetting to me. It's very concerning to me. Our neighborhoods need us to band together. And I feel like the further we're getting away from the storm events, the more that there's this kind of desire to kind of tear each other apart, right? And cast blame and doubt. So I would just say to any resident that is listening to hear what our staff is saying. They're doing everything they can to try to help to rebuild our city every single day under impossible circumstances. And so to tear them apart on social media or in the phone calls you're receiving, the emails that you're receiving, is completely unfair. We will get through this together. It is not going to be easy, but we have to continue to move forward in a way that is respectful, understanding that we all are making the same decisions together collectively out of respect for each other and our processes. We need our residents to do the same. And so I'm really glad that we're having this conversation today. I want to thank you again for allowing me to put it on last minute, because the only thing I want us to do is rebuild a city that is stronger in the face of what we have coming for us in the future. And so I just really applaud all of you for being able to stand up, make those tough decisions, stick by them every day, and continue to do the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Joe, I wanted to take just a minute to address you. I sitting here listening, I wanted to be able to regurgitate everything that you have changed since the first storm. You instantly became understaffed. You created new policy. And I could go on and on and on. And we're all very grateful and impressed by that. But I wanted to take a moment. I have heard from two different sources that what's happened lately with what we're talking about now has created some consternation, and some phone calls have come in or correspondence has come in that were very difficult. And from what I understand, you directed them all to you personally.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, your staff has taken a beating. They're working longer than they want. There's not enough of them. They have damaged houses. On and on and on and on and on. And this adds to I am confident as Councilwoman Gabbard did a good job espousing that the team is on board, but they're getting beat up. And you took it all. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to quickly go to a public comment we have on Zoom.
Okay. Great. Pinnell's Park Grace Brethren Church. I entered you into the meeting space. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Joseph Sowers, 5601 Hobson Street Northeast, just using the church's Zoom access. Part of my struggle is that it took 6 to 7 weeks for me to get that letter. I was someone who did not have renter's insurance or homeowner's insurance, flood insurance. I was very grateful a organization called Texas on Mission, before the week after Milton, had already taken out my drywall, remediated for mold, and put my drywall back in. So for me to find out 3-4 weeks afterwards that you should have gotten permits for that, these were people that were based at a church in South St. Pete, so there was some kind of lack of communication there. The other thing is, I tried to make a appointment today. The system says that there are no appointments. On September 26th, when the storm hit, finished work was considered an exempted permit. Finished work is things such as baseboard, doors, painting, trim, that type of thing. And then I find out at a meeting, online meeting in November 8th, that is no longer considered finished work, and now I need a permit for that. I think the city is overwhelming its building department unnecessarily. Yes, I did have damage. It was fixed. I spent way under the 49%. Under the previous September 26 requirements, it says that I just need to submit a cost breakdown for the work that was done, and I am more than willing to do that. And I'm sorry, 2 foot of drywall is not structural. I disappointed that my city council member wasn't available after the storm because he had resigned or whatever, I don't know. But, I worked for the state of Florida for 35 years, so I appreciate being a public servant. But we just want to be in our homes. We want to move forward. I made good faith effort. I was very blessed that someone helped me. And now it feels an awful like I'm being punished for being proactive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. We have one more public comment. She's filling out the card.
Okay.
It's Rachel Tenpenny. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address council.
Rachel Sartain Tenpenny, 1684 Watermark Circle Northeast, St. Petersburg. I've been selling real estate in the area since 2003. I've spoken with Brandy about this topic and Kevin, and I've seen all the social media, and I've been involved in group text complaining about it. And I just want to say thank you to our city, our council, and our codes department for doing what you're doing. And you're drawing a line in the water. And I would say sand, but water went more appropriately. The day I stayed for Helene, and the next morning I walked down the street and just started helping my neighbors pull soaking wet rugs out of their living room and whatever we could. And I ended up, I think, helping clean out at least 30 homes. And being in real estate, I looked around and I was scared to death because that's my livelihood. What am I going to sell? There's nothing to sell. It's all destroyed. And I just started my own brokerage and just hired my daughter a full-time salary. So I got to work and kept walking the streets and talking to people. And I came across a mother and her teenage daughter sitting on 62nd Avenue Northeast, right outside of Shore Acres. They were waiting on somebody to pick them up. And I asked what street she lived on. She said Denver Street. So how long have you lived there? We bought 9 months ago. Denver Street flooded in Idalia as well. And I don't know how many other times those homes flooded. I'm tired of fix and flip, BS, throw some lipstick on the pig, and remodel these homes and selling them to unsuspecting consumers. And if the realtors and the homeowners and the remodelers would do what they're supposed to do and disclose, we wouldn't have this case. And to the comment of the person that just called in, the reason why these drywall permits are so important is because the mold behind the drywall. And I'm going against the grain, and I am planning to do my social media BS tomorrow because everybody else has done it, and they're on Bay News 9 and ABC Action News and this, that, and the other. and they're all bashing the city for what you're doing, but what you're doing is protecting people, and you're putting an end to constantly rebuilding these homes that are below the floodplain, that some of them are, you know, you've got floor joists that are wooden and subfloors and wood floors, and they got flooded and they didn't get treated. And I've seen those neighbors move back in, and they have to be ripped out. And I'm sorry, I just wanted to say thank you. I am passionate about this, and I appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you. And we appreciate you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I understand the why. I understand the reasons that we have to do this monitoring, and I appreciate all that has gone into developing a process. And I agree with Councilmember Harding that you making yourself available for people who need answers or need to vent, whatever, is admirable. And thank you. Some might say, well, that's your job, but I know that it's more than that, and I certainly appreciate it. The challenge that I'm having with this is the communication piece. And I feel like we're coming back to that concept quite a bit lately. I mean, last week it was about the water bills. This morning it was about crane safety. Now we're talking about code enforcement. And every single time we bring it up, that some proactive communication could go a long way. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of people, but think about the trouble that could be saved by just making sure that everyone understands what's happening and why, and not waiting until people are just, you know, kind of in their own crisis about this, for you to say, no, it's okay, you can come to confession and we will get things fixed and you'll be absolved and everything will be okay. There's a way to get ahead of this instead of chasing behind it. And that's where, quite frankly, I'm disappointed. I just feel like there had to have been a way to give people a heads up. And I'm getting tired of asking about communication and why it's not better. That is the one thing where I think that we really, really need some improvement. I don't know if in hindsight you were thinking that, yes, we could have.
Yes, Councilor. I mean, I referenced it in the presentation, right? That was definitely a lesson learned. And I think that, you know, what I've learned from this is I didn't anticipate the level of misunderstanding, right? And that's why I didn't have a second thought about doing this process, because I knew that a code case means nothing, you know, until there's an active violation. But I failed to realize how quickly that could spin, you know, into misinformation, and then we're trying to backtrack. So I absolutely agree with you. I appreciate that feedback. And, you know, our standard process, we don't notify until there's a violation notice. There's thousands of cases out there that nobody even knew they had a case, and that's just historically how we have operated. Obviously, this is a different scenario. Again, first time we're dealing with this, so I recognize that. That's why I wanted to put that just out front right in the presentation. This is something we've learned from this, and we'll do a better job next time.
Thank you. Thank you. These.
Can I say a few words?
Please.
Council, Mr. Doyle. Thank you, Amy. So, Councilwoman Driscoll, I hear you. As has been said, we are balancing the recovery work as well as the regular items. That is our standard. It has been a lot to balance all of it. We're learning lessons. We work with an incredible team. Unfortunately, most of them are over at the pier with Councilwoman Hanowitz and the mayor. I would love to bring the team here. We can explain some of the emergency communications. We can get some input from each of you. We are working as hard as we can. We hear you. We are trying to balance our regular work as well as the recovery work, and there are lessons learned. So
Yeah, I understand that, and we've got folks out there who are trying to balance their regular lives with their own recovery work.
Absolutely.
And somewhere out there, I can only imagine that we've got a homeowner who had to figure out how to help out Grandma at the Princess Martha when she found out that there was a crane down the street that could kill her during the storm. And then their house gets flooded. They get a $2,000 water bill, and then they find out they've got an open codes case. Imagine what they're having to balance right now.
And we work with those individuals every day. The team that we work with feels that pressure. A lot of our team members have lost their homes as well, and we're going to continue to do the best we can.
Okay. I love it when we do things in a way that doesn't piss people off. And there is a process by which that can happen. So I look forward to seeing some improvements in that area of communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to put myself in the queue to uplift one specific part of the conversation. I went through things myself. I had a broken foot. I could barely walk, and my house flooded. I had to put it back together, and I was late to this meeting because I was at home, like doing electrical work that I thought I could get done in our break, and it's not done, and now the breakers are off anyway. I got busy. I got work to do when I get home. Yeah. So I bring all that up to say. About the people who did not go get permits, and like the gentleman who spoke on Zoom, with a little bit of patience and going to the permitting office, I've had honestly a pleasant experience. And I really want to shout out everyone who works there, as they're in a difficult situation. Like, we're here during the day, we're off in our community, we're at our house getting stuff done. They're at the permit office every day, day in and day out, and dealing with people who are frustrated. And they walked me through the process very easily. You do have to have a little patience, though. Maybe if you want your permit right away, you have to spend a long time there. Me personally, I went, dropped off the paperwork, came back and picked it up about a week and a half later. Got a revision that took about a week, and so you do need a little bit of patience, but they're very, very helpful. And I want to uplift something a member of staff said earlier. I can't remember who, but I haven't felt at all like anyone was trying to, I guess, punish me. They are there to help, and so I understand it's frustrating. I know the gentleman on Zoom talked about an appointment or whatnot. You can just go in there whenever. It's gotten a lot easier to get access to people lately. I'll say that. It's still very busy, but they have great processes in place right now. And I just encourage you. It was a scary thing for me. The only permit I had gotten before was to get trees cut down years ago. And to go through this process was intimidating at first, but if you just go there in person, everyone is very helpful, and they make it very easy on you. So I just wanted to let people know that is the case, and encourage them to go in person and talk to people, and have just a little bit of patience, and know that the storm permit is free. It just takes a little bit of your time to get. So thank you.
Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Wasn't there a time when one permit was kind of like a one-size-fits-all, that if you went and got one permit, you can do multiple tasks? The storm permit? So has that expired? I guess I'm trying to understand the line delineancy from...
Not entire building official. Yes, it's still a PDEP permit, is a post-disaster emergency permit for the property, so it would be all-inclusive for any repair work from roofing to electric to drywall.
So none of these cases that we're referencing now held that type of permit?
No, they would all have that type of permit to clear the codes case.
Okay.
Yeah. If they've already pulled the permit, they're still monitoring the case until it's inspected and completed before they would close it out.
Okay. And I have to say, since I said it publicly before, one of the homeowners had called complaining about the service, and it's been made clear how frustrating the process is. I saw her a couple of days ago, and she said, Councilmember, I would like to report that the experience that I've had from this point on has been awesome. I don't know who the young man is. She called his name or whatever, but she said she had to let me know that her experience has been different this go around. So I just have to put it out there, this time like I put it out the first time. So I want to thank you for that. But more importantly, I want to let our city staff know, because during the whole recovery time, I was concerned for constituents, but I was so concerned for our employees that were going through the same thing as well, and I still am, because everybody's still not completely gone through it. I kind of had like after storm guilt, because I didn't have any damage other than my fence and a couple other things. Nothing dramatic, but thank you, and thank you for having to deal with your own stress and still having to be there. Now, grant you, I'm not going to exclude poor customer service, but I just had to let you know that I had gotten a different story from one of the same residents that has had a completely different experience with that. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. It's always good for positive feedback.
Oh yeah, it was positive
Don't hear
feedback,
very
and I
much
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, I want to just kind of click on a couple of things, because I think it's just an opportunity to just dig a little deeper, and then I'll make a couple of quick comments. So we talked about Navaline and some of the restrictions. Could we just talk about, just kind of go a little deeper on the restrictions of Navaline and how Tyler is going to help? Even if nothing else changed, Tyler is going to help with that. And I don't know if you or somebody else wants to talk about how we're already down the road with Tyler, and we'll call it close in government times, but we're close.
Yes, so we're several months into that process. My operations manager was in meetings all day with Tyler today, building out our codes processes. So I think the immediate thing with this, so we go into Navaline on the code side, and we had to start all of these cases. In order to see the permits, you have to go into a completely different side and go into the permitting. Tyler is going to allow us, once we immediately pull that property up, it's going to have all the information that we need right there. And there's no bouncing back and forth between, are we in the code side, the permitting side, the utility billing side? It's not siloed. Correct. So it's going to be a much more efficient tool for everybody.
I want people to understand that we saw some of this issue years ago and started this process to get better. It just happens we just haven't gotten to the finish line yet, and I wanted to make sure we talked about that. The other thing I want to talk about, just so we're clear, you talked about an active codes case is not a codes violation. Can you talk about the difference of the two, please?
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, the codes case is just a marker in our case management system to tell us that we need to go out and do an inspection at that property, right? So could we have
happen on things much larger than, or much smaller or much larger than a disaster, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had one at my house for having the wrong vehicle in front of it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So we use this every day. I mean, we process 30,000 cases a year using this system.
Okay. And then can you talk about the difference between that and then an actual violation?
Yeah, so once we finally do our inspections, and if we observe that there's a violation of city code that exists, at that point we initiate the process to notify the property owner that they have an issue where they need to take corrective action.
Okay.
There are plenty of times where we don't see that. The case gets closed out, and that's the end of it.
Thank you. Those were a couple of things I just wanted to make sure we touched on and just dug down a little bit deeper. I want to go to something that Councilmember Floyd talked about, which is kind of the patience and grace of it all. You know, I remember, there are a few things I remember about being in college these days, but I remember being in a psych class and they talked about emotion never wants to have a conversation with reason. And I feel like when we're in this, together, that's what this is. There is emotion, right? And all of us are feeling it in some way, shape, or form. And then what we're trying to communicate sometimes, people just don't want to hear, including us sometimes, because we're trying to communicate the reason to the emotion. Mm-hmm. And that is very difficult, okay? And so I thought Councilmember Floyd's comments were spot on. I think about, I hate to use another water analogy, but it's the best one I could come up with. And perfect timing, Mike. I'm about to talk about lifeguards. When you take your lifeguard class and someone is drowning and you go through that exercise, that person fights you. Because when it happens in real life, you are giving that person a lifeboat and they don't know that they want it. And that's what this is. This is really difficult because we are trying to go through this is the way I feel about it, at least. Back me up or tell me if I'm wrong. We are trying to go through the process to make sure St. Pete, exactly what Councilmember Gabbard said, stays resilient and strong for the future. The only way to do that is to get in the water and try to save it. And there are going to be fights in order to do that. And that's no fun. Nobody wants to do that, right? You don't want to be the person struggling in the water, and you don't love to be that person that knows they're going to go encounter that struggling person and could go down with them. And so that's where I feel like that's where we're at this point. And so I say all of that to, echoing a lot of my colleagues, a massive thank you. Because I know we feel it. I can't imagine how you and the rest of frankly, the administration feels it. Because not only do you get it from 280,000 people, then you get it from the 8 of us who can call you at any time whenever we want. And so I'm very appreciative. I know it's difficult. Thank you for doing the hard work. Thank you for answering the phone. That goes to everybody. And I'm very appreciative. And thank you for being the lifeguard. Thank you for being the lifeguard. Okay. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, we'll go into our new business item, which is G1. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I respectfully request a referral to the Committee of the Whole to discuss the Prayer Park expansion project, currently on the Weeki Wachee project list, and so moved.
Second.
Seeing as we have a motion and second, no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, could you please tally and announce the vote?
Mr. Chair, the motion to pass agenda item G1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Hanowitz being absent.
Councilmember Harding, looking forward to having that conversation. And thank you for bringing it forward. Okay, we're going to move into our final open forum. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
There are none in Zoom. And
We don't have any.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close open forum then. Council members, any announcements?
I mean, I just found out my roof is getting on tomorrow, so you can all celebrate with me for that finally, but otherwise, no.
Hopefully, Councilmember Floyd will match that with power later.
Progress.
Councilmember Floyd, go ahead.
My foundation was damaged in the storm, and it's getting fixed on Monday. So yeah,
Progress.
it is good news. Yes, but I think you might have been about to talk about it, but we did have the Kids and Cubs game on Saturday. Yeah, so and we did win. It was 9-6 though, and it was 6-6 like in the 5th or 6th inning, and we played 7, so it was a close one and a lot of fun. Some of us, not me, some people around here are still sore today.
Definitely.
Not me. No, I'm all recovered, but I also am in my early 30s still.
It was a great day. For
sure. So anyway, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a really good time, and it was just a wonderful community event, really.
Yeah, amen to that. Thank you for bringing it up. Councilmember Gibbons, you want to talk about Collard Green Festival one more time?
Certainly. Just a reminder, this weekend, I get beat up for this all the time, Copley. I do not like collard greens, believe it or not. I don't. I am not a collard green eater.
To put the pressure on you, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Deb. Thank you. But I encourage all, whether you like it or not, there'll be so many different other vendors there, food trucks, everybody. So I love fried chicken. That's going to be out there, Copley. That's what I'm thinking, Miss Deb. So please stop by. You got Heavy's, he's right there on the Deuces. So there's barbecue. There's a little bit of everything, fun for the whole family. So I invite everybody to come out to the Deuces. Let's have a good time and let's celebrate collard greens, everybody. So Boiselle Hosey and Samantha have done a great job. I believe this is the 3rd year, and so I'm excited to see what's happening.
Awesome.
Longer than that, thank you, Ms. Deb, for the correction.
All
there
right.
we go. Yeah. Awesome.
Well, hopefully we'll see you on Saturday. All right, nothing else for the good of order. City Council is adjourned. Thank you.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Evan?
My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete High. All right, good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
From St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. We get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxin gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes, they're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Recs, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
The cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up our radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit. It's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with this course, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent, and I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, like come skate, you know, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, like having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, you know? It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids like on their sidewalk, like practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like, skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like, if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like, you're part of the crew, you know? Like, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I've worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I miss was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner Tour.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler programming to a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
Hurricane Helene, which is strengthening.
They've passed out more than 33,000 sandbags to people.
Hurricane Helene's powerful and deadly storm surge.
We've been seeing flooding.
This is the worst I've ever seen.
Hurricane Milton has just exploded in strength
the
overnight.
The second major storm to slam Florida in just 2 weeks.
In the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades.
In St. Petersburg, where the stadium's rooftop has literally...
Fire officials say this crane has collapsed.
The back-to-back storms turned this neighborhood inside out. Residents have been scrambling to find housing for weeks.
It was just looking like a war zone, like something I'd never seen before, and I never thought I would see it, because we were always so optimistic about nothing coming to St. Pete.
But it turns out we ended up having 28 inches of water in our house.
We had about just shy of 4 feet of water in the house.
When I came back after Helene, my entire house and 3 vehicles were destroyed.
It was devastating to see our neighborhood ripped apart.
It really began to set in that this has happened and that many of our residents were going to experience something that they had never experienced before.
It was almost unbelievable that we would be faced with these kinds of disasters one after the other.
Trailer parks for people living in tents next to their homes. Now we got this other storm coming dead at us. I was really scared for those people.
It's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that we've just spent 5 days in the community trying to help people that lost everything, and here comes another storm.
I've lived in St. Pete my entire life. I've never seen people come together with such energy.
It was within our capabilities and therefore our responsibility to step in and help.
I had the resources, and I felt like if you have the ability, you have the responsibility to do whatever you can.
I'm not going to worry about myself, but I'm going to try to make sure 5,000 families have a hot meal tonight.
It hit home, and we immediately jumped into action.
I just put a post out saying, if anybody's hungry and can make it over to Maryland Avenue You know, I'm grilling hot dogs and hamburgers. We have some water and so forth.
People probably, their food has gone bad, and can we get some people together to place some food trucks around strategically to distribute food to people at no charge.
Stores are closed, they can't eat, so we were making hot, ready-to-eat food.
Just to see so many hometown heroes out cleaning up neighborhoods, but really I learned that St. Pete is so resilient and we have a wonderful community.
The supplies came pouring in from all of our friends and our coworkers, and it started out in our garage and it grew into a 1,600 square foot house full of toiletries, baby clothes, food.
I think it really brought home, especially for me, that what really matters is that you have your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, and if you have an opportunity to help someone, that you take advantage of it.
It really settled me in a space of not only are we one community, but as our mayor always says, we're one St. Pete.
People were not emotionally prepared for this. People were not physically prepared for this. And whatever facet that you can think of, we all needed support.
Support, especially the Relief Market and Grill, headed by Matt Thorne. They were our lifeline.
Tragedies, I think it's so important for the community to help each other.
Just the community pulling together and doing as much as they can for us neighbors.
It's not about money, it's not about profit, it's about making sure that I repay the benefits that the community has sort of paid to me in the past.
We were helping each other out, and it was actually a very positive experience in a pretty negative situation.
Whether it's a hug, a meal, it goes a long way during those crucial and critical times.
We were so appreciated.
Your efforts are appreciated, and they do make a difference in the community.
So I really just want to say thank you.
Thank you for this community.
Thank you for taking the time. It means more than you even know.
Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life
this month and every month.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm elucidated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Located in the heart of the city is the famous Al Lang Field, where every winter great names in baseball appear to limber up their muscles in St. Petersburg sunshine. This modern stadium was recently dedicated to Al Lang, St. Petersburg's ambassador to the baseball world.
For generations, St. Petersburg has been more than a home to the game of baseball. It's been a sanctuary, a symbol of our collective spirit. The crack of the wooden bat is just as much a symbol of St. Pete as sunshine and brown pelicans.
Whether you're a big league baseball player or just a fan who likes to watch the big boys in action, you'll find that a cordial welcome awaits you when you come to St. Petersburg.
Spring training, Al Lang Stadium, Hall of Fame players, Negro League pioneers, and hometown heroes, all part of what makes St. Pete whole. Elements that eventually lead to our own hometown team.
That Major League Baseball has voted 28-0 to award expansion franchises to Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Phoenix, Arizona.
And now we stand at a fork in the road, the dawn of a new era of baseball in St. Petersburg, and a lot riding on its success.
They're more than baseball, they are community. Without the Rays in the community, where would we be?
Tampa Bay Rays should stay in St. Pete. They're a huge part of the Canadian culture. Go Rays!
It's a family gathering. It's a ministry where you gather together and love on people.
Girls like us love the Rays.
It's part of our community. It's something that can do. It's fun.
The Rays are St. Pete.
This project extends beyond a new world-class baseball stadium, beyond the housing opportunities for all, beyond significant cultural benefits, and beyond a district destination for residents and visitors. Baseball is who we are. Let's embark on this journey collectively, ensuring that as our skyline evolves, the spirit of St. Petersburg remains eternally vibrant.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amor Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, "You do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas." If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
Hey guys, Ken Wells here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to a community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically, the intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door.
In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love.
Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our Rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the City of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3.
We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, And my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the City of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it will make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, we have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one, we are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the Neighborhood Association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the Neighborhood Association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay. So they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the Neighborhood Association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the Neighborhood Association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, a coin flip where, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demens. And so we're going to name it St. Petersburg. And you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I am inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Today we honor not just a promotion, but a legacy, a career that spans over 3 decades.
I am so proud of this young man. I know that y'all got something. All I would ask y'all to do is what he feed into you, you turn around and take that same energy and feed it into someone else.
I, Keith Watts, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Fire Chief for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fire Chief, Chief Keith Watts.
As the first black fire chief for the city of St. Petersburg, I recognize the weight of this responsibility, and I know that I did not get here alone. I stand on the shoulders of giants, and it is their sacrifices and resilience that has paved the way for me to stand before you today, and I thank them. I think about new leadership brings about new vision, new goals, new objectives.
What Chief Watts brings to this is making sure that we provide opportunity for everyone who might have that DNA of public service. And so he's already done that with Camp Ignite, reaching out to young girls who might be interested. That's the kind of innovation I think that we need in our city to move forward and make sure that our progress is truly inclusive. That's what St. Pete is all about.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it, and then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated, and I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do. in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
See the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. At an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience of working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just got to know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybag Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Alang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
Water, right? So of course it was the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the Pink Streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise.
The world needs you in it.
came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing, and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut. Did it!
It's another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regata del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regata de Sol a Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have 2 faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Camp Ignite is a 1 to 3 day program geared to help girls build their self-confidence and for St. Petersburg Fire Rescue to show them what we have to offer. It's going to be action-packed. They're going to get their hands dirty. They're going to be a little tired at the end of it. But when it's all said and done, they're going to hold their head a little higher. They're going to leave a little more confidence to go out there and get after whatever it is that's their calling.
They'll get CPR certified by me. So I have the joy in teaching them that. It's a lifetime skill. They'll still have the CPR certification and the knowledge of it to take with them for the rest of their lives.
We want to ignite. We want to empower them. We want to be proactive in reaching out to them at an early age to expose them to the possibility of being a first responder.
Exposure's huge. I didn't get into the fire service until after I started my military career. I'm embarrassed to say I really didn't know much about it. And I got into it because we had to do onboard firefighting on our ships, and that kind of led me down that path. I didn't have a program like this.
It's important for us to have female mentors to help girls be able to see what they can possibly be one day.
If you can see it, you can be it, right? So that just inspires them, like, hey, if she can do that, so can I.
This is our way of being proactive and ensuring that we have a very diverse workforce that reflects the community we serve.
We have a big mix here. We got more people coming. I think it's just important for us to look like who we work for.
We're being firefighters today. We basically trained to be a firefighter. We learned how to do things that the firefighters do.
I really like the hose because I learned how to put out a powerful water supply out of a fire hydrant.
The coolest thing I've done out here is putting out fire. The coolest thing I've done is probably walk down a tower. It's like having a ton of adrenaline go through your whole body, and then it's like you're scared, but you know you're safe.
I think it's a cool idea, and I like how they put this together for girls to learn about firefighters and show that you can be anything you want.
I feel like it's great for me because I want to become a firefighter when I grow up, and becoming a firefighter, you get to help people, and usually when you call in, it's usually the worst day of their life, so you're there to make that better.
I think they're pretty cool. I think I would want to be a firefighter. It seems fun.
I never really thought about doing it before, but doing this actually kind of changed my mind a little bit.
Last part! Together we ignite.
Together we ignite. Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite.
Together we ignite! Woo!
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, Structure Fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue is for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
We go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good. Clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
I'm Jane Ordner, Park and Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing, is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.